Okay, I am live now. I just need to make sure my audio is working. I am back to using the lavalier microphone. Hopefully people are hearing me, if anyone's online. This isn't one of my normal streams. This is one of my Hangout streams. Let's see, where are the mic levels? Can you hear me? Yeah, you should be able to. Let me pin this. You know, in the previous time I used the lavalier, I was using tape to secure it. But now I decided to get a little fancy and keep it here. And I think you should be able to hear my voice quite cleanly. I tried going back to this microphone. I'll bring it in camera for a second. It's a great sound, but it does get in the way. And, you know, as I gesture, so maybe I'll just use this when I'm pre-recording videos, but I'd really just like things to be more convenient. Well, okay, as I was saying, I am just doing in the description of this stream, I'm just doing a kind of a Hangout stream because I needed to get some things done. And what I found is going online and streaming, getting some of the work done, and if anyone wants to hang out, I'll answer their questions. I'll probably just delete the stream once we're done, but I'm here to answer questions. And, you know, people ask questions or they want to have a discussion. Really is quite energizing for me. And maybe people will have feedback on what I'm actually going to be showing, some content that I'm creating or I'm improving. Because lots of stuff, you know, I'm kind of behind on, to be quite honest. Okay, I just realized that I don't have my water with me, and I have just an empty can of Red Bull, so I need to get some water in a second. And let me clear up some space. So let me know. Some of you have noticed that I look a little different. And yeah, I've improved the lighting, but also I'm leaning into a slightly more professional look. Not that I really need to for this kind of channel, but I love the way it feels to put on, you know, an actual shirt and a coat, and makes it, and especially with the lavalier now, I feel like, hey, I'm actually broadcasting something. So lots of fun for me. And I'm going to keep it up. I actually, you know, I'll be ordering a few more these kind of jackets and shirts to wear. I enjoy this dressing up. Since COVID time, I have really existed as a creature of hoodies and sweatpants, as you saw in many of my early videos. But now I am really into this style, right? Now I'm still wearing sweatpants and I don't have any shoes on, but, you know, at least from the waist up, I look somewhat professional. Okay, so I guess, do I look like a teacher? Maybe like a professor? That was actually the kind of look I was going for with this jacket. And this is a cheap jacket I bought off Amazon. I just wanted to see what it would look like. Maybe once I lose a little more weight, I'll put on my black Dolce & Gabbana suit. I look pretty sharp in that, to be quite honest. Okay, let me just check the Discord to see if anyone is there and needs my help. Oh, look, someone bought a tablet. So congratulations, I'll say. Congratulations. Congratulations. And anyone else? Let's see. Okay, so this is going to be fun. Just give me a minute. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. So let me give my back soon message. Okay, I'll I'm back with my water. So let me start to get set up here. And I know you don't see my setup and how complicated it is. Like it's a two PC streaming setup, streaming on a Mac and doing my content development on a Windows machine. And so far it's working great. I would love to actually have two Windows machines because that would simplify certain things for me. I wouldn't have to jump through different sort of ways of thinking about using the mouse and the keyboard. However, I got to be honest, the streaming software I use, which is Ecamm Live, it's Mac only, and it's really good. It just seems to handle it very well, and I'm streaming on a Mac Studio, an older generation Mac Studio. If I could get that same performance with the same level of size and quietness from a Windows PC, I would switch if I could find an equivalent easy streaming solution. I guess I could use OBS, but it's not really. I think it's a more advanced program, and one day I'll probably have to learn how to really use its features. But for right now, I'm just at this level where Ecamm works good on the Mac. The other reason I use a two PC setup is how can I explain this? Sometimes I need to demonstrate something on a PC, which is what I'm about to show you, or a Mac, or maybe a Chromebook, or maybe a device, and I might need to switch between those devices live. Now, if I'm using one computer for the stream, and also it has to do the demos, I got a real problem. So it's better to just have one maintaining the stream, and then I can switch between these other computers as I need. And I have an easy way of plugging in an HDMI cable, and that'll be shown to you as the demo, right? Now I have one sort of permanent demo machine, which is a Windows machine, but I can just easily swap that out for a Mac, a MacBook, or some other device. Right? So the first thing I need to do is just do a little bit of housekeeping. And yeah, no one's watching the stream, which is fine. Remember, you're just going to see me do a work, and I'll be talking out loud so it doesn't sound like you're just sitting in silence. And what do I always do whenever I start my streams is I clean my Google history, which you're not seeing. I don't have anything embarrassing on there, but you never know where a false Wikipedia link will take you. Let's see, delete browsing data. I don't think you want to know about my high blood pressure medication either. No, I don't actually do my medical stuff to this. Let's see. I need history on Chrome. And let's just go there. And one time, yeah. Just like to do that to just keep things, safe. Unfortunately, one thing I've noticed when I'm browsing, especially on Twitter, you click on the wrong thing one time and you get flooded with just some somewhat inappropriate content, let's just say that. And I clicked on something, not understanding what I was doing, and then suddenly my Twitter feed is completely messed up, so I have to do a lot of blocking now. It's just amazing how easy it is to get into the algorithm recommending things that you really don't have an interest in. Okay, let's see. I do have an interest, though, in, I'll do it in a minute, but let me talk about what I want to talk about in this stream. And let me bring up the Discord just to monitor what's going on here. Mihao has noticed my comments. He must be listening. Yes, my Twitter feed is full of sus. It is greatly full of sus, I'm afraid. And I just don't have the patience to block everything. The sus is political, I guess, you could say, social political. I clicked on something. I'm not going to explain it because I don't want to give it more attention, but I clicked on a song which is rather controversial. I didn't understand what I was clicking on. And this song has been memed and AI'd to death, and it's quite inappropriate. And so with that song, which some of you know who I'm talking about, an artist with a two-letter name right now, It just came with a whole bunch of other people along with that song, and so you can just imagine the kind of things I am seeing. And I think one time I have a bad habit of taking my iPad to bed and reading late at night. And I think at one time I accidentally, as I was sleeping, my nose must have hit the glass or something. I reposted one of these links. I'm like, I didn't know about it until I think the next day, so I had to delete that. Okay, let me get up my OneNote here. And let us talk about a few things. I like to use OneNotes for 3D 7-pen notes. Yep. Oops. You're going to see stuff. I just want to make sure. Oh, I clicked on the wrong notes. Let's see. You were about to be treated to a shopping list. I use a special OneNote for what I call public notes, which are my streaming notes. It wasn't naughty, Mia. It was not naughty. It was political. And I try to avoid politics as much as possible, not only in my personal life, but also definitely, in my public life on the stream or on the Discord. I shy away from the topic. I have opinions on the topic, but I shy away from the topic, to say the least. But yeah, my nose got me in trouble that time. Okay. So again, this is an unstructured live stream, and I'm going to show you what I'm projecting in just a moment. Let's see, demo. You should be able to see it. There we go. Okay. And I have my face on there too. So what are some topics for today's sort of Hangout stream? This is what? The 27th. Yeah, by the way, I forgot someone's birthday. Which is a bad thing for me. First of all, we're going to talk about some sartorial stuff. Okay? Sartorial stuff. Which is related to haberdashery. We're going to go on a little language journey, haberdashery. Okay. And then one thing I wanted to talk about was a thing called no signal. The no signal problem. So troubleshooting is actually the right word for this. Troubleshooting the no signal problem. That's a problem that you face with pen displays, and we're going to sort of see if we can explain it, because it's so prevalent, and how to fix it is kind of a challenge, how to even think about it. But it can be really mystifying for a lot of people. So that's another thing I want to talk about. What else is confusing for people? Oh yeah, Windows Ink. Right? These are both No Signal and Windows Ink are topics I am working on, and I just feel like doing a stream talking would get some energy. That's some of the content I'm going to work on. So let's see if I can get the Discord back up. Let's just see. Okay, just want to check on the comments to make sure there's nothing crazy. No good comments. Sorry, I want to make sure if there are any good comments, I reveal them here. Okay, so first, sartorial stuff. What does that mean? Sartorial has to deal with, I think, men's clothing. And as I do with almost every word, I will find out the etymology of said word. Okay, so sartorial is what? Early, okay, I don't want to go to that site. There's actually, this is the site I always go to, Etym Online. Pertaining to a tailor from modern Latin sartorius, from late Latin sartor, tailor, also sort of French sartre, interesting, didn't know that. Literally pitcher mender from Latin. Sart means, patch, to mend, okay. From the pi means Proto-Indo-European. Remember, I'm a language nerd. Scro, to make whole, to make good. The classical Latin word was sarcinator. or female sarcinatrix. Interesting. Interesting. I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that. Earlier English, same sense was sartorian. Sartorius is the long leg muscle because it's used in crossing the legs. And bring them into the position needed to sit like a tailor. Okay, so now we know what sartorial means. And so that word is often used to describe fashion. I think I see it often used in kind of men's fashion. And look at this. Looks like it's grown as a title. Okay, so that's one word. The other word is pretty rare for people. You don't hear it unless you read a lot. And it's an old-fashioned word, but it's called, the guy who, it's usually a guy, I would say. The guy who does it is a haberdasher, and the place where he does it at is called a haberdashery. And a haberdasher is someone who sells men's clothing. So let's confirm that. Haberdasher. And I don't know, let's see. It's a surname, seller of small articles of trade. Remember, this is not a dictionary, this is an etymology. Small wares, haberdashery. Oh, interesting. It's got a more generic sense than I thought. Its sense of dealer in menswears is in 1887 in American English. So it does have a sense of men being in clothing for men, but it has developed from a more broad sense about just the selling of small things. That's interesting. Okay, I love looking at the origins of words, etymological origins. Very interesting for me. So, okay, so what I wanted to talk to you there is, I just wanted to show you, like, I love going to YouTube videos and watching how people, look at this, French food tier list from Penguin Z. What is the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, Alexander the Guess. Alexander. I'm not a fine dining Michelin star kind of person, but I love seeing people that have a real passion for what they do. And this gentleman, I believe he's Hungarian, and he's got, first of all, just a delightful presence and an amazing accent, which I could not place. It's very, I don't know how to say, very worldly. Alexander, which I suppose is his name, he owns a one-star Michelin restaurant, okay? We can talk about why they use a one-star Michelin restaurant, one Michelin star restaurant, which is very good. It's very hard to get a Michelin star rating. And then he travels the world and has these rather expensive meals at, let's say, a 3-star Michelin restaurant or a 2-star. And he learns from them, and then he's very clear about what he thinks great service is. And I forgot what the other word. There's a difference between service and, I forgot what he said. There's another word. It's about how you relate to your customers and how the food is prepared. And he just really focuses on what the experience is. And he does it so eloquently and with such passion that, in some ways I sort of think he's the model of what I'd like to do when I talk about drawing tablets, is to show a lot of passion. And one thing about Alexander is he just dresses quite interestingly. So here's a classic thing he wears, right? He's always, got a great video production quality. And let me turn off the captions for a second. He's always got a suit on in his videos and this kind of very dramatic lighting. And he begins and ends his episodes this way. And this was, I actually watched this episode. It was really good. He had this amazing pasta dish. And this is, I think, this is a place he loved. So the reason I'm bringing this up, why am I spending so much time on this, is I saw this and I thought, okay, maybe I'll start dressing up a little bit. So this is my way of sort of getting into this mode where I take streaming or making YouTube videos a little more, I wouldn't say more seriously, more like it's something that you can see that I'm very passionate about it. That's really what I'm trying to get at, right? And add a little bit of professionalism. Okay, so I'm just ranting about clothing for so much time. Let me just check the comments to see if anyone's here. It doesn't look like, yeah, I'm not expecting anyone to join the stream. It's a weird time of the day. I randomly started streaming. This is really, again, this is a work stream for me to work through certain problems, get some content done, and if people have questions or want to chat, I'm just going to be here. And at the end, I'll just delete the stream. Okay, so let us, what were my topics? First, no signal. Okay, no signal. So let's get to no signal. So the first thing you'll notice is I go to my docs site, which I update almost every day, and we're going to talk about no signal. Okay. And a bunch of my docs, you may notice they have this TSG prefix. This may not be common for the world, but the meaning of TSG is troubleshooting guide, right? I like to have this prefix there because then I quickly, at a glance, know the kind of document that I'm looking at. In this case, it's supposed to be read as a, you put yourself as the user having a problem and it'll tell you how to think about the problem. So let me demonstrate the problem for you. And in order to do that, I'm going to need a few cables. And I've got another computer here, but I want to show it to you because it is important that you see it. So just give me 1 second. Okay, I am back, and I just realized I hadn't been playing the music. I like to have a little bit of background music playing as I stream. Okay, I think that is working. So, no signal is oh, look, we have comments. From Yanbing Tian, Mr. Seventh, have you ever tried to remove the texture sheet on a PTK 670? Mine has lots of scratches, which is pretty strange. It's a brand new tablet. We've got a treat for you, because I have not done that, but I will do it live on stream. How's that? Miha does not like my use of TSG for shortcuts. You shouldn't use shortcuts like that. Just spell out fully troubleshooting guide. Oh gosh. Oh, you can't hear me over the music. Maybe this should help. This should help. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. And Yanbing, let me just repeat again. I've got good news for you in case you might not have heard it. I will remove the texture sheet on an Intuos Pro, and let's take a look at it on the PTK 670 and see if I see what you're seeing, okay? So what I ask though is you give me some patience as I find one of them, and why don't we just apply a texture sheet as well? So give me a second. Still a bit, okay, I can cut it down further, Miha. Thank you. Tell me if that works. I'm on level setting 5 down from 8, so hopefully that keeps it a little more. And I don't have my own, I can't hear the music, so I don't realize how loud it is. So let me just put these in. Okay, good, yeah. Perfect, perfect. Okay, I will be right back. Let me get, for Yanbing, a PTK 670, a texture sheet, and so we'll remove it, we'll take a look, I'll take some photos, and we'll talk about what we observe. Perfect. Thank you so much for telling me how I didn't realize it at all. So now I know, and I'll watch out for that in the future. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll be right back with some PTK 670 and texture sheets. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love helping people out on these streams because sometimes I realize, not to brag, but I do have 89 tablets. And it's kind of useless to have 89 tablets, let me tell you. But this is why I have them, because sometimes people need me to try something and I can do that for them, right? And going back like 30 years, I can try a tablet. Okay, let me just show you what I picked up here. PTK 670 texture sheet, okay? And this is a brand new PTK 670, not heavily used. And I think Yanbing, I did see a post from you on one of the subreddits maybe. And so if I remember correctly, you saw some scratches once you took this off. So the first question is how to take this off. Now I gotta make sure I understand how to do it, because it may need me to, let me just take a look at the instructions here from the new texture sheet. I'm not planning on putting a new texture, I'll probably just reapply the old one, but I'm hoping there's a removal tool in here. By the way, the new texture sheet is, how can I say? It's kind of, it's thinner than I expected. I'm not saying it's thin, but I probably think of it in my head as having it needs to be thicker. Okay, so there's no tool there. Is there any kind of tool? Something. Oh, there is. There's a little, looks like a guitar pick. Okay, and there are instructions, which is what I was hoping for. Okay, I know you can't see what I'm seeing, so let's get here. That's not what I want. That's just a white screen. What do I want here? I know why it's a white screen. I removed the lens of this camera. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I have a lens now, as you can see on the camera. Let's see, someone has a quick question for me. Let me just take a quick chat. Someone is talking about doing a collab stream. I'm very excited about that. I just need to make sure what time it is for me. Okay, let's see. What I wanted to do is show you, right, I'm showing you something. And the way I do that is giving you the overhead view. There we go, overhead view. So this is my PTK 670. Oh, Tablet Kitten has joined us. Seb is also here. Thank you, Seb, for joining us. Are the texture sheets sold separately for the new tools, exactly the same ones? Yes, Seb, they are. Let me put that comment up here. It's a fantastic question. Yeah, they are the same ones. I can take it out of its wrapping and we can compare, but yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, now the instructions here are, let me zoom out a little bit for the audience. And how are people digging the outfit, or the fit? Pink shirt, brown herringbone coat. I thought it was a nice color combo. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to give you, sorry, I got to say this because people are not realizing what I'm talking about. So I think over a year ago, I made a picture, a meme picture. And let me just show you the kind of meme it is, just so everyone knows. So, which is funny, this is kind of a meta thing. It's one of these iceberg meme things. And this is the exact format I used. And it's a drawing tablet iceberg. And it is, and the thing is, there's so many things on there. There's no way I'll be able to even remember all the context, right? Because I did it a year ago. And having someone there with me is going to just be more fun, and we can riff off each other, etc. Right? And let me just comment. So it'll be now it's going to be late because the collaborator, or I should say, it sounds odd to say the word collaborator. The person I'm going to collab with, which is Tablet Kitten, is, I believe, in Australia, so that's an 11 p.m. stream for me, which is fine for me. Let's see. Thank you, Seb. Appreciate the comments. Gil Art is here. Hello, or G Art, and thank you so much for the comment, Seb. I really am trying to just look sharp. I even unbuttoned one more button here to just give a little more masculine energy in my stream, right? Maybe just, make it a little hotter. Okay, so I'm gonna do we're gonna do this tablet iceberg stream on Friday night. Okay, so let's unwind the stack and get back to what we're doing, which is answering a question about, Yan Bing's question about the PTK 670. So the instructions are here, which basically mean, oh sorry, it's upside down. Take the guitar pick, and then underneath looks like the right corner, and then remove that, I guess, and then, okay, pretty simple stuff. Pretty simple stuff. Okay, so let's just take I'm calling it a guitar pick. It is actually the shape of a guitar, but it's thinner. It's not as sturdy. If we need a guitar pick, I have one. Notice I said I have a guitar pick, and I do have guitar, but I cannot play guitar well, so I'm not going to ever play guitar. Okay, this picture makes it sound like this is easy. It ain't. It ain't. Let me try this again. It's just like, oh, just put this in there and like it'll come right. No, it's not. Okay, I can get it in there. Hell, I'm hurting the pick. I'll tell you that. Shirt collar outside? Is that like more like this, Seb? Mihal laughs at my masculine energy comment. I'm going for that Tom Ford look, but he buttons it much lower than I do. Okay, where's that pick? Where did it go? I literally just lost the pick in the middle of talking and oh, there it is. Okay. I'm trying so hard to do this. And I know I just must seem like a total fool right now that I'm unable to do this task with any skill. But I assure you, I'm trying really hard and okay, there we go. Okay, it probably wasn't super hard, but I'm clumsy, as I often tell you. And so I've got it, and now I can just lift it. Okay. Now, oh, Mihal, that's a good idea. Maybe apply some heat. Next time I'll think about that. It is, by the way, the bottom of this is still sticky. And I'm trying not to damage this because I'm not trying not to crease it. Whew. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in and use the tweezer, it seems. And I have a light here. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm sorry. Oh. I gotta tell you, I don't see anything scratched up. Now there are you can kind of see some weird, I shouldn't say weird, there's some sort of variation in the plastic, but it's not a scratch. It's just like, I don't know, maybe just like how the plastic was heated or something. There's a few, crumbs and things at the edges, but that's just me, that's not the tablet. So it was clean. I don't see any scratches, Yanbing. Not like the picture, but I see little marks here. I can't feel, let me see if I can feel the marks. I'm not sorry, you might be able to see these. You might be able to see, if I put the light, okay, can you see it now? There's like a little mark there. Now, I can't feel it with my finger. I can't feel that through the pen. It just looks, you can see another couple of marks here. And these are unfeelable whatsoever. The only thing I feel is this grid pattern. This I feel. Now I will tell you, I don't recall that any previous Wacom tablets had a grid pattern. Okay, this seems unusual and new. And actually when I saw Yanbing's picture, I was a little surprised. So Yanbing, you said you saw, and I'll try to bring up, actually Yanbing, can you post, did you post it on Reddit? Because if you did, can you post a link to your post? Because I'd like to show people what you saw. And because it's different. And then I have some questions for you. The first being, can you feel those scratches? Right? Now you shouldn't be able to feel them through the cover. It should be just way too tiny to feel anything through the cover. So that's another question I wanted to ask you is, I'm gonna take this opportunity to clean this up a little bit. Get some of these crumbs and things out of this tablet. But yeah, I don't see any scratches here. I just see these small little marks, but these are, again, I don't know what these are from. They certainly weren't for me, but they have no, what is Sam saying? There's cocaine inside. I don't know what prompted that, Sam, but that's pretty funny. Hey, Birdie. Hey, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. We're just having I was randomly going to work on some stuff, and people are just joining in, and I'm taking questions as always. So Yanbing, tell us, if you can share the link so we can show photos of what you're seeing, that'd be helpful. And I'm also, again, I remember the post, but I don't remember the full context, which is why did you take off the, can you just remind us why you took off the cover in the first place? Is it because you could feel the scratches through the cover? Okay, while we're waiting for that, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so people aren't, and I'm going to turn this light down a little bit too. It's a little intense. There we go. I'll just turn it off actually. I got enough light. Okay, and let's just see what happens. Now I have 3 texture sheets, but rather than using one, I just want to see what happens about this texture sheet. First of all, it's not dirty, right? You see my fingerprint here, but other than that, it's pristine, right? There's no marks on this. The adhesive is still there. I can still feel it. It's very tacky. So I'm gonna just try to lay it back on the way they suggested, which is, they suggest aligning the corner, the top corner, and doing it. So now this is tricky. Now, I am very bad at doing this for like screen protectors, right? Because I always have bubbles and things. So, and even with these, I'll see bubbles. So I'm gonna take it slow. I just touch the top. They align pretty easy. And I'm just gonna make sure. Bubbles are the thing I struggled with the most when I was applying these texture sheets to my older Wacom's. So I know to go slow. The last time I did this, I had to reapply, and I'm not even doing a good job. You can probably even see there's some bubbles toward the edges here. But in the middle, I should be okay. I'm just going slow to avoid the bubbles. The last time I did this with Intuos Pro, it took me, like I had to replace the sheet like 5 or 6 times. Let's see, Yanbing didn't reply. I don't feel these marks as well. I don't think they would affect any drawings. Yeah, I think that's right. That's right. And okay, so far this is good. I'm not seeing any bubbles inside. There's a little bit of warping. It's hard to see on the camera. There's kind of like a bubble that's halfway at the edge. And now I'm going to hit the left side first, and then hit the right side gently. And there is I don't know if it's a bubble or just a trick of the light. There's a little bubble at the bottom. It looks like there's a bubble there, but I can't feel it. But I'm fine. Okay, so I've successfully did this. To be honest, I'm not good at laying these things on. I think if I ever do this again, I'd get someone who's good at applying these things to put it on. But yeah, this, it works. And so to answer the question, I think it was Seb asked, is this the same exact texture sheet as they ship? So I'm gonna bring that out and I'm gonna just touch it and tell you. Since I've handled now both this one, the original one. Okay, so on the back is it's covering the adhesive, right? So this is the front, and yeah, it is exactly the same surface that comes with the tablet. Exactly, there's nothing different about it at all. I will say, I had a lot of trouble with doing this on the previous generation, because not only did I get more bubbles, I also, how can I say this? There was a bigger gap between the bezel and the surface. So I would misalign the thing all the time. This thing was easy to align, so that was nice. Let's see. Mihao says, your finger will 100% lead to non-ideal application. Really? Oh, interesting, interesting. Plastic ruler or something work. Okay, next time I'll try with the plastic ruler. So maybe that's the problem. I'm doing it by hand. Seb, I really agree with you. They should sell them in, let me put my camera back on. They should absolutely, look, I messed up my collar. That's awful. Okay. They should do it so we can add a little bit of flair and color to the, here, how's that? I'm trying to get the collar, not popped, but out there a bit. They should let us customize these and add some color, because, you know, as much as they look professional, I think people want to personalize their product is sold to creatives. Of course, creative people, or people consider themselves creative, will want to customize their experience. Sure, maybe their employer doesn't, but lots of people, you know, draw for other reasons, and they're not employed to do so. I've seen lots of people put stickers on their tablets. I actually am going to make some stickers, not to sell. I want to make the logos of the companies so that I can easily see which tablet is which. Let's see. They should sell them. Oh, Yanbing, this is an interesting idea. I think those crossing lines are designed for preventing bubble when you apply a new sheet. That would explain why it seemed like this was easier for me with this tablet. Like even though at the edges I saw a little bit of what I would call like a half bubble, in the middle nothing happened, right? So I think you're right. I think your theory is right on. I believe that helped, providing a channel for the air to leak, go through. So yeah, I think you're right about that. Good call out. Okay, Yanbing, I think we answered your question. I didn't see any scratches, so I don't think that's typical. And in my previous times, I've removed like maybe the texture sheets from several models previously, and this one obviously. I've never seen the surfaces damaged, right? I've never seen, from the factory, never seen it. In fact, I've never seen the surface damaged from even buying a used tablet. So there's that. Okay, so that was the mystery of the PTK 670. Okay, let me get some water and we'll do our next topic. And Meow and Sebel and Birdie, I will make a note of your comment about using a plastic ruler in my documentation for the PTK 670. And then Yanbing, I will make a note about this idea you have about the purpose of the crossed lines. I think you're right on track. And when I saw your photos originally, I was really, I was very confused why they would have added purple lines. So your explanation makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Okay, now, what did I want to do? I wanted to talk about no signal, but feel free in the chat to bring up any other topic you want to talk about. These streams are for you, not for me. I enjoy doing them because they keep my day interesting and I really thrive off the energy of the audience. While I'm setting up here, I just got to tell you, I tried to explain to my mother that I live stream now, and she doesn't know what that means. But as you always know, there's a little bit of a communication barrier with your mother. And she doesn't, I've told her what this channel is about, but I think she doesn't quite understand what I'm actually doing or why people would watch. So it's still kind of a mystery to her. But I never thought I'd be doing any kind of live streaming. So I love it. I love it. Okay. No signal. No signal was the problem. And again, I'm going to go back up to my demo here. And instead of the iceberg, which again, that's going to be a stream late night on Thursday, which I'm just so excited for with Tablet Kitten. I wanted to go over some things about no signal and demonstrate it for you because it is important. It is important. Okay, so the first thing is, let me just show you no signal. And I have a Surface Pro 8 here, one of my favorite laptops. And let me just log in. And let me attach it to power, because it's probably going to need a little bit of power. Let's see. Tablet Kitten says, plastic rulers, credit cards are very good for any screen protector. Okay, credit card's a good idea. Mihao, get a good sleep, man. I think as they say, he's idziesz do spać. I think he's going to sleep. I think that's how they say that in Polish. But if I got that wrong, let me know. Jane Backseat, let's see. Moms be like, those kids with new tech, I don't understand. Yeah, it's a mystery what goes on here. And to be frank, I think if you told a lot of people, I'm on stream for 2 to 3 hours and people are, what do you call it? If you told them I was on three something hours, they would be talking about tablets. It's like, what? I mean, could there really be that much interest? And there is, as it turns out. I mean, I tried to explain to her, people actually tune in for this, which is very esoteric content. Let's see, Tablet Kitten says, some of the stuff I discovered are part of that iceberg. There's a lot more to add. Okay, fascinating. Good, good. Let's have a deep session on it. I love that. Okay, is this thing on yet? It is on. I just want to log in as me. And Tablet Kitten says the entire Chinese market is a whole beast of its own. And that's one of the things I'm really glad, that I met Tablet Kitten, because she really knows the Chinese market. And it's very different from the market I'm used to. When I talk about tablets, implicitly, I'm talking about the American market, or maybe in some sense the European market. But what happens in China is a very different beast, as I'm discovering, right? I noticed, for example, in Japan, they see tablets that we don't get. Like there are some Wacom tablets that are interesting, we just never see. We don't even know they exist. Now, as far as I can tell, these are like special editions of the tablets we have. So they might have a different color, maybe different branding, I guess. But in the Chinese market, we see they actually have devices we don't get, in addition to like other colors. Huion Canvas 13 Gen 3 is a great example. We get it in black and in Sakura pink. They get a special edition in white, which looks amazing. So, and there's other things going on, right? Another thing I discovered thanks to Tablet Kitten was this site, I've mentioned it many times, Bilibili, which is like the Chinese version of YouTube. And honestly, this site, just to take a brief diversion here, this Bilibili site is actually really good. Now, it helps if you can, understand the language, of course. But the key thing is like they actually have good features, like better than YouTube in some cases. And they get, how can I say this? Tablets come out earlier in the Chinese market, and people are making videos about those tablets well in advance of when they're even announced in the rest of the world. Like, I think it can be as much as a month, maybe at least weeks, right? So it's very interesting what Tablet Kitten might be able to share with us about that market. Okay, we have a comment here from Othland Leahy. For 2025 Pro, I ended up returning the medium because of the bezel issue, the active area on the large, and being able to change the active area. Do you think it's worth giving it a large a try? Yeah, it's definitely worth giving the larger try. If you want, we could even play around with it. One thing I wanted to do, I have the large somewhere, well, I'll demonstrate it with the medium. One thing I wanted to do, because someone asked actually, is the following. Let me show you this overhead. I wanted to, so pretend this is the large, okay? I wanted to cut down the active area to be like in here, meaning I get my bezels back, right? Does that make sense? And so you have to type in the right numbers to be correct, because it's not actually easy to do. You have to know the numbers, and then you have to type them in, and da-da-da. Wacom does not make that easy. So we can do that on the stream if people want to. But to your question, which is, do you think it's worth giving the large a try? Well, I think it is worth it, but I just want to make sure there are other aspects of its behavior that you may not enjoy. So for example, if the buttons being on top was an issue for you, then it may be not worth to try the 2025 large. If the button is okay for you, then yeah, try the 2025 large, right? Because then you can adjust the active area. And Tablet Kitten says, Huion makes completely separate lineups for China. See, I didn't know that, right? So it's fascinating. Ain't 3D printing some bezels could help? Yes, in fact, now that you have brought that up, now I'm gonna find the tweet. And again, my feed is filled with just insane stuff because of a misclick. So give me a second. I want to show you an example of, where is it? Well, I'll show you Reddit, actually, because the Reddit does have an example of the bezel. Let's go there. Let's get to our Wacom. And let me search for bezel. And I'll show you what once I find it, I'll bring it up on screen. Okay, in fact, one of mine came up, believe it or not. So I tried this, and I came up with this. Now, this is half a joke, okay? I was just playing around with printing something, and I was able to, actually, as stupid as it looks, and it's secured to the tablet with masking tape, it actually works. Now, you're probably wondering why are there stripes? And that's because as the 3D printer is going up every 0.2 millimeters or whatever, it's going in a different pattern, so the light reflects off it differently. So that was unintentional. It looks like it's dark and light, dark and light. It's just an effect of the lighting and how the printer was laying out the plastic. Now, having said that, someone else actually did some bezels. Let's see if I can find it in the last month. Yeah, this is it. This is it. The Bevel Extendo project for Wacom Intuos Pro 2025. And this person has designed this kind of thing that sits at the bottom part of the tablet. And let's take a look here. Okay, you have to rotate your head a little bit, but do you see what I'm talking about? Right? So yeah, it is possible. And I think it would help. I felt like when I added my bezel to it, it worked out okay. It's not very elegant looking though, right? And the one thing I notice is you have to really precisely engineer it. Meaning, if, how can let me do the demo here, or the overhead. This tablet, I'm showing the Move Ink, but they have the same, is a wedge, okay? So it's thicker here than here. So you have to engineer it so that the edge is close to it, but it has to decrease all the time, right? What I found with the PTK 670 was, I don't know if this is intentional, but I guess it's just a manufacturing thing. The edge on the right had a slightly different shape than the edge on the left, okay? Meaning it was at a different height depending, so it was taller on the left than it is on the right. And you need the bezel to touch to it very closely and match the height. Otherwise, it'll feel like you're running into something. But yeah, it should definitely help. It should definitely help. Let's see, Jane Vaxseed says, looks like popsicle sticks. Yeah, it is. Look, I'm not good at 3D printing. I am not good at 3D printing. Let me be clear about this topic. An Intuos with a deck. Yes, it does look like a deck, doesn't it? I hadn't thought of that. The other thing that sucks about this bezel design has to deal with the port, okay? So you may have noticed from that photo, let me go back to it. So the cable is here, right? It connects, oh, sorry, you can't see it. The cable is here, right? So the cable has to come out this way or maybe up top. And you have to leave if you really want to go so this looks kind of inelegant. It looks even worse when the cable is plugged in. So that's another weird thing, right? I really think I get why, this is weird to complain about this topic, but I'm going to complain about it. Well, I'm going to sort of complain. It is a little weird to complain about the topic with the bezels for me, because I don't complain about the bezels for other tablets that have just as small bezels. So why am I complaining about them? Why are lots of people complaining about them? Is because the Intuos Pro line specifically had wide bezels forever. And we know that because I did a stream where I showed you almost 30 years of Intuos professional tablets, and they had wide bezels. So we've developed an expectation. And I used to be someone who thought, get rid of these wide bezels. Why are these bezels here? And then they got away from me with the Intuos Pro. And then I realized, oh, I kind of like the bezels. Like it, as I say many times, it made me a bezel believer. So, it's weird again, because I don't complain about a Huion having small bezels, because I don't have, 3 decades of experience with wide bezels there. So it doesn't bother me. Now, the other thing that makes the bezels particularly weird are, and let me bring the camera here. I'm going to gesture. This is a Move Ink, but it's the same principle. there's a little ledge here. You can barely see it, and it's not much. Even the old Intuos had some kind of ledge here, but it's just slightly bigger with the new Intuos Pro, and that some people find that their hand hurts when they're just resting it on the bezel. I feel like my hand does not hurt maybe, but I notice it. And it's not irritating, it just bugs me, it would be probably more accurate. So I think I will adjust with time, but I can understand why this is producing a lot of weird sensations for people. Let's see, Jane Backseat says, that Wacom stream be goated, for real, for real. Good job on that, very informed, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. That probably was my favorite stream to do, right? And one of the reasons it was my favorite stream was I got to talk about something no one talks about, right? Like I have searched many times, you are not gonna get a stream. There's never been a stream or a video on YouTube that has gone into that much detail on, 30 something years of tablets. Actually more like almost 40, because I covered a tablet from 1987. So to me, that was unique content, right? And there's no, really you can't find a lot of reviews on these older tablets because of course they existed well before YouTube. They existed well before the internet. So there's no content out there. And what there was in magazines, printed magazines. So I do appreciate that, Jane Backseat. I really appreciate the comment. Okay, we want to talk about no signal. So I've got a machine here, and I'm just going to shut down apps since they're just going to get me distracted. Okay. Now, let me go and show what's going on here. Okay, I'll zoom out. That's a moving, because I'm doing this no signal thing, right? So this is Surface Pro, and this has an embedded display. I don't have to use this one, but it's just more convenient because it's small, okay? So you can think of this as a laptop, which it is, or you can think of it as like a desktop, and this is the monitor, okay? So I'll talk about it as if it's a monitor, right? Even though technically it's a laptop. So its screen works, obviously, okay? Now remember what I said. When you are connecting a pen display, it needs 3 things, okay? The first thing it needs is power. Then for obvious reasons, it needs a lot of power for the display. Number 2, it needs the ability to send data to the computer, of course. That's where the pen position, pressure, tilt, etc. come through. So it needs that. It also needs to get data because the driver has to configure the tablet, right? It has to give it commands, right? Or reset it or update firmware. So data's got to go in both directions. And then it needs a video signal, okay? And that's the unique part about a pen display. It needs the video signal. And the reason I'm emphasizing this is people are very confused by the no signal message. So let's see it in action. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, this thing is off. Let me turn it on for a second, and we'll just cover the case when it's just on. Let me go overhead. Hello, turn on. I don't know why it's not turning on. Oh, it's not turning on. Why is it not turning on? Well, turns out Mr. Seven Pence here forgot to connect the cable. So, embarrassing, yes, but this is what actually happens. People forget to connect the cable. I just did that. Okay, so ideally, you turn this on, and what should you see? Right, I have a Windows machine here. You should see the logo come on. This applies to all pen displays. And it sometimes will take a second. And then, well, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, actually, you know what? You can't see it. You can't see it. I'm going to do it for you again because it was so stupid what happened. And this is good. No signal happens to people, and sometimes you don't know why. Guess what? It just happened to me. But the message was really small with the moving because Wacom made a bad decision here. I'm going to show it to you again. I'm going to unplug this. Remember, it's getting all 3, power, data, and video here. Okay? Now, We saw, you're going to see the Wacom logo somewhere. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to move up here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Okay. You see it says no signal. Okay. And I'm going to try to press it. No, nothing's happening. Okay. And this is good. The problem has occurred. And then it says power saving, going to power saving mode. So let's just explain what this means. Okay. No signal should be obvious. Actually, let me just back up. Remember, there are three things: data, power, video signal. Okay? Just from what happened, let's be clear on what's working. I gotta move this out of the way. Because you have to think like a doctor. Now, I'm the son of two doctors. And they would, my dad would come home at night and we would sit down and talk about diagnosing things, like the family would. It's just in my blood. That's the way I think about things. I think about symptoms and diagnosis and da-da-da. And that has carried me through my Microsoft career. So you have to pay attention to the patient and think about the symptoms and what it's telling you. And those same diagnostic thinking makes me a very good debugger of writing code, okay? So what do we observe here? Because we've actually identified some things are working. Remember, three things: power, data, video, okay? So first of all, no signal means you're not getting a video signal, okay? Sometimes you'll see power, yeah, this is right. Jane has got this correct. Jane Vex has got this completely correct. Presenting to the ER, that's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. We're doing like, our rounds, right? And we're visiting a patient. I'm so happy this problem occurred because we get to exercise these skills and try to solve the problem, okay? So whenever you see this problem, let's understand what is being said. No signal clearly means no video signal, okay? For whatever reason, it is unable to get a video signal from whatever cable it's plugged in. The first reason, and we'll talk about the different reasons, okay? Oh, sorry, you meant EMR, Jane Backseat, but I thought you meant emergency room, and I thought, wow, that is right on track with my diagnostic thinking, right? What was I going to say? The second thing is, what does it say power saving? Okay, this trips up a whole bunch of people. So here's the logic of what's going on. So first of all, you may have heard of this thing called the environment, and we're trying to save it or something, okay? And many years ago, I suppose it started in California, people started to get serious about the energy that was being used by monitors. Now, monitors today don't even use that much energy compared to the old CRTs, but they still use quite a bit. But you started seeing this effort to stop using energy when it wasn't needed, okay? So remember, a monitor can only work if really, you need to send it a video signal. So they started doing this thing. TVs did it, monitors did it, and of course pen displays are monitors. So they started doing this thing where the logic is, well, I'm not getting a video signal, so I can't work in any capacity. So I'm going to be a nice guy for the user and I'm going to turn myself off. And so I'm power saving, right? It doesn't mean it means it's getting enough power. It's just trying to save you money and save the environment by not using power. So that's power saving, okay? Many people get misled by that message. And what they think is the tablet is not getting enough power. Okay? But actually, it is, and by definition, it's getting enough power. Now, why do I say that by definition? And this is, let me just do it again, right? Oh, I gotta put this back here, right? Because then it'll teach you about the diagnosis here, right? I'm gonna just turn it back on again. And you should see that it says no signal in different, now it says it down here in the bottom right for some insane reason. So let me unplug it and plug it right back in. I don't know why no signal is appearing in different places. It might be, there's the, okay. So guess what? This thing showed us something. It showed us a logo of Wacom, and it said no signal. Now it's down here for some strange reason instead of up there. What does this tell us? From the doctor point of view, it's pretty simple. The fact that it's displaying anything at all means that the display works, like it is capable of producing pixels on the screen, okay? It also means it's getting enough power to do so. So power is not the problem. The display panel is not broken, okay? It's just not getting a video signal, okay? So of the three things, we know that power isn't the problem. Sorry, I'm gesturing now. Power isn't the problem. Data isn't the problem either. Like it also might not be getting data, but that's not what's causing the no signal problem, okay? And then what it is the computer's not sending it a video signal. Now let me open up the troubleshooting guide for a second, and I want to show you a few things, right? So first of all, yeah, this no signal thing is crazy prevalent. It happens in so many cases, and there's so many things that can go wrong. You have to work through this, right? And I've explained what will happen for a lot of the time in tablets, not all tablets, right? We'll test this out in a second, but it's, yeah, here. Remember it said no signal, and it powered off, right? Guess what? I'm so happy that we discovered this problem. Okay, so this is off. Okay, let's just do it again to make sure you understand what's going on here. The tablet by definition is off because there's nothing connected. It's going to flash the logo. It's saying it's connected to USB, so it does recognize there's a cable there. It says no signal here. Now it's going to say power saving. There it goes. It goes. It says go to power saving role. People who make this text need to do a better job. But guess what? The pen actually works. Now, do you see? The pen is here. What do you see over here? Can you see the pen moving? Right? Like I'm drawing a. So you can still use it, and this is typical for pen display. When there's no signal, the pen part usually works. So this effectively has become a pen tablet, okay? And this is good news because it tells you that it is still capable of drawing. So even in the worst cases, you know, you still have a tablet you can use. Yes, it sucks because you don't have a screen, but at the very least you've got something that, you know, can do pressure, etc. Okay? This also tells you that data works. And, you know, we talked about power for a second. It doesn't. It's actually getting enough power to power the digitizer, which is, excuse me, underneath the screen, right? There's really two components here, the display, the screen, and then the digitizer underneath it. So the digitizer is getting enough power. It doesn't need much, okay? So this is working in some sense. So lots of people are really confused by this. They're like, well, this is normal when you get this problem. Now, there's some other things we can tell about the situation, right? Which is, I already said that the pen's getting enough, sorry, the pen display is getting enough power. It's getting enough power for the screen because it showed you the word Wacom, so that's good. It also tells you one other component is working, which is the backlight. Now, OLEDs don't have backlights, but on many computers, on many displays, the older kind, the LCDs, there's a backlight which shines light, and sometimes they break. But the fact that we saw the word Wacom or any logo or anything at all with clarity tells you the backlight is in fact working. So the backlight's not the problem here, right? And so, and ultimately what this means, there's nothing wrong with the display panel itself, okay? Now, this is another really common misconception. It's about the drivers. So people will see this no signal problem, and I don't know what it is, but they're convinced they should reinstall the driver. Okay, so let's break this apart in two ways. Now, in general, it's not a bad idea when you have a trouble with your tablet to reinstall the driver. The problem is the no signal has nothing to do with tablet drivers. Like, tablet drivers do not interact with the screen, right? They don't control how the computer thinks about the screen part here. They control what happens with a digitizer. And this leads us to the first really interesting thing about how a computer interprets a pen display. Computers don't realize this is a pen display. They think that this thing is two devices, one being a monitor and one being a pen tablet that doesn't have a display. So that's why part of it can work partially, right? Tablet drivers are really for the digitizer. The display is completely separate. So yeah, sure, you can try installing a tablet driver. It won't help you with the no signal problem, but certainly don't keep on uninstalling it and reinstalling it. It doesn't do anything for you. So I see lots of people wasting their time installing tablet drivers, and it's a waste of time. Avoid it for the no signal problem. Okay. Now the first thing you need to do, if you think about diagnosing this problem, is where is the problem, right? There's so many components here. We've got components in the tablet, we've got the cable, and we've got the computer, okay? So let's just talk about the tablet. First of all, not all tablets can work with video signal or USB-C. So you need to verify that whatever you're connecting is intended to work that way, right? Now I'm using USB-C here, but HDMI is also, if you see that, it's intended to use a video signal. The next thing is and you know that the port is capable of having a video signal. The next thing is the cable. Now for USB-C cable, there's some requirements. The cable has to support something called DisplayPort alt mode. That gives you the video signal, the capability of doing a video signal. Lots of USB-C cables, most of them do not support DisplayPort alt mode. Now this one does, and the reason I know it does, let me go overhead, is all Thunderbolt cables support DisplayPort alt mode. And if you look real carefully here, you see the Thunderbolt logo here. That's not a power logo, it's the Thunderbolt logo. So I know that this cable is designed for carrying a display signal. So this isn't the cable problem, right? The cable could be broken, but it's not the cause of this problem here. And the third component of interest is the connector here. So lots of connectors, especially USB-C, even you can plug in a Thunderbolt that supports DisplayPort alt mode, but the port doesn't support it, right? Because you can't look at a USB-C port often and tell. Sometimes you can because you see the Thunderbolt logo or you see the USB 4 logo, but lots of them just don't support it. So you got to verify all these things, right? Now, the fourth thing that can fail here is the computer or the operating system. And that's actually one of the most important things, because if you figure this part out first, you'll be much better at solving the later problems. Okay, and just give me a second. I need to close a window. I've got the Apple App Store thing up, and it just keeps playing a video, and I'm like getting really tired of seeing the video. Okay. And Tablet Kitten has a few comments I want to address here. The worst offender for no signal is Gigabyte. Really? I didn't know that. Their motherboards do not do DP alt for the USB-C ports. Yeah, and there's a complication that's very common. I think in general for desktops, USB-C ports tend not to support DP alt mode. And those that do have some interesting requirements to them. I'll talk about that. Okay, so what's the first diagnostic thing is looking at the word no signal and understanding what does work, which again, the panel works, the backlight works if you have a LCD, and the data works because we saw the pen move. So lots of things have been solved already, or we've ruled them out as causes. The next big thing is what the computer is thinking, okay? So we have to put ourselves in the mind of the computer or the operating system. And it's like this. It seems so mind-numbingly obvious, but it's worth repeating. The operating system will not send a video signal over one of its ports if it doesn't think there's a monitor there or a display that's connected. That makes sense, right? Like you can imagine an HDMI cable. It's not sending a video signal all the time out to the HDMI port. It only does it if something is connected. And so if you connect something, there's a possibility your operating system, for whatever reason, doesn't realize it's connected. Even though, yeah, it's physically there, but it's saying, oh, nothing's plugged in, right? Talbot Kitten says, yeah, you will need an integrated GPU for USB-C as well. The other thing, Talbot Kitten, that I found is, and I have a presentation, so give me a second, let me bring it up, because I actually have photos of this. I'd love to show people. Where is it? It's under my in progress. Yeah, it's actually, I did a video on connecting with a 3-in-1 cable. Now I'm doing a video on using a USB-C cable, and there's a really fascinating thing that happens with some motherboards I'll talk about, since you brought it up. And let me bring up my demo thing here. I've got a lot of content for this. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this isn't one of my desktops. Now, what do you notice here? I got 24 ports, right? And there's no USB-C port here on the GPU, when they are rare on GPUs. Jane Vaxseat says, pen tablet gang be winning. It is true. Pen tablets just, there's one reason I tell people to get pen tablets, because they just don't run into this problem. I mean, just statistically, you don't, because they're much simpler devices. They don't have this display with all these weird things that can go wrong. So take a look now at the motherboard I/O panel. What do you see? You see two USB-C ports, and they both have the Thunderbolt logo on them, okay? Now guess what happens when you take a Thunderbolt cable, or any USB-C cable that supports video, and plug it into these Thunderbolt ports? Do you think you'll get a signal through these ports? The answer is no, which is mystifying. Clearly, they support a video signal, and I've tested this, so I'm not speculating, I've tested this. These ports will not deliver video. You can plug them in all day. They'll just no signal, no signal, no signal. They're capable of it, but now I can't say this is true for all motherboards, but I think this is highly probable for many of them, okay? You can get them to work. How do you do that? This is where it gets a little crazy. Do you see here there's an HDMI port? That's not gonna help us. Do you see here there's a little plastic cover? Okay, and if you remove the plastic cover, yeah, you can't see it, but because my video isn't done. If you remove the plastic cover, there's a display port. Now, but notice what the port is called. It says DP-in, which is curious. This port will not send a video signal. It accepts a video signal. I know this is so crazy how this is supposed to be used for some of you. Like when I discovered this, I was shocked. For years, I thought that this motherboard just didn't work. Or maybe like it was, they added these ports for no reason, or they were mislabeled, who knows. For years, I thought that. But what I actually realized, as Yanbing says, right? Thunderbolt ports on motherboards need DP-in to enable video transportability. In other words, to make this work, I have to, let me move this comment out of the way. And let me make this bigger. I actually have to take a DisplayPort cable, plug it into one of these three, right, on the right, and that cable gets plugged into DisplayPort in, and then I have to restart the computer because that triggers this behavior. Then one or maybe both of these will carry a video signal. That took me years to discover, right? And I don't entirely know why they designed them this way. It's a little confusing to me. So that's the other point I wanted to raise. It's such a complicated thing with USB-C. In general, I would say for a pen display, unless you're kind of like an expert already, avoid the USB-C cable route and just stick with the 3-in-1 cable and solve that problem first, right? Because that's the way you should try this problem. Solve it with the HDMI cable first, because it's much more predictable what's going to happen, right? And again, for HDMI ports, use the ones on the GPU, avoid the ones down here. Use these. Use these as a last resort, because often they don't work, as I covered in my video. Jane Backseat says, every portable monitor buyer, first mistake, thinking that you can plug in USB-C. Yeah. USB-C is, I love it, but the fact that you can't know what you're getting, 90% of the time, you just don't know what the cable does, and you don't know what the cord does. Like, I am so paranoid about this topic. Every time I get a USB-C cable that supports DP alt mode, I actually take a piece of tape and I literally write like DP alt mode and tape it on the cable, right? And I keep all of them in a special box of DP alt mode or Thunderbolt cables, because I don't want to mix them in with the more common cables that don't support DP alt mode, right? And then the other hard part about using USB-C is you can't read the port. Like here, there's Thunderbolt, but sometimes these don't even say anything. So you got to read the manual. It's really a tough situation. Anyway, back to my troubleshooting guide. What I was trying to get at was, you got to make sure that the computer thinks the tablet, there's a monitor connected. Remember, the computer doesn't know it's a pen display. It just knows it's a monitor, okay? Now in Windows, how do you do that? Well, it's pretty easy actually. You type in, actually I'll do it with the UI because it's kind of maybe better for me to do it that way. Settings, and settings was launched here. And where is it? Where is it? I think you have to type in display. We want display settings. Yeah, display settings. Okay, so you can see this. Okay, now I think I need to show you a slightly different view. Okay, because I need to plug in something and unplug something for you to understand what's going on. Jane's got a good comment here. Yeah, time to use the USB-C cable that came from my electric brew to transfer data. Yeah, happens all the time. Very super popular question on Reddit. Someone will get a pen display and they've got often for some reason it's a phone. And they'll be like, hey, my phone has a USB-C cable. It's the charging cable. And they're just like, oh, will this work? I mean, it'll fit, but doesn't work though. Okay, so let's unplug this. See what happens. So, okay, so this is the first thing. This is very interesting, actually. Now, I am, sorry, I've got this completely confused. You're seeing a different computer. You're seeing a different computer. This demo machine is just right in front of me. It's not connected to my normal way of doing these things. So, no worries, but you'll understand. So, the tablet is not plugged in to this, right? You can see the tablet is not plugged in. What you want to do is go to settings, whatever settings, same basic principle on Mac OS. I think it is also called display settings. Okay. And now what do you see? It can be a little hard maybe to understand what's being said here, but you're seeing, how can I make this less bright? Give me a second. I may need to tone down a little bit of the way this camera looks here. I want the brightness to be down a little bit for this case. Yeah, it's not helping actually. It's the issue with the camera itself. Okay, it says display setting, but you don't see any monitors. Now, why is that? Well, in this case, this monitor is built in, right? Now, so you don't see any monitor at all, though technically there is a monitor, which is the screen. More typically for desktop, you'll see one display, okay? Now, whatever you see there, whether you see 0 or 1, when you plug in your pen display, you should see another one, okay? So let's just see what happens, okay? I know it's a little hard because it's Let me move it a little more, maybe this way. Okay, it gives me a little more space here. Okay, so I'm gonna plug it in. We're just gonna see what happens. I plug it in. There's no beeping from the computer, meaning Windows doesn't think anything's happening. And nothing shows up. You should see at least one monitor, you should see an additional monitor. So you might see one or, two really, the built-in one. This thing acts like this thing doesn't even exist. It doesn't know there's a monitor plugged in. And because it doesn't think there's a monitor plugged in, even though physically, obviously one is, it is just saying, hey, I'm not going to send a video signal. Why should I bother? So that is the first problem, okay? Now, how do we debug it now? Because we're stuck. There's a couple of ways though. Now in Windows, and I'm going to bring this a little bit closer. And I think at this angle you can probably make it a little better. I'm going to scroll here. Okay. And somewhere here, it says multiple displays. Okay, so I'm going to click here on the multiple displays. And there's a button here that says detect other display, and there's a detect button here. And so you detect. Okay, now I clicked it, and look what it says. We didn't find another display. So this, but it did show this now, which is weird, right? Now this is interesting. It did actually find it though. Let's see if we can play around with this and debug this problem. So first of all, click on identify. So 1 is the surface screen, 2 is probably the moving. But we've seen something interesting here, and I'm going to zoom in on this one for you to see. Look what, if I clicked on 1, and I'm going to click on 2. In both cases, look at what this says here, show only on 1. But this is another thing that happens with your computer. Your computer can be sort of configured to just ignore a monitor, even though there is one plugged in, right? So this is good. This is good. We hit detect, it detected it, and then now we realize the computer is only trying to use number 1. So what do we do here? I'm going to click on number 2, and then I can either show only on 2, that's not what I want. Oops, Mike, thank you. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I would not have noticed that. Sorry for the sudden weirdness in the audio. Thank you so much, Jane Backseat. I really appreciate it. What do you see here is we wanted to show on both tablets, right? So can you see it correctly? Yeah, that says show only on 1. If I click it, it says duplicate, extend, show only on 1, show only on 2. Now I recommend not duplicating, I recommend extend. Okay? Now what happens with extend? Look, did you see what happened? We're back in business, right? So that's really the first thing is, let me click on keep changes. You got to make sure the computer thinks there's a monitor there, and you got to make sure the computer is like trying to use it. Sometimes for strange reasons, you'll find that for example, in this case, the reason this computer was not trying to use the second monitor, I was testing it out on another desk, and I told it to ignore the moving. And I totally forgot I had configured it that way. This thing fell again, can you believe it? It looks like my little microphone holder isn't quite as strong or capable as I thought, but I'll keep a watch for it. Okay, so let's get back to the thing here. So you're looking at a different machine than what I was showing you, but this does the same thing I just talked to you about. You want to make sure this is set to extend, okay? So that it's using all the monitors. And if you can't see the monitor you're at, use down here, it's called Where is it actually? It was under multiple displays. There we go. Multiple displays, there's a detect button. And I'll click it again, and it says it didn't find another display because it already found this one, right? So that's normal if it doesn't find another display. Now, what if that doesn't work though, right? Well, this gets a little tricky. Let's go back here. And by the way, there's some similar things for the Mac, right? This entire process is called display detection troubleshooting. So there's a specific guide on it. I'll just cover what's going to happen. Largely the same set of things, right? Again, you don't need to reinstall tablet drivers. The first thing I would do is just restart the computer. Because what I found is sometimes just restarting the computer will trigger the detection, okay? Lots of people haven't plugged in their cables all the way, okay? I know, I've had it many times, and I misspelled way with A, so that's nice. I've seen people report that the reason they can't detect has to deal with, I just hid something. Let's just try this again. Yeah, this happens relatively frequently because the ports on your computer can fill up with lint and dust and things, and that can prevent a good connection. I see that a lot with especially HDMI ports, right? Windows, I just showed you, has this built-in display detection, so you should try it, right? Mac OS, the process is a little different. There's a link to the Apple support article. Let's just go through it really briefly. I guess I must have, this must be a bad link because it's just linking me to a generic thing. So yeah, the link, they must have taken down this link, so I'll have to find it again. But they have a support article that shows you how to do the same process as Windows. So I'll fix this link. Now, there's some other good news here. If you use an NVIDIA GPU, they actually have in their NVIDIA control panel, there's a way to, if you don't see a display, right, there's a button that says, my display is not shown, and it's detect missing display dialog. And this is a process called rigorous display detection. And I have a screenshot of it here. And so it's under the control panel. I don't know if NVIDIA still has the control panel, so I'll have to investigate that. Set up multiple displays, and then if you don't see it, right, click on this, and that'll kick off rigorous display detection. Now, I can't promise it's going to work, right? In fact, I've seen many people click on it. It doesn't seem to have any effect. But I don't know what their problem was, right? But definitely try it out. I haven't seen an exact equivalent for AMD. I will keep on looking for it. Let me get back here to my troubleshooting guide here on display detection. Because this is the first problem. Does your computer detect the display? If you can't solve this, it's a mess. What else do we have here? Yeah, there's another tool that you might want to try if you're using like a laptop especially. Lots of laptops have this built-in GPU, or what do you call it? Integrated GPU from Intel, okay? So there's a tool called Intel Graphics Command Center, and it might be able to detect it. Now, this is not something you'll go to Intel's site. Conveniently, you can actually just go to the store, so I'll just try that actually. Give me a second, let me launch the store, the Microsoft Store. Okay, and let's just try it out. Intel, what was it called again? Graphics Command Center. And so you would just go to the store, get this thing, and I'm just going to run it to see what happens, because see if it freaks out. Because I believe this computer, I think it uses like an AMD chip, so this shouldn't work, but let's just see what happens to verify the UI. And while I'm waiting for it to install, let's take a quick look at the chat to see if anyone has anything they want to add. Okay, looks like no one. Now, I have used this app before, but I've only used it in the context of trying to solve this no signal problem. Okay, it got installed. You can't see the window, there's a little toast that came up. So here's the app. Yeah, what a nice license agreement. Really appreciate it, Intel. Accept. And let's go to display. Some features not supported on non-Intel adapters. So this is interesting. We may not see anything here. Yeah, because it's an AMD device, so it may not offer anything. But I'll find out maybe the specific instructions on what to click on and add it here, right? Okay, another technique is, and this is especially valuable, is if it's not working. Remember I said if it's working through if it's not working through USB-C, try HDMI. Just try a different port, right, of the same type. So if it doesn't work on one HDMI, try another HDMI, right? If you've exhausted all the HDMI ports, try a display port instead, right? Another thing I have seen actually work, which is just a great testing thing to do in general, is take the pen display, connect it to another device. Now, ideally the device is another computer, but not everyone has so many computers, multiple computers in their house or apartment. So another thing you can do is plug it into anything that sends a video signal, right? Because you're just trying to see if like it can show you anything. So what kind of devices are these? Obviously another computer or a laptop, but it doesn't have to be limited to these kinds of compute devices. Here are examples. You can plug it into a DVD player, an Xbox, a PlayStation. If you want, you can plug it into a camera that has an HDMI output. All you're trying to do is see if you can get anything shown on the screen, okay? Because that at least will tell you that the hardware is working enough to show you something on the screen. Sometimes it can be that the panel itself is having a problem, like it's a defective panel, and like this will help solve, or it won't solve, but it'll help you understand if that's the case, right? It'll also help tell you if the cable will work. So if you can get, a cable to work between a camera and your tablet, then your cable works for the signal, and your tablet does work, right? Now, another thing, a reason I recommend this is, I've seen this a couple of times. I wouldn't say it's like super common, but I've definitely observed it. These tablets are, what's the right word here? Have you ever had your car battery run low? And what do? You get some, jumper cables, and you get a jump start, and then your car works, okay? This is actually a very similar process. I have seen cases where, for whatever reason, the tablet is just in a weird state. And you take the tablet, you try it with another device, so it won't work with your computer, like you're getting no signal. Try it with another device, a camera, for example. You see a signal, and then when you take it back to your computer, it'll work. That I've seen, okay? So definitely give that a try. Another thing that I got a lot, I looked a lot of monitor forums. Now, first of all, there are many different ways of, unpowering your device. There is an on and off button, and definitely try it. Definitely try just using the on and off button, right? But you should go an extra step if that's not making a difference. What people recommend is percussive maintenance, Jane. Is that, I like that, percussive maintenance. What some people recommend is turn off the monitor with the normal power button, unplug the power, like literally unplug it from power. Don't rely on the on-off button. And then they recommend holding the power button down for like 5 seconds. And while you're holding it down, plug in the power and then let it turn on. Now, does it work? Some people say yes. Some people say that this process of physically disconnecting power and holding the power button down will somehow like trigger a kind of a reset action in the brains of the monitor, or in this case, the pen display, because the pen display is a monitor. So try it. It's, again, I don't think it's a high probability tool, to work, but it's a try it, right? Another thing that you should check is firmware updates. Now, my policy is always simple. Never install a firmware update unless the manufacturer tells you to. Don't, go searching for firmware updates and guess if this might be fixing it, because firmware updates can theoretically mess things up too. There's risk in a firmware update. So if you're going to get a firmware update, talk to your manufacturer, call their support, and say the problem, and ask them if is there a firmware update you should try. If they say yes, then then try it. And of course, if you can't find the detection, contact support. Don't waste days trying to solve the problem when support is there to help you. The cost of the tablet included support. Get support help, right? Okay, so this is all to make sure your computer thinks the tablet's display exists, okay? Let's assume it knows it's there, so we'll get to the next set of problems. So let me go back. Okay, so again, once you've verified your computer thinks it's there, you have to verify that your OS is trying to use it. I showed you an example of that in Windows. Another thing I like to do is, sometimes we're just not sure what the computer's port works. So I often suggest, just as I suggested connecting the tablet to a camera or a DVD or an Xbox, I also suggest verifying that your computer is even capable of sending a display signal. So connect your HDMI port from your computer to something else, another monitor, anything that shows a picture, because you want to make sure it's even capable. Some computers, for example, how can I say this? Let me go back here. I'll show you an example. Now, you see this GPU here, right? Let me bring it up full screen. So we're just looking at the GPU on the right. Now you see it has 4 ports. 4 ports is pretty popular these days. I've had one with 5 ports. So here's the thing. GPUs, in theory, you could use all 4 ports at the same time. However, I have encountered one GPU card personally, where it had like 4 or 5 ports, but only like 4 or 3 could be used at one time. So, it could be that, you're using one more port than it's able to use simultaneously. So verify it works with some other device, right? That'll help you rule out problems. Let's get back now to cable connections. Yeah, again, you gotta check if the cables are fully connected. Some cables can sit in the port, and they're kind of physically present there, but they're not locked in. Like DisplayPort things they lock, and you have to press them in a funny way to get them to unlock. HDMI, I've seen quite a few people realize it wasn't fully in, right? So that's something that definitely checked. And again, lint and other things that might be inside. I talked about the power. I talked about using different HDMI ports. Oh, GPU versus motherboard. Just to summarize one more time, to stress it, if you're going to use HDMI ports or display ports, use the ones on the GPU first, because you're not guaranteed they'll work on the motherboard. It's not. Some people say they never work on the motherboard. That's incorrect. They certainly do, but it's kind of like a random game, which motherboards support or which ones don't, right? There certainly are motherboards that work that way, even though some people think for some strange reason that none of them do. Let's see. For USB-C connection, I would say I got a couple of options here. Again, try just use HDMI first with the 3-in-1 cable. It's a much more reliable option, quite honestly. Well, let me say hello to someone here. Hello, Berlo. And try other ports, like the display port, get an adapter, right? One thing I have to mention, this happens so often, is people are using HDMI splitters. HDMI splitters are a disaster. I have always found that they're flaky. And in fact, I have seen cases where the splitters themselves cause the no signal problem. Compatibility issues, hard to say what really is the cause, but it's happened often enough that I'd recommend you do not use a splitter, right? If it works for you, great. I just think they're not good devices for this kind of purpose. They have all sorts of other issues. Try to avoid HDMI splitters. Another technique I have seen that might work or help you debug the problem is so you have like your computer and you have, let's just say you have a monitor and you have, your pen display. So obviously the pen display is getting no signal. That's what we're talking about. Disconnect every display and try to use your computer only with the pen display. Okay, and see if that works, because your computers almost certainly will try to hunt for something to send a display signal to. Then try connecting your computer, your normal monitor. Like, you understand? Like, and then see if things work. Sometimes that will sort of kickstart things. Let's see, Jane has an interesting comment here. Old HDMI adapters are limiting refresh rate and resolution too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You have to make sure if you're getting an adapter that it's supporting the resolution and refresh rate. Plenty of them. For example, it's not uncommon to see an HDMI adapter that will give you a 4K signal, but only at 30 hertz, right? That's very common. And actually, even though I haven't run into it in a while, I used to encounter this with HDMI cables back in the older days. Not all cables I used would work with anything above full HD, right, with certain monitors. So even the cables can be an issue. Now, as for cables, another thing that comes up often enough is, and oddly enough, I've seen this with the USB-C, but it could apply to anything. Your manufacturer, it either came with a cable, an HDMI cable, USB-C cable. Use those first because they're designed to work with your tablet. For example, and it could just be me and my setup. I swear to you that I have a Wacom Cintiq Pro 27. I swear to you, it works better with the USB-C cable Wacom provided than with my Thunderbolt 3 and 4 cables. I don't know why. I cannot explain it. Those Thunderbolt cables are perfectly capable of working with other tablets, but sometimes I'll try it with my Cintiq Pro 27 and my Cintiq Pro 27, no signal. And I switch the Wacom cable and somehow it works. I'm not implying anything weird is happening with Wacom. It's weird. It is just weird, right? So Jade says, budget ran out for cables, electric room, USB-C lead fine. Right. Another thing I think, I said earlier in the stream, I always recommend using extend versus mirror or duplicate. And the reason for that is this. Things get confusing when you're mirroring. Like conceptually it's simple, but you could be using, especially with a laptop, which often they don't have normal resolutions. And so if you're mirroring, you can be placing your monitor at like a weird refresh rate maybe, or at a weird resolution. And it's just like, some monitors just don't work good in these weird resolutions, okay? So I prefer always extend. I think that's the easiest thing to do. Let's see, I talked about the maximum number of display outputs. Yeah, this is another talk about refresh rates. So I have noticed this where tablets sometimes freak out with different refresh rates. So almost all pen displays have a 60 hertz refresh rate, okay? A few have higher. And one thing I like to tell people to do is, first of all, verify what it is, right? Try at 60. Try at 60, right? Now, if it's giving you problems at 60, just see if it works with lower ones. Now, what I normally do is, and this isn't always possible because you don't have infinite configurability in modern operating systems, but I try to go with the lowest refresh rate possible and see if it works there, and then get the higher refresh rates and see what the problem is. Occasionally you'll run into things where for some reason it'll work with a lower one. And again, it's that kick-starting theory. Often I've noticed I can go to the lower one. This has happened to me. And I got to work at 30 hertz, and it wouldn't work at 60. I went down to 30, it worked. And then when I used 60, it worked again. So this kickstarting thing, again, it's not scientific, but it does seem to help out. Let's see, Edbot has a comment here. That happens too with the 1x Wacom USB-C. Use a third, yeah. There's several models of 1x Wacom. The original one, the Wacom one, DTC133, had a proprietary USB-C cable. Like, it was weird. Like, not only did you have to use Wacoms, you had to put it in, and it had to be pointing to the left. It couldn't point to the right. Enormously crazy decision on Wacom's part. No end to the kind of problems that caused. So I was talking about like configuring the tablet and trying refresh rates. Do the same thing with resolution. If you're getting no signal and you're trying to use it at, first verify what resolution you're using it with. Let's just say full HD, 1920 by 1080. Try a lower one. Like maybe it'll work at 720p or whatever. And again, the idea is not to stick to 720p. The idea is that kickstarting theory. Sometimes you can get them to work at a different resolution, and once they work at all, they'll work at a higher resolution, right? Again, I can't guarantee it's going to work. It's worth a try, okay? Another kickstarting theory is getting it, just kind of like getting your, with another computer. And I mentioned that doesn't have to be a computer, could be a DVD player or an Xbox even. And this is the Wacom 1 problem I mentioned, right? Wacom 1 Gen 1 just has a really weird cable, and you have to plug it in a certain way. Talked about firmware updates. One of the other things that comes up in this problem is it happens randomly. It's happened to me. Like, here's what I've observed. There are two primary cases where it's happened. GPU driver updates can trigger this behavior. And I don't know the exact mechanism, but it's like the GPU, as the GPU driver installs, it seems to really confuse certain OSs. And so I've seen two things happen. One is the second the GPU driver is sort of actually working, the new one, the no signal problem just happens. Like that very second it happens. The other thing I've seen happen is that you install it and then you reboot, and then after the reboot, the problem appears, right? Now, at least though, you know that it was initiated by the GPU driver update, so you have some options. You could try rolling back to the older driver, but you still, and all these troubleshooting steps are still valid, right? Another thing I see it all the time with Windows is Patch Tuesday, right? When Microsoft issues a new operating system update, especially a major one, Windows sometimes can just kind of forget what is going on in the world, right? Like it's just got to refigure out their displays and things. Doesn't happen all the time, but definitely lots of people report that a Windows update causes this problem. I can't speak to why, but at least we have a bunch of troubleshooting steps that you can use to address the problem. Okay, so I think I covered almost everything possible. Oh no, there's just a few more things I wanted to say. In this page, I have linked to some resources, like some various things, and of course, some tablet brands actually have specific troubleshooting guides for no signal, right? So, for example, Huion has one, right? A general article, right? What if you show black screen or no signal? And I think it covers all the things I said, and it's actually a pretty good guide. I don't think it's as complete as mine. They also have a specific one for Canvas 13 for some reason, right? So I'll review these two and make sure that they're all covered by my document as well. But I think I have the most comprehensive coverage. Another thing that I would keep in mind, and this is kind of a trick, I guess. Remember, your computer doesn't know this is a pen display. It just thinks it's a monitor. Now, let's suppose you go to Reddit and you tell them, oh, I have a Huion Canvas 22 Plus and I get a no signal. you have to put yourself in the mindset of people who are trying to answer questions. 99.99999% of people do not have a Huion Canvas 22 Plus. So while they may understand what you mean by no signal, they're going to key off the fact that it says Huion Canvas 22 Plus, a brand they've never heard of. Could be Wacom as well. And in their mind, a certain switch gets flipped, and they're like, oh, this is a very rare device. It's specialty hardware. There's no way I can help this person because it's just a weird device, and I've never heard of the device, and that's just a tablet problem. So one thing I recommend people to do, especially if you're going to a support forum for help, don't mention that it's a pen display. Just don't. Just ask the question, just talk about it like a monitor. Don't mention there's a pen. Don't mention that it's a Wacom or a Huion or whatever, because that will trigger some people to avoid answering the question and avoid helping you. Just say, I've got a monitor. When I plug it in, it's no signal. Now, they're going to ask some questions, and you shouldn't have to hide that it's a pen display, but if you put that in the title, it'll trigger some people probably not to answer the question and not to help you out. And again, it'll help you if you're talking in a language they know. So for example, it'll be easier if you're using HDMI because everyone understands the problem with an HDMI cable. With USB-C, it's not even everyone understands how USB-C cables work for sending a display signal. So there's less help you can get. That's why make it work with HDMI. Once you've got that working, then fool around with USB-C because I know some people hate that advice, but it's the most reliable advice I can give you for this no signal problem. Okay, and then finally, if you're really stuck, don't stress. Use a temporary thing you can do. You can use it like a pen tablet, which I showed you at the very beginning. And then also talk to customer support. Their job is there to help you, okay? Don't waste days, searching through every forum. Just contact customer support as fast as you can because you're suffering for no reason. Okay, I think I have covered every conceivable topic that I know of for no signal. So was this helpful? I'm just checking if anyone else is still. I'll hang around. I may even talk about some other things as well, but let's just give it a pause. Oh, I forgot my music. I left my music off for all this time, or did I? Maybe it's just lightly playing. Let's see, sound levels. Oh, I think the music actually ended. Or maybe these have. What is this telling me? Okay. Not sure. Somehow I just got so wrapped up into. Okay. Hopefully. I think these are not connected. That's what the problem is, actually. Let me just verify. Give me one moment. And these cancel audio. Audio noise cancellation is so good with these AirPods. I am actually always stunned. Thank you, Bertie, for your comment. I really appreciate it. I want Bluetooth. Let's see. There we go. Whew. Now I'm hearing things correctly. Okay, that was no signal. And what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna continue with one more topic because I just have a lot of energy today. And it's a weird topic. And what I'm trying to do now with my streams, at least some of them, is, how can I explain this? I sometimes, it just takes a lot to get my energy going to make a video, right? Because my videos they require so much creation of content, and I'm always scared I'm going to leave out something that the audience will then later on, tell me. So what I'm trying to do with some of my streams now is talk through the problem live, and then people give me feedback, and then I take the transcript of it and I organize the transcript. I don't copy it per se. I organize it, rewrite it into a document, and I create a brand new video which is very structured and optimized, right? Because in first stream you might talk for 2 hours about a topic, so the end video I'm gonna make was gonna be 15 minutes, right? So with that, let me just take a quick look at the Discord to see if there's anything going on there. And then let me switch back to Ecamm Live so that I can see if there's any more comments. And then I'm going to begin my next topic. You like that approach, Jane? Thank you. Thank you. I think it makes it much easier for me because I, by nature, am a very talkative person and conversational. I'm a conversationalist. So having a conversation about this is energizing and lets me get the thing out there. And your feedback, people have so many great questions and comments. I'm like, I can't wait to add that to the video because it's going to be just much better for everyone if I get more perspectives. Okay, the next thing I'm going to talk about, what did I have on my list? Let's take a look here. Windows Inc. Yes. And I actually have some slides here. They're not complete, but we can talk about them. Let's see. I've been wanting to do this video for literally years. And yeah, I do have some slides. Okay. So, wait a second. Birdie has revealed something to me. Wait a second. Did you see there's a teaser for June 5th on the EU Wacom store right now? I did not see that. Thank you for alerting me. Let's take a look. Wacom. Oh, I'm typing in the wrong thing, of course. That's the danger of using multiple computers here. This goes to my streaming PC. That's where I write comments. This is my demo one. I'm going to disconnect this moving because it's just getting in my way. And, okay. I don't know why this, you suddenly saw this thing go dark like that. Okay, let's bring this here. Wacom Store EU. I hope this is the right one. Tell me, Bertie, if I'm not in the right place. First of all, this is interesting. Orders temporarily unavailable. We're upgrading system. We're doing an upgrade. Interesting, they're doing an upgrade. That itself tells us something. What the heck is this? Yeah, you're right. This seems big, meaning there's, this doesn't seem like, we're just updating the UI of the store, right? Let's take a look here. I'll sign up for it. I mean, hey, I want to be part of this. Let's see. Okay, it's a beautiful animation. I'll say that. Liftoff, June 5th. Every masterpiece has a takeoff point. Something powerful is about to ascend. Interesting. See the transformation. Sign up now and dive into creativity. Can we look at this flying phoenix thing and even understand? I will register for this after Okay, this is an old announcement because they're talking about the new Intuos Pro. Moving 13. Okay, just so everyone's on the same page, let's go and find out the truth. Give me a second. I'm opening up a separate window somewhere else here because I'm gonna copy and paste something. Yeah. Okay. So do you know what we do? We go to an FCC site. I actually do not know who runs the site, but it's fccid.io. Okay? Those of you who are, hunters of tablets need to know about this site. Okay? So, it's an ID. Okay, so there are a bunch of things you can search for. Now, yeah, Bertie, you're right. It's very hyped up. It's very hyped up, right? Now, but remember, in order to release a device, they have to tell the FCC about it well in advance. And let's go and see what we have in store. I'll search by company. We'll type in Wacom, since I don't know their FCC IDs. Okay, let's get rid of these ads. Okay, so this is what we want. By the way, there's a company called, this is wild, I can't say this, Wacom, HWA-COM, that's wild. But Wacom is what you want, and I know this because they have a code number, some kind of FCC code number, HE4, that's Wacom. So I'm gonna click here and click on these ads. I don't know why I'm getting these, okay, ads, okay. What do we got here? What do we got here? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've got new devices coming. So let's just find out what's coming, okay? And how to read this is, these submissions happen many months ago, and then the tablet comes out. So we can do a little estimating here, okay? So PTK 870 and 470 and 670 were announced when? 2024, October, let's call it October 11th, okay? And so that was October. And then when was the 670 released? March? April? So March is the third month of the year. So basically, it's roughly 6 months after it appears on this list, we saw the PTK X70 series actually appear, okay? I know, the 870 was a little bit late, but in general. Now, using that logic, which, it's not like a rule, they don't have to do it the way I'm telling you, but this is the way I think about it. Every time they announce something here, every time you see an ID here, I think 6 months later, there's gonna be a product, okay? That's my heuristic. So what have they announced? So what have they registered? We see 4 different devices, okay? 3 pen displays and a portable pad. We'll talk about that, what we know. This was registered in December 15th, okay? And then these 3 were registered on March, in March, some early, some late of 2025. So let's just talk about what we know about these. We know, just from looking at the model numbers, this is a 16-inch tablet, pen display, that does not have touch. We know that because it says DTK, not DTH, right? And based on the patterns of numbers, we know this 16 is the size. So there's a 16-inch pen display coming. I would assume this is I would assume this is not a Wacom Cintiq Pro 16. I would assume, it could be, but I actually assume this is a Wacom Cintiq 16, okay? And it's high time that, their old Cintiq, the non-Pro version, is, as they say, long in the tooth, and it's time for them to get a new model. So this is good. Now this was registered in December. What does that mean? June. If you follow my 6-month theory, we're talking about June. Now, the ones coming in March, I would estimate these, again, 6-month rule, to be in September, right? So we have 2 pen displays, one which is, now this is interesting, one is DTH 246, one is DTK 246. DTH means touch, DTK does not mean touch. So we're expecting 2 Wacom pen displays that are 24 inches. Again, I would guess in September, right? Which is maybe a good time for them to launch. Maybe they'll do it in time for parents to, or people to buy things for school. And then what about the most recent one, which, again, HV4 is the Wacom, it means Wacom. This is DTH, H means it supports touch. Now, according to the previous naming schemes, we know A means Android, okay? And then of the numbers, the first 2 numbers tell you the size, right? So it's an 11-inch Android tablet. I am very, listen, I will be getting the 16-inch one, okay? I might get these, depends. It just depends what they really are, right? I'll tell you right now, I don't personally expect any of these to be OLEDs. However, they could surprise me. I mean, people are in different places about this, but some people think a 16-inch OLED would be fantastic. I actually do think that. So if it is a 16-inch OLED, certainly, I mean, I'll get it no matter what, but I will be getting this. Don't know about the 24s. I think 24 is a bit too large for me. I like 22 inches. Yes, Edbot, you're on the right track here. If the Android tablet uses a Pro Pen 3, right? And let's just riff on this, okay? If the Android tablet, let's list our requirements, okay? I mean, things that we want. Give me a second. I'm going to open up a OneNote here for this one. Okay, and this is for. Let me copy this for a second, and we're gonna talk about our wish list here. Okay. Okay, this is our wish list. Okay. Here's what we need. This is what we're demanding. Wacom will disappoint us, maybe, or maybe not. So, compatible pens, and I've got, because you said Pro Pen 3, I agree with you. Yes, it should be compatible with Pro Pen 3, should be compatible with Pro Pen 2. I want the grip pen and the art pen. It's basically all the Pro Pens, right? And it should, I mean, again, this is what I want. Please don't believe I'm telling you what they're going to give, right? What 7 Pens wants. Okay. I want this and UDEMR. What's that mean? This I want it to work with the Samsung S Pen and the Wacom CP913 and the CP923, etc., 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 okay? That's what it should have, okay? Let's see, and there's a couple of comments. Okay, so that's one thing it needs to have. Number 2, I think it's running Android, right? So we know that, that's a fact. I guess the question would be, what is it we expect? Any other specs about it, right? I think, to be honest, it needs more RAM. Like, let me try to say this a different way. If all we're getting is a Wacom branded Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE, who cares? I might as well just buy the Galaxy Tab S9 FE. And I have one, and it's a great tablet. It's got to be better in some meaningful ways, okay? Edbot mentions Pro Pen 3 compatibility. Yes, it must have that. that would give it an edge up on these Galaxy Tab devices, right? I think it has to have these other pens to give it, again, a broader set of compatibility. Now, in terms of the specs, I think it's got to have, I'm going to say this, and I just want your feedback, honestly. I think you want at least 12 gigabytes of RAM, maybe more. What do you say? 16? I think we'd have to get more than 8. I think 8 would suffice, but if you're going to be drawing on it and you want a experience focused on creatives, you've got to have one that just packs more, right? Look, it's Wacom. They're not going to keep this cheap, so you might as well say you want more, right? Let's see. Birdie has a comment. 16-inch moving would be great. Edvard says, I haven't used a pen display, non-portable, that is, since the 12X. 16-inch moving could be nice. Yeah. The reason I say 16 moving, I recognize 16 inches is like a big size. However, you know, I'm not imagining painting in a coffee shop. Like, I'm imagining more like I'm traveling, right? And 16 inches is a nice size if you have a nice, you know, desk that can bear it, right? Anyway, for specs, I think you got to go 12 gig at least of RAM. I'd love to know if you all think 16. Okay, let's put 16. That's my, you know, when I recommend RAM to people, I generally say 16 is where you want to be. These days, I'm actually, so I bought a lot of mini PCs lately. I'll do a video on it. But these days, I'm actually saying you should be getting 32, honestly, right? But I'll leave it at 16. This is supposed to be a decent machine, right? One optimized for creatives, so I think 16. I don't know if I have any expectations about storage, so let's just put 1 terabyte. You know, SSD. Or what is it they use? What are those? They're not really SSDs, or are they? I can't remember. The ones that the sticks. Sorry, I haven't. M.2 drives? M.2 drives? Is that what they are? Or whatever, something like that. Okay, some other things I think should have. Okay, and this one, I think Tablet Kitten has mentioned many times. It does a good thing, is DP-in. And why is this important? Basically, I think any standalone tablet should have a DisplayPort in mode. What that means is you can use it like a monitor, right? So just imagine this. How can I say this? You're working on your desktop, okay? And you have your device, just, you know, kind of like the Surface I have next to me. And it's plugged into your desktop, and your desktop just treats it like a monitor, okay? And maybe even it can, your desktop, actually better yet, to be more clear, I'll write it this way. Desktop connected to a desktop. The PC should treat it like a pen display, right? You should just work like a Cintiq, okay? And then when you disconnect it, it just does, it's the Android part, right? Let's see, Edvard also says, I would also go for 16 for animation, high-end work, like comic, etc. And I never had the mobile studio, but did it work similarly? Could you use it as like a pen display and just work with it as a standalone? Because it's definitely standalone, I just don't know if it works like a pen display when connected, which I think this should, right? Anything else that I think it should have? Anything special? Something special from Wacom? It's got to have touch because otherwise it can't be used, and we know it does. What other things might I want? I covered DP-in already. Covered pen compatibility. We talked about RAM and storage. Okay, I'll fantasize something. I won't write it down because I think it's, oh, Bertie has a comment here about the mobile studio. You need an adapter, but yep, it worked just like a Cintiq 15. Okay, I didn't know that. And that's good to know. So maybe, now that you bring it up, I wonder if this is going to be called Mobile Studio. Oh, Edbot, fantastic suggestion. Compatibility with the Express Key remote, yeah. Yes. Absolutely. It should, yeah. Again, I have no illusions Wacom is going to deliver a $500 tablet, right? I think that's lunacy, to say the least. I think they're going to give us a very expensive tablet. Now the question is how expensive. What did the Mobile Studio cost us? Let's see, Wacom Mobile Studio Pro 13 review. Let's take a look at the review, see what the cost was back then. Because it's kind of an older one, right? Okay, 2016, let's take a look. I'm not seeing if I see the cost anywhere. So it looks like, I don't know, I'm guessing here from the numbers about 1,500 for the Mobile Studio Pro. So like, what do you think the cost is going to be? I'm scared of this one, honestly, because I'm afraid it's going to be pretty expensive. The minimum it would go is $1,000, right? There's no way it's coming out at less than $1,000. It would not surprise me, honestly, if this was priced at something like 1.5K. It would not surprise me in the least. And I say that because of the numbers I just saw, as well as, I guess, tariffs will affect it. So we'll see. What else can we say about this thing? Well, I think to hit on Edbot's comment about the Express Key and the pens, this thing has to be special for drawing. And so the pens and the pen compatibility and Express Keys give it some of that specialness. I guess if I had to guess at something I'd really like, it would be, it's kind of hard to explain, but I don't know, maybe it's a software thing, like maybe an easy way that when it connects to your computer and then you disconnect it, like you can take your work environment with you. Like when you disconnect this, it's gonna, if this supports that kind of connection style, your computer's gonna be Windows and then you're gonna switch to Android. So like that can be weird to suddenly switch, even if your art is coming with you. Let's see, Bertie, I think, has a good comment here. They really got to justify it with amazing specs if it's more expensive than Samsung. Yes, exactly, right? What would make me upset is if, what's the worst case? That they deliver a Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE for like 3 times the price, and they don't give us, and they give us S Pen-like behavior. And S Pen is okay, but it's nowhere near what you expect out of a professional tablet, right? Again, a lot of my criticism of Wacom comes from the following. They have developed a brand reputation, and whenever they release substandard, meaning they're not necessarily bad products, they might be, but when they release a product that doesn't live up to what I believe the brand promises, I am just very upset about that, because you're destroying the equity in the brand, right? To me, the new Wacom One tablets, the CTC, like 6100, WL 4100W, those are terrible tablets. I know they had some firmware updates that fixed things, but why would you pay all that money for not a great experience? And the Wacom One pen displays, they're better, but they're super expensive, right? I mean, they're better than the pen tablets, but they're super expensive. And like, you're wasting money, right? I couldn't possibly tell someone to purchase what the 13-inch Wacom one is. What, $600? Actually, let's take a look at it. That's crazy. Let me use my different browser for this thing. How much is it? Wacom 1 13 touch. A tablet I don't recommend people get. Let's take a look at the cost. So yeah, $600. $600 for a not good pen for a 13-inch device. Yes, it has touch, but yeah, so what? It doesn't even have legs. You have to, has anyone seen the stand, or what they call the stand? This is the stand. These two little rubber things, or whatever they're made, plastic things. It's a terrible stand idea. I think we should admit that. And they're charging $600 for this, right? I'm not even sure if this includes a pen. So there's no way I'm gonna, so I don't want them to produce the equivalent of this for this Android tablet, because I would be furious, right? I'd be willing to pay $1,000, maybe $1,100, sorry, $1,500, but they have to develop a superior experience than a Galaxy Tab, seriously. And it needs good specs, it needs good specs. Okay, so yeah, I think this is a very long way of us talking about the fundamental topic, which was what is coming out with Wacom in their store. Again, let's go back there for a second. It's interesting, by the way, that the US store has not had a change. This thing. I'll sign up for this, and I will, when is June the 5th? Let me take a look. June the 5th is next Thursday. Okay. You know what? Maybe I will live stream what they're doing. Like last year they did an event, and I could actually maybe, I don't know, it might be weird to be part of an event that's technically private and live stream the event. They might not like that, but maybe it's a public event, who knows? I just like reacting to these news announcements, right? Okay, I think we're good with the Wacom. Okay, so I just want to talk about my other topic of the day, which was Windows Ink. Windows Ink. And I've actually got some content. Bertie, I think you're probably right. I think the tariffs may be having and that might explain why we're not seeing any mention of this in the US market. It didn't even occur to me. I perceive these tariffs as affecting the entire world, but yes, they affect us in the United States. I wouldn't doubt it. I think it makes sense. I get the feeling, and I don't study tariffs or economic policy, that lots of people are just waiting to see what happens. And they're expecting President Trump to roll back these tariffs or change them significantly. Like, I think people are not sure he's going to go all the way and create long-term havoc. I don't know, though. Frankly, this entire situation is kind of a mystery for me. Okay, I want to talk about Windows Ink and get your feedback on this as well. So let me close this other PowerPoint and talk about this. Okay, so this is a little bit of a history lesson for people, or background information, I should say, about how tablets work. And that is, hang on a second. I need to, I want to plug in something here so that I think this should, yeah, just want to make sure I have enough power in my lavalier microphone. Okay, so let's start with just some basic stuff. And again, I'm happy if anyone wants to talk about this. Or you want to talk about something else, just ask me the question, I'll answer it. This is me just getting some content out there and getting some feedback from you and seeing if there are better ways I can explain this when I actually make my final video. So in general, there's this diagram I have here that talks about how a drawing tablet interacts with your computer. And this is true for both Mac and Windows, which is the tablet talks to a tablet driver, and then that driver communicates to pen-aware applications like Krita, Painter, Clip Studio Paint through an API. Okay, that's the fundamental framework of how this works. Nothing surprising here. I've left out a few things. I've left out like the USB layer in the computer, which is there, and the HID. I don't know if you say HID, but it's the HID layer, the Human Interaction Device layer. That's another layer of an operating system that understands that there are devices like mice and tablets actually. That's actually involved in part of this, but I'm leaving those out. Those would be before the tablet driver, I think, or after, I'm not totally sure. That's one reason I left it out. It's unclear where to place them. But in short, the tablet driver gets the first crack at the data from the drawing tablet. And then it has to somehow, applications have to be able to talk to the tablet. And that's what the API is for, the tablet API. Okay, now this in green is a box that says on Windows, and this is Windows, I don't know about Mac, there are two APIs available, WinTab and Windows Ink. Now, I think if you were to really look at this topic, it's not like I'm simplifying a complex situation, okay? First of all, there are ways to use the tablet without these APIs, but they're kind of, I think, much more like a developer thing, okay? They're not something you as a user would actually encounter. Second, these two APIs, let's just talk about WinTab for a second, okay? WinTab was invented by Wacom. Actually it'd be more fair to say it was invented by a set of companies that collaborated on it. Right now, Wacom and it's a standard. It's not a technology, it's a standard. Meaning it's a document and some code, right? Sample code. And they maintain the standard, okay? And this is a standard from the 80s, right? It should be around from the 80s. And it lets, as you can tell by the title, it lets Windows computers work with tablets, WinTab, okay? WinTab is one way a computer can talk to, a pen-aware application can talk to a tablet. And it's not really hard to think of how these things work. I'll simplify it for you. I actually have programmed applications in WinTab. And what I'm saying is not the technical truth, but it's like close enough to give you a sense of how that works. You create a session as the application and you say, hey, list all the tablets that are connected, and you can say, hey, send me data from this one. And the data comes back as these reports, and you know what the reports contain. X, Y position, pressure, tilt, and some other stuff, right? And it's a really simple API, okay? And you get like 200 of these reports a second. And it's actually very straightforward. Everyone knows how to do it, and it's highly reliable, I will say that. It does have one flaw. But Windows Ink is not from Wacom. Windows Ink was made by Microsoft, okay? And I'm gonna pretend for the moment that Windows Ink is like the equivalent of WinTab, okay? But basically, you should think about it as there's some API built into Windows, which Microsoft defines, and they've worked on for a long time, like since Windows. It's been in since Windows 8, but actually it's been Windows even longer. Some of you may remember when Microsoft had this fantasy of something called tablet PC, right? And this was like in the early 2000s. And these computers, I think some may have had touch, but some definitely used pens. And so these are called tablet PC pens because you thought people were going to write documents markup documents or do digital signatures. So for a long time, Microsoft has been baking in what at the time they called it tablet PC features, okay? Now, those features did all sorts of things. But how they used to work was like this. Let's suppose you had one of these devices that had these tablet PC features. You'd install your tablet driver for your Wacom, and it was just a totally parallel universe. They didn't interfere with each other. That's what I'm trying to get across to you, okay? Over time, the situation changed. And I don't want to use a bad analogy. I was about to say that Windows Inc. tablet PC metastasized to become Windows Inc. as if it was a cancer, but that's a really terrible way of saying it. It'd be more appropriate to say, starting with Windows 8, they rebranded this work and they started saying Windows Inc. Okay? And when Microsoft says Windows Inc., you just have to remember they do not really think about artists, okay? The name itself is a little bit of a clue. Like when we see the Windows Inc., we think, calligraphy or painting with certain kinds of brushes. They don't mean that. They think about digital signatures and marking up PDF docs and drawing like a whiteboard diagram to help someone on a call, like a remote call, like a Zoom call. That's what these scenarios are. And the people who design Windows Inc. are really in that space. That's where their head is at. They probably know that people are doing art. That's not what they're about. Okay, but it didn't matter, right? Because before, tablet PC was also what this was called. At the time, these worlds were separate. They didn't interfere with each other. Well, that changed in Windows 8. It changed even earlier. In Windows 7, I think it was Windows 7. Remember I told you these features stayed out of each other's way? Well, in Windows 7, earlier in Windows 7, some of these features, again, it's always good to think of Windows as a human being, right? Like we're anthropomorphizing the computer. And a Windows machine before was like, hey, I've just got this tablet attached to me. And Bertie has a comment. When I think of Windows Inc., I think pain, face, purple, smiling tears. Let me show you what I think about Windows Inc. now that Bertie has raised this comment. Let me see if I can show it to you. This is one of my, I like memeing on Wacom all the time, Let's see if I can find it. Where is my art here? I gotta show it because it's, it gives you some insight into my personality and my hatred of Windows Inc. Let's see if I can find it here. That was on my Twitter. Give me 1 second, let me get there. I have to show this to you. Profile. I made a couple memes about Windows Inc. Okay. Let me put this into my live stream chat so everyone can see it. Paste. Because officially this is how we should do it, right? Okay. This is what I think of with Windows Inc. Right? If there's a problem with your drawing tablet, Windows Inc. It's unmasking Windows Inc. and it's the culprit. Right? I've actually got another meme about Windows Inc. in here. I'm really mean about Windows Inc. and I shouldn't be because, whoever does it, they're humans too, but man, they make it really difficult for me to feel good. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna show you one more meme after the Windows Ink though. But let's find, where is it? Man, I forgot how much I posted over 3 years. Unbelievable. This was my original image for Windows Ink that I made a couple years ago. I don't think it works really that well, to be quite honest. Like, the idea is Batman is slapping Robin, who wants to enable Windows Ink. I said I want to show you one more meme, and I will show it to you. It's not related to Windows Ink. I felt like I needed to show it to you, since I'm just memeing these days. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah. This is what I do in my retirement. I just make memes. Okay, this was, again, I just took other people's memes and I put my stuff in there. And this one is like, the original one's like, this guy's like, we should improve society somewhat. He's carrying like a bunch of sticks, like wood. And then this guy's like, and yet you participate in society, curious, right? Missing the, ignoring the fact this guy's trapped, right? And this is me, like this is how I feel, right? Like I'm sort of walking around with my Intuos Pro pens saying we should improve tablets somewhat. And this is like Wacom, I guess, right? And they're like, they won't improve my pens. They won't improve things for me, but they're really happy that I keep buying tablets, right? Like accusing me. So this is my meme, sorry. Just had to share that. Okay, let's see if, I think a couple of comments here. Where do you like that meme? I love making these memes about Wacom. Actually, I'm gonna show you one more. I'm gonna show you a couple. Now that I'm just memeing, give me a second. We've got so many little memes to share. I have to copy it from one channel to another one. That's why it's taking me time to do this. What is it? Live stream. Yeah, I'll just show you some of these other ones here in their normal channel. So this was, for those of you who are King of the Hill fans, this is entitled Pro Pen and Pro Pen Accessories. Pro Pen and Pro Pen Accessories. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Everyone knows what the joke is if you're a King of the Hill fan. This is, I did this when I got 1,000 subscribers. This is a Peepo, I guess, who is the king of tablets. This is my tablet researcher, Peepo. You like that? This is my open tablet driver, Peepo. This is my Wacopium Pepe. That's the original one. The new one has the correct Wacom font on it. There's actually a newer version of this too. Oh, this is when the Intuos, when the Cintiq Pro 27 launched, we saw it was $3,500. I decided to put the old Wacom logo on. This gilded Homer with all these jewels. They laugh with all the money that's rolling in. This is my Peepo on a duck with a tablet. And I think that covers all my basic memes. Sorry, I just want to show you that. When I activate Windows Ink, Ed has a comment here. When I activate Windows Ink on my Wacom driver, Clip Tutor gets quite messy, like trying to change brush size, and with Shift only changes the pen size. Yeah, I'll talk about that. Do you restart Clip Studio when you make that change? Because apps get really confused if you make the change live. Retired and only doing memes, living the dream, my man. It is it's fun. I got to tell you. Now, look, I may come back to tech, Microsoft, in 6 months. Who knows? But right now, I am loving life. Honestly, I do. I always tell this to everyone. Sometimes I meet up with my old friends and they ask me like, "What's it like?" And I go, I honestly thought I'd be thinking about work all the time. I thought like, oh my God, like, I miss work, or fantasizing about being back. There is one thing I miss, which is I miss meetings. I miss having to call in for meetings or being at meetings, because it's fun to be needed, right? And it's actually kind of useful to have deadlines. I don't have any deadlines, obviously. But I don't like fantasize about coming back. I don't, again, there's no negative sensation there. It's just, my mind is just kind of forgotten about it. And I do want to come back to work, don't get me wrong. But I am living the dream. I do feel that way. Okay, and then a birdie says, Hank Hill being an OC player is a magical thought. That's a good comment, thank you. I didn't come up with the idea for ProPen and ProPen accessories, somebody else did, but I loved it so much I had to draw that. Okay, so now we're getting into the history of Windows Ink and why it's just like destroyed people's lives. Okay, so sometime before Windows 7, there are these features that help you use a pen, okay? And one of them you've seen, which is, okay, how can I say this? You know how, I don't know if computers still do this, but at one time, it was either Mac or Windows. When you clicked with the mouse button, the operating system would actually emit a clicking sound to the speaker, right? And I can't say everyone hated it, but I think everyone hated it. Because you can literally hear the click because you clicked it with your finger, and then the operating system is trying to remind you and say, hey, you clicked on the mouse. Like, I know I clicked the mouse because I clicked it. Okay? So, sorry, I'm just ranting. I love ranting. They decided that people were unclear that they were clicking on the screen. Like the human beings that used Windows were unable to understand that they clicked on the screen. Now there's some validity to this because, if the click doesn't work, you don't know, right? You can physically do it, but the click doesn't register. So they started adding on these tablets, on these screens actually, when you click, there were these waves. They were called dynamic feedback. Okay, so that was fine. Like if you're doing handwriting recognition or you're doing like marking up a document, doesn't matter. But those little waves will appear when you're drawing, okay? And there's all sorts of other things. If you hold down a pen, remember some of these pens didn't have buttons. These aren't drawing pens, these are pens that came out with these devices. So there's no clicking. So how do you right click? And you really have to right click on Windows. Well, they did this thing called press and hold. So if you press down with the pen and just held it there, a white circle would appear, and then you could use the context menu, okay? I want to show you this because people know it, but I don't know if they know the names of these things even. Give me a second. Windows, it's called Pen Dynamic Feedback. I used to have a video about this stupid feedback too. Oh man, I can't find a quick video, but you get the idea. Like these ripples, right? And then the ring. So everything was fine though, because before Windows 7, there were these options to turn off those things. They wouldn't interfere with your drawing. Okay. Windows 7 came and something weird did happen. Those options that let you turn those things off were gone. The UI was gone for them. You couldn't turn them off. Now, the good news is lots of people figured out you could go into the Windows registry and turn it off. And so lots of people did that. And that worked for a long time. So the balance between good and bad, evil and good was maintained, if tenuously by these registry keys. Then, in Windows 8, a total catastrophe appeared. The UI had already been taken away. Then the registry keys were no longer listened to. Okay? It screwed everything up. Windows 8, at release, you could not draw correctly. You couldn't, right? Like the Windows Ink stuff was just interfering nonstop. Let's see. We got to move past EMR. We have lasers and AI, but still no barrel rotation. That's something they should address. Absolutely, Jane. Don't know what people are doing these days. They ain't using AI to make laser tracking digital pen. Yeah, they should be doing something special. And I think someone has a comment about a British dish. That's an interesting name for a dish, I'll say that. I did not know that. I'm not going to look it up. I'm not going to look it up on the stream, but that's an interesting name for a dish. I believe you, Jefferson. I believe you. Okay, so now we're talking about the disaster that happened in Windows 8. So people just couldn't draw. And people, when you get Windows, they want to upgrade. So they upgraded, and now they couldn't draw. It was a disaster. What happened then is that, and I guess Wacom, the only game in town in Windows 8 was Wacom. There was no one even heard of these companies in the United States, at least. It was Wacom. So I guess Wacom probably had a chat with the program managers of Windows Inc. Or Windows, I should say. And they discussed what the option was. Okay, and so what they did was Wacom introduced a checkbox that turned off Windows Inc. And once you turned off Windows Inc. in the driver, everything was good. Right? All the problems went away and everyone was happy. Like because everything in life was just sweet. Okay, now this is where we start getting actually confusion though. Right? Oh, wait a second, do you remember when Wacom tried to make a VR pen? Yeah, I didn't see an ad bot, but I did see them demo the VR pen in one of their investor calls. They had like a yearly summary and demo session. They demoed it, but I haven't even heard anything about it since. I mean, maybe it's doing well or something, but I just don't understand, honestly, why they have some of the initiatives they do, because it seems far afield from what we care about. I don't think they're wrong in doing it, but sometimes I feel like their attention's way over on these other things and not on stuff that we care about. Okay, so then what happened with Windows Inc. was the checkbox has to say something. And so for some reason, because the team and the area had to be related to Windows Inc., they called it the checkbox, Windows Inc., enable Windows Inc., or unchecking it for disabling. So that's how the word got into our head. Windows Inc. now in this sense means Windows Inc. in this sense means the Microsoft approved way of for an application to talk to a tablet. Microsoft will swear up and down that Windows Inc. is the best thing ever, that it is better performance, that it's less latency, that it's blizz and blaz. And it may be true. The problem is, it still messes with things. And it may be that even applications are to be blamed, but it just causes problems, right? It does solve one problem, which I'll talk about. People, we want barrel rotation. Yeah. And do they care? No. Apple gave us barrel rotation, but not Wacom. Force proportions. How do we disable Windows 6? We're going to talk about whether that's the right thing to do or not. Here's a VR pen nobody asked for. Exactly, right? Now since we're just ranting about Wacom, which is my favorite topic to rant about, just wait. They're gonna pull, again, please, if you're a Wacom employee, I love you, but we're just having a little bit of fun, okay? So don't take what I'm about to say as an idea. I'm not recommending that you do it. I'm just having a little bit of fun. I want you to imagine Wacom releasing, I don't know, the Cintiq Pro 2026 or something like that, right? And now they're like, hey, and now they'll tell you two things. And now with a $5 monthly subscription, you'll unlock 16,000 levels of pressure. Or maybe it'll just come with 1,000, but you'll pay $5 a month to unlock 8,000. Think about that. They could do it. I mean, why wouldn't they, right? I'm really curious what the audience reaction is to this. Just imagine them creating a subscription for using the tablet that you physically bought. And they'll say things like, again, I am kind of joking, I'm just having fun, okay? But just imagine this nightmare scenario of them saying, yeah, you'll pay every month some amount of money and you'll get amazing new pen features, right? I mean, I don't know how people would react to it. I'd lose my mind. I think people would drop Wacom in a heartbeat if they did that, so I don't think they'll ever do it. Okay, but that's part one of the nightmare scenario. Part two of the nightmare scenario is AI, of course, right? And then they're gonna start saying that the pens have AI built into them. And it's almost plausible. I could actually believe someone has trained some little model that runs in your driver that somehow detects what you're trying to do with your pen and makes your strokes look better. That's actually plausible. I don't think I would complain about that, honestly, right? Oh, Jane has a comment. Unrepairable devices are already a subscription service. A clever take. I like that, Jane Backseat. That is actually quite good. I'm gonna steal that one. Okay, so back to the nightmare that is Windows Ink. So now Windows Ink is here, but it's not perfect. It creates problems, okay? Let's just talk broadly about the two big classes of problems that are going on. With WinTab, and I'll get into the topic deeply, the WinTab is exactly a specific file, okay? Like it's a specific file, and I think it can be in multiple locations, but for now, just pretend there's a specific file that's in a specific place, and it's called WinTab32.dll, okay? And the problem is, on Windows, every brand has a different WinTab, but they all get installed at the same place. So if you install Wacom and then a Huion, the Huion WinTab, which has the same name, by the way, WinTab32.dll, overwrites the Wacom one. What happens when you overwrite the Wacom WinTab? The Wacom tablet doesn't work. That is a problem of WinTab, okay? Now, that problem can be addressed in some sense. Windows Ink does not have that problem. That's actually one of its benefits. When tablets install whatever code they need to run in their driver, they don't interfere with each other with Windows Ink. So that is an advantage. That's a true advantage, right? I will say this, they say it has lower latency and all these things. I don't think that's true. I think WinTab is more responsive. Even Wacom has a page describing why WinTab is better. As a programmer, it is much easier for me to understand how to use WinTab than Windows Ink. I have no clue how to use Windows Ink. And part of the problem is Windows Ink isn't a thing. Yes, there's a checkbook that says Windows Ink, but what actually happened was, I'm gonna put my face on here. What actually is, Windows Ink is it's a collection of things that were given this name, okay? And it's not even an API really, it's like different things. There's not one API. To use Windows Ink is like you have to use some mouse stuff and some other stuff and some pointer API, and it gets super confusing. WinTab is actually easy to program. Anyway, I think Microsoft bullied a bunch of companies to use Windows Ink. And here's another thing that happens that you need to know about on Windows. And Mac people should be happy they don't have to deal with this insane. So the driver has a checkbox that says Windows Ink. So you're choosing, in a sense, you're choosing between them, either WinTab or Windows Ink in the driver, but your application also has a choice. Now, of course, you can know where this is leading. They have to agree, or they should agree, though we're going to see there's actually a slight difference in reality from that. But from a starting point, you understand they both have to talk the same language for it to work, right? Whatever language it is. And so they should either both be trying to communicate in WinTab or both be trying to communicate in Windows Ink. That's the simplest way of explaining it. Now we get to the more complicated stuff. Let me just take a look at the chat and see if there's anything. Hell yeah, be stealing, Jane Baxter says. Okay. Now, I believe my machine here has Wacom. So this is good because we can actually try this stuff out. It says no Wacom device is connected. So I'm going to unplug a couple of things here. And I'm going to show you the Wacom driver just so we're all on the same page. Otherwise it gets kind of hard to understand what's happening. That's a power cable, don't need that. Okay, I'm going to plug in the Wacom Intuos Pro 2025. Don't need this cable. Don't need this pen. Got my jacket, my shirt are messed up, aren't they? Okay, I gotta look classy and sexy. I can't be walking around like with my collars all messed up. Okay, I'm gonna claim this is good enough right now. I do like this pink shirt. It looks a bit more pink on camera, by the way, than it does in reality, but I think it's a good look. Okay, let me plug in this thing and I'll show you this driver. Okay, so this is what's happened. Let's go to Wacom, and I'm going to bring up what you're seeing on the screen is what you typically see when you install a driver is that Windows Ink is turned on, okay? Meaning it's enabled. And then in all the applications, it says App 1, App 2, App 3, App 4. Just pretend this is Clip Studio Paint, Krita, that kind of thing, okay? And we'll talk about it. If you go to Wacom Tablet Properties, usually it's under the Mapping tab, okay? What do you see? Use Windows Ink, okay? And it's turned on, okay? Now, earlier I said, okay, this gets more complicated, but let me just explain it this way. It is very easy, and I actually had this misunderstanding for a long time. It is very easy to look at this and think, okay, if it's checked, the tablet driver is using Windows Ink. And if it's unchecked, it's using WinTab. That's actually not what this means. And I'll talk about it in great detail. When it's checked, it's using WinTab and Windows Ink. When it's unchecked, it's still using WinTab, right? So WinTab is used no matter what, but when it's checked, also Windows Ink is being used, okay? So that's an interesting distinction. And the UI is not obvious there. Now, let's take a look at, so this is the driver configuration, right? Now, by the way, I just want to make sure you notice one more thing here. I click on the device, which is the tablet, and applications set all. So you should properly read this. For this tablet, for all applications, Windows Ink is enabled, okay? That's how to read it. Now, applications have their own configuration, remember? So let's take a look at one. Let's take a look at, do I have Clip Studio on this machine? I hope I do. I should. We'll take a look at Clip and Krita if needed. Okay, So I've started Clip Studio Paint. Let me, or actually launch it for real this time. Okay, and it is working. Okay. Oh, you all didn't see what I was showing. I was so stupid. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I meant to show you this. This is the slide I meant about this pattern of drawing tablet, driver, API, and pen-aware application. And this is my reference about, the driver. So I showed you the driver part already. Oh, sorry, I don't think I showed you the driver part already because I wasn't broadcasting that. So let me go back there. My apologies, my apologies. So Windows Wacom tablet properties, you want to go to tablet. The tool, ignore the tool. The tool doesn't affect this. And then application all, and then use Windows Ink. So this means for this tablet, for all applications, Windows Ink is enabled. And again, the checkbox, if it's checked, means use WinTab and Windows Ink. When it's unchecked, use just WinTab, okay? So that's the driver. And then in an application, let's open Clip Studio Paint and show you how this works. Where did it go? There we go. So here, it depends on the app, by the way, and we'll show you the apps, but here is just an example. And Clip Studio, it is somewhere here, by the way, preferences, tablet. Okay, so what do you see here? WinTab, we know what WinTab means, but there's no Windows Ink. What do they show? They show the word tablet PC. Remember what I told you where WinTab came from? Or sorry, Windows Ink came from? They're using the old name. So anytime you see tablet PC, it actually means Windows Ink, okay? So that's just one example, and you'll see all sorts of other examples later. Windows Ink is also one of the reasons you can't draw with pressure in browser-based canvas. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. You need the. We'll talk about it in more detail, but you're absolutely correct. And I don't use. Actually, I've never heard of Drawpile. I've certainly heard of Magma. I don't use that to test pressure because I built my own web-based pressure testing tool. But other than that, I would use those because they do work well. Okay, now. What I was going to show you, let me get back to the slide deck here. So this is what I showed you. Oops. Where was I? The demo. Don't worry. When I changed the cables around, things happened. So I got to change some more things around, don't I? Let's see, I think it's this one. There we go. Okay. So now you see the Wacom tablet properties, and what do you notice? You notice that it says Windows Ink is enabled. Okay, that's obvious. I showed that to you a second ago. With Wacom Center, it's a nightmare. You have to open up the Wacom Center and dig in from here all the way to advanced settings, and all the way to the right you see Windows Ink. Okay, so it's like, it's kind of buried. Huion, pretty straightforward, digital pen, press key. Why it's under press key, no one knows, but then it's enable Windows Ink. XP Pen, this is, I think, a little bit of an older driver, but you get the same general idea. It's under pen settings, Windows Ink. So that's the driver, okay? Now we have an interesting situation though. If the driver's trying to use Windows Ink, what if the apps are configured to use Windows Ink, some of them and some of them not? And it's confusing, right? So let's just take, there's four apps here. Let's think about some of them, right? Well, Windows Ink is enabled for app 1. Okay, so things should be okay because these match up. App 2, Windows Ink is enabled. Well, what? Again, but in this case, this application only supports Windows Ink. And Jane Backstreet raised the correct example. Chrome is a fantastic example. To draw with Chrome, you have to have Windows Ink enabled. It doesn't know about any other thing. It's just always expecting Windows Ink. App 3, this is enabled, but you might be experiencing problems with Windows Ink, because sometimes apps just spontaneously have problems with it. And then you have a fourth case, which is App 4. Windows Ink is not enabled because it doesn't even know about Windows Ink. It's an older application that only uses WinTab. I think, for example, not Psi 2, but the first Psi 1, only supports WinTab. So like, how do you deal with all these cases? And it's actually pretty easy to understand. You can actually create different configurations. You can create one for all apps and leave it enabled. That'll handle these two cases. You can create a specific configuration for app 3, disable, so they match. You can say it's disabled in the driver and disabled here. And then app 4, you can do this, disabled here, because you want WinTab, and that's what this needs, right? Now, just to show you this in practice, let us go back here and just do it. Okay. And there's a comment here I definitely want to address from Jane. Yeah, it sucks to check and uncheck that. It does not seem strong. Yeah, exactly right. Like it's just, I have trouble believing the situation is this bad, right? Like if the problems were rare, I wouldn't complain, but I answer a lot of questions on my Discord and Reddit, and I'll guarantee you people are struggling with this. They are seeing these, sorry, I'm just trying to plug in this power thing. They are seeing these options irritate them and cause problems. So things have just got to be better. And unfortunately, there is some disconnect between Microsoft and tablet manufacturers. This problem just never gets any better. And there's multiple problems. They're not even all addressed by just the WinTab issue and the Windows Ink issue. Okay, so with Wacom, sorry, I changed my window here. How do we get this to, let's suppose I wanted to turn off Windows Ink for Clip Studio Paint, okay? Suppose I felt like I needed to do it. I'm just gonna show you how to do it, right? And Edbot, yeah, I like your comment actually. It's a whole satanic ritual to just make Windows Ink kind of work. It is, but I have some interesting data points. Now, you shouldn't need to do what I'm about to do, okay? But just in case, sometimes it is needed, I'm going to show you how to create a override for Windows Ink. So you'll keep Windows Ink on for everything, but you'll turn it off for certain things. So how do we do that? Let's say we're going to turn it off for Clip Studio Paint. We're going to go here and we're going to click a plus button. And Clip Studio Paint's running, but if it's not running, you can click on the browse button and you can find it. So it's running, and it's actually selecting the path, right? So the reason I bring this up is if you're ever doing this, and let's just for the sake of argument, Clip Studio's version number changes here from 1.5 to something else, you might need to redo this, okay? So be aware when you install new versions of software. So I click this. Now, instead of all, this became all other, and this is Clip Studio Paint. So for all, I'm going to put enable for Clip Studio Paint, disable. See, and I switch between, you can see, right? So that's creating one baseline profile and then a different profile for every application. Now, probably a question you have is, can I reverse it? Can I do all disable and Clip Studio enable? Yeah, you can do it that way too. Doesn't matter which one you pick. I just picked the one that does the least amount of configurations, right? So in other words, if I've only have one app that needs the exception, that needs it off, then I leave it on in general and turn it off for this. If everything needs it off, then I would turn it off here and turn it on selectively, okay? These days, it's good enough that generally you can just leave Windows Ink on for all other and turn it off for specific apps, okay? I think that's fair space these days. Okay, now again, I don't think you should need to do this. I know it sounds weird. You really should not need to do this in the driver. More or less, which I'm gonna explain to you, you can just, let me get rid of this Clip Studio Paint thing here. You can just leave this as check, okay? This should actually work 99% of the time. But Git Linux, when I moved to it, all I had to do was start painting. You know, I've tried Linux on and off every now and then, and that did surprise me. I just plugged in my Walkman, it worked. I was amazed, honestly, right? That's a win. That's a win for Linux. You know, some of you have probably heard there's you can install SteamOS. There are devices coming out with SteamOS, right? And you know, I go through my love-hate emotions with Windows all the time. And I worked on Windows. I helped build it, okay? And right now, you know, I'd say and I'm just really talking about how it works for art. It doesn't do much, right? Their focus is on AI and some other things. And, you know, we had to deal with this Windows Ink. And as I saw the SteamOS devices, and I think you can actually install SteamOS on desktops, I don't know. Maybe in the future, I'll feel very differently about which OS I would use for art. Maybe we'll all be using Linux in the form of SteamOS, right? It wouldn't surprise me. And, you know, they have an app store, Steam, that people trust. And I've already installed some apps that way. So I could imagine, honestly, if tablet support was good on SteamOS. I'm not saying they have any intention of doing this. I'm just pointing out that for art, I am ready for an operating system that, quote, just works for art. Now, that doesn't solve every problem I would have. I like to code with Visual Studio. I like to use Microsoft Office, so SteamOS does not solve that problem. That's not an easy one to solve either. Okay, now, you can do all sorts of different configurations, right? Now let me just make sure I get here. This is okay, this is just some extra stuff I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about with Windows Ink now is, let me get my notes here, because I actually have a separate set of notes here. This is where it gets really interesting. This is where I need to write some things down. I'm gonna actually delete these slides because they're not relevant actually for this. I'll create some new ones. Okay. So, the question is, should you disable Windows Ink and how? Okay. And actually, these answers are known. These answers are, let me just, you can see how long I've been working on this video, right? This is another slide deck I had. This is actually the one I meant to show you, by the way. So this is like a newer version. This was, actually, let me go back up, make sure I didn't miss anything. I talked about, Huion XP Pen. Okay, so in the application, you know, effectively there's this kind of, it's a checkbox, but you could think of it as a radio button. Choose between Windows Ink and WinTab, okay? Another thing to keep in mind, you will see Windows Ink being called other things. Edbot says, no idea why CSP doesn't want to release on Linux. There's an Android and Chrome OS version already. There's a Chrome OS version? I didn't know that. But you're right, there definitely is an Android version, and if they're able to make it work on Android, then and Chrome OS, like, it seems like a Linux version wouldn't be hard. I wonder if, again, because there's like some kind of translation layer in SteamOS, maybe that makes it simpler, right? That's why I'm hoping, you know, maybe SteamOS is the way we get to our nirvana of not being forced to use Windows, having a better artistic experience, and a great ecosystem for getting apps, right? Because things can be distributed on Steam, right? Okay, so you will see Windows Ink API called all these different things. Cami Luna has joined us. Good to see you, Cami Luna. Do you like the fit? You like it? Pink shirt, brown herringbone jacket. Going for a lot more style now. Okay, this is changing on Clip Studio. look at Krita. They call it WinTab, and they call it Windows 8 Plus, meaning like Windows 8.1, like Windows 8 Plus, pointer input, in parentheses, Windows Ink. What a crazy way of, thank you, Camiluna, thank you. I'm gonna show her comment because it makes me so happy. Your fit is amazing, thank you, thank you. So this is already the first level of confusion, right? Take a look at Rebel. Now I love Rebel, but this is confusing. The top part, they call WinTab Wacom compatible WinTab. Windows Ink is at the bottom, and it says Windows Ink compatible. Okay, we understand that. They've got a special setting for Sense Labs. I have no idea what that's about. And another setting for Windows pointer device. Okay, so it gets really confusion. Okay, and we have a comment here, which is quite interesting. Worth noting, you can use everything SteamOS uses for translation on any Linux system. Oh, it's not like proprietary for SteamOS, is that correct? I thought it was like specific for SteamOS. That's why I was thinking about that. This is ArtRage Vita, or Vitae, however they pronounce it. I hate this UI because unlike every other UI, the checkbox says use WinTab, and so you have to, if you uncheck, it's unchecked right now, it's use Windows Ink. So it's kind of reversed from what you'd expect. Affinity design, this is, okay. This is another wild one. So Windows Ink is obviously Windows Ink, but in Infinity Designer, you got two WinTab options, though it doesn't say WinTab. I know, it's crazy. And the reason, what's going on here, this is, you have to remember, I'm not an expert WinTab coder, but I do have a fork of the WinTab.net library that I use in my own projects. And when you initialize WinTab, you can sort of initialize your session with it in two ways. And I've only used one of the ways, but I could be totally wrong, but here's how I'll remember it. There's one way which basically gives you back like screen coordinates, like pixel coordinates on the screen, okay? That's pretty easy to understand because it works like a mouse. There's another way which gives you even higher resolution, so sub-pixel, so to speak, right? And that's also, it works differently in some other ways. It's more complicated. And it's meant for certain scenarios. It's meant for artistic scenarios, actually, as well as where you need specific, very high detail stuff. I've never used it, but I think that's what this switch is doing. It's going between these two modes. Now, I think in reality, you can just leave it on low mode. I think low precision is the normal mode. But I'll have to try the high precision mode one time to see if there's a difference. Let's see. It may be better integrated for SteamOS, but Valve has been super supportive of open source and putting the Linux compatibility work out there. Oh, that's great to hear. I love when a company is actually able to do something in open source and make sure it's actually going back, right? And that's, I mean, again, I'm speaking for Microsoft. And I don't know, I can't speak to every conceivable thing Microsoft does, but it took a long time for Microsoft to be okay with the idea that, oh, we're gonna contribute back to, we're gonna make stuff and we're gonna make money on the stuff, but we're gonna send the code back to the open source community. A great example of this is Microsoft is pretty active in checking code into Spark, which is, a distributed computing system. Lots of code gets coming back from Microsoft into that world. Let's see, Cami Luna says, I actually have the whole Affinity suite, but only installed it on my MacBook. I should install Designer on my PC and play around with that. Yeah, listen, everyone, I just want to make sure everyone understands this. I think Adobe is still better, to be quite honest. I always think of Infinity as like a couple years, more than just a few years, some releases behind Adobe. But here's the key thing. It's, what does he call it? You pay once, right? You can install it on as many computers as you want too. So there is no artificial limit. Now, Affinity was purchased by somebody. I can't remember who purchased them. Was it Canva? Did Canva purchase Affinity? But So far, they said they're not changing anything about their pricing model. So it's still an easy recommendation. However, I think we just have to be prepared that within the next year or two, we might see a change and they'll become subscription. It was Canva, came Luna? Thank you. And I think it's probably a good thing to purchase, but acquisitions always mess things up, okay? And I've been part of the acquire company many times, and they always proceed the same way. I'll just lay it out for you how it works. You acquire the company, and the acquirer goes through some thinking, and they're basically thinking like, how much money does this company make a year? I mean, there are different ways of thinking about that. I'm just giving you one. And then, okay, let's just say the company makes $100 million a year or $1 billion. Let's keep it $1 billion, easy number to say. It makes $1 billion in profit a year, okay? You acquire the company. When you acquire a company, you want it to go to like 5 billion, 10, like you want it to grow, okay. You acquire it, what's the first thing you do? You fire their marketing, like 99% of them. Why? Because you already have a marketing team. You don't need another one. So you get rid of a lot of human capital immediately. That actually increases your profit because suddenly all the people are gone for marketing, and there's a lot of them. The second thing you do is you slash the engineering because they're working on things you don't care about, right? And this is the motive. You're just milking the company for everything it's worth until no one uses the product. That's one strategy. The other is you just keep that product on life support, and you just sort of turn them into your company, right? Like you merge their stuff in, and then their product is kind of on a, deprecated status. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with Affinity. I hope Canva will actually give it a home where it can do its own thing. It'd be okay for me if it went to a subscription, as long as it wasn't super expensive. But right now, I think they should just work on keeping it as it is and becoming a better competitor to Adobe, right? Sorry, I want to share my thoughts about that purchase. Okay, take a look now at, Cayman Luna's got another comment. Adobe Photoshop 5.5 was my favorite because it was the pay once version before license codes required a company server. Yeah, exactly. And Affinity actually feels like Photoshop from that era, right? And that's actually one of the reasons so I pay for Photoshop Creative Cloud, like what, $700 a year. So I'm not saving money by using Affinity, but I'll tell you how I use it. So first of all, Photoshop is really complicated. Like, it is crazy complicated. And it does things I don't care about. No, I'm not saying they're not important. I'm just saying I don't care about some of those things. And it does some things I do care about. Its generative fill is an amazing feature. However, I use Photoshop for those features. For normal photo editing, I will often use Affinity, even though I paid for Photoshop, because Affinity is just simpler. It works like the versions of Photoshop that I remember from the 90s. Now, I'm not saying that's in a bad way. I'm just saying it sort of has a more, it just works the way I remember Photoshop working, so it's easier for me to understand. So I'll actually do lots of certain kinds of editing in Affinity, but things that use generative fill, like AI stuff, that you can fix things, I use Photoshop. So I use each one for its advantages. Okay, but here's another example, Fire Alpaca. And this is, again, another example. It's not always a binary choice. So the one on the left says PC plus pen tablet. As far as I can tell, that's WinTab. The middle, tablet PC, we know that means Windows Ink. And on the right, it says touch PC plus pen tablet. And I think that's WinTab. I'm not sure. It's very confusing. I'll need to actually send Fire Alpaca a message, the team, and just ask them, because I don't want to guess. Photoshop is the worst, okay? Somebody, I'm sure at Microsoft, got in contact with the Photoshop team and either blackmailed them or has some kind of like extortion deal going on. with the CEO of Adobe or something, and they have convinced Adobe to be hostile to WinTab. I mean, really hostile to it. So in Photoshop, in order to tell Photoshop to use WinTab, you have to create a text file. And you have to put this one line in the text file, use system stylus 0. And then you're gonna put that file in a very specific location. And that location will depend on your username, which version of Photoshop, right? So it's like 3 options here just on the location, right? You gotta put that file there, then restart Photoshop, and then Photoshop theoretically will not use Windows Ink. Of course, Photoshop doesn't tell you anything. It's not like there's a piece of UI that says, hey, I'm not using Windows Ink, I am using Windows Ink. You don't know what it's doing. You just have to like know to do this and pray that it's doing what you want. So it's unfortunate. We all, we know what we need. We just need a button, right? It is, I got some good comments here. 3DS flip note. I've never used that, Jane. I'll have to check that out. 3DS flip note. And Cami Luna seems to agree with you. Edbot says Photoshop not being the worst challenge impossible. I mean, guys, I'll be honest with you. I have done 30 years of software, and I know when a piece of software is actively hostile, right? This is hostility at dialed up to 11, right? You wouldn't do this unless you hated WinTab, right? Or we're like, maniacal. Sorry, I'm ranting, right? So whoever's in Photoshop, or whoever's running that company, I don't know his name, you need to go and fix this. Sorry, right? You can look at the Adobe Photoshop forums. This question about this just gets asked all the time. And it's the same bullshit. They want you to create this, sorry, I don't want to cuss. They may make you create this text file. How absurd is this? Even Microsoft would not be this hostile, right? Even Microsoft, and I've worked for Microsoft. Sorry, okay, I'm gonna calm down. My rant is going kind of wild now. Sorry, go back to that. I don't think Photoshop 5.5 knows Windows Ink. It doesn't even know what transparent, it didn't even have transparent pings back then. That is no version. I think, when I think of Photoshop, which version do I think of? I think of either Photoshop 6 or CS6. I can't remember how the numbering worked. Let's see, Jane says there are a couple of artists that basically only use 3DS with that touchscreen and make peak animations. Interesting. Okay. So, these are just kind of notes here. Again, I have to get my mind back on what these notes are trying to say here. Give me a second. Okay, I know what the note is. Okay, sorry. You're seeing some slides that are being developed, so I have to remember the talk track. Okay, one thing that's very important for you to remember when you make a change, like you're configuring the driver or the application, and let me just repeat again, you shouldn't need typically to change the driver, okay? I know that's not common accepted knowledge, but I'm telling you right now, based on my experimentation, you should not need to change the driver settings. You should more often change the app settings. But in either case, if you do change in the driver or you change in the application, you have to do one thing. You have to restart the application. Most applications, I should say it like this. Some applications you can make the change and they survive. They're not freaked out by the change. Lots of applications get freaked out by the change. So Clip Studio Paint, to be clear with you, let me go find Clip. If I go here, is this Krita? No, this is Clip, okay. This is Krita. I lost track of which I'm looking at. This is Clip. If I go here and I go to Preferences, Tablet, it's on Tablet PC. If I click WinTab, it will most often get confused. Like pressure won't work or the pen will not be in the right location. So the second you make a change in the application, press OK or whatever, close the application and restart. And then let it start a fresh new session. It'll get confusing. Again, if you change it in the application or in the driver, restart the application. You don't need to reboot your computer. It can't hurt, but restart the application. Okay, let's see. Loading a transparent PNG will crash Photoshop 5.5. It won't say transparency. Ooh, that's wild. That is ancient then. That is really ancient. That's why AI ain't dominating humanity. We got to reboot it eventually. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. We don't want AI overlords. AI should be doing useful stuff like making me omelets or something, but I don't think I need it to be creative for me. By the way, I'm not actually, what's the right word? Obviously, I don't want AI stealing people's art, okay? I rarely talk about AI on this channel, but I'll just say right now, there are many things AI could be doing for me that would be great. And not all AI is generative AI, okay? Some AI is gonna help people get answers to their tablet questions faster. That's gonna be awesome. Some AI is gonna be able to be like, you'll be able to explain what you need and it's not gonna draw for you, but it'll help you understand how to configure Photoshop to do what you need, right? Plenty of good uses for AI, but we're just right now, all that gets the attention is Gen AI, generative AI, that takes the, draws for you, which is not the only thing it's good for. Okay, so I reminded you about that. Okay, next thing is, we talked about disabling Windows Ink in the driver and the app. So there's, in the tablet driver and the app, so think of these as pairs, okay? So each top down, tablet driver, app, tablet driver, app, tablet driver, app. These are all the different pairs in which you can configure things, right? And let's just make sure we understand that whether they match or not. Use Windows Ink is enabled here, which you should just leave it checked. This app has Windows Ink enabled, so things are working fine here, right? What about this case? I don't know why I have arrows here, by the way. What if it's enabled here, but it says WinTab? Is this wrong? Is there something wrong here? No, this is perfect. This app will talk with WinTab with the tablet driver. And why is that? When this checkbox is checked, it doesn't mean use only Windows Ink. It means use Windows Ink in addition to WinTab, okay? What about this case? This case will work because the tablet driver will only use WinTab and the application will use WinTab. So all three of these cases work, even though visually they may not look like they match up. They actually do match up perfectly, okay? Very important to remember this. And the reason I'm going to stress this is I myself had confusion about this topic. I swore up and down that these always had to match. I did more research into it and I realized they don't behave the way the UI implies the way they behave, right? In other words, you can have it set to WinTab here and you can have it set to whatever you want on the tablet driver, okay? The problem is when you disable Windows Ink and you did in the driver, but you force it in the app. That's the problem. So here's an example of those different apps we talked about. The green arrow means these all work, right? Chrome only uses Windows Ink. Krita can use either. It's configured right now to use Windows Ink. CSP uses Windows Ink and Sci1 uses WinTab. But I've checked use Windows Ink in the tablet driver, but everything works. Okay? Everything works. This is the correct configuration for all these cases. Okay? And this was my major discovery when I was researching this video is you can leave the tablet driver alone. Okay? There may be a case where you have to disable it, but that should be the last thing you do. Okay? You should just configure the application. Now, what happens, just to make sure you understand, what happens if you disable use Windows Ink here? That means it's only using WinTab. Chrome will break immediately. You won't be able to use pressure with Chrome. Krita will break because it's being forced. it is only using Windows Ink. So you'll have to configure to use WinTab, right? Now, one thing you can do here is create those overrides. So for example, all apps are set to use Windows Ink, but CSP is being set to use, to not use Windows Ink, only use WinTab, right? So in this case, and remember, WinTab will always work, right? So in this case, I have Windows Ink here, and Windows Ink is disabled here, but this will cause, actually this should break. I think I mislabeled this. This should actually break in the CSP case. Let me see if we got any more. I showed you this already, how to create an exception. It's pretty much the same thing in all the drivers. We talked about which is better, Windows Ink and WinTab. Honestly, use the one that works for you. If you're a developer, look, I think WinTab is better, to be honest. But let's talk now about the multiple tablet drivers case. This is where Windows Ink is actually good, and WinTab is actually kind of a mess. So, oops, sorry, that's not right. Again, it all goes back to this DLL in Windows called WinTab 32. And if you install multiple tablet drivers, they're all overriding it. Okay, so let me break it apart slightly differently. If you install a Wacom driver and then a Huion driver, if all your apps are using Windows Ink, there won't be a problem, because they're not going to use WinTab. But if you have a WinTab app in the mix, you're going to have a problem. Okay? That's where the problem. Now, some of you ask, have you ever tried multiple tablets like this? I have. I have a machine, it's not in front of me, with Windows, Huion, XP Pen, and SenseLabs drivers all installed. And as long as all my applications use Windows Ink, there is no problem. Okay? But you put yourself at a little risk, because some applications freak out about Windows Ink, and they just develop a problem for reasons I have no understanding of why. So it's a little bit of a dangerous situation, okay? But it will work, but you just have to make sure all your apps are using WinTab. What it will mean is, if let's say you install Wacom first, then Huion, the last writer wins. So the Huion WinTab is there, and you will see that the Huion app driver will work with apps that are using WinTab, because it's the last one that's installed. Wacom, it'll mess up with WinTab apps. And it's still a precarious position, because the second you update the Wacom driver, it's going to override the WinTab, right? Now, there are some things that make it a little bit more tolerable, but it's not always available in every driver. Some drivers can diagnose themselves, and they can detect you've got the wrong WinTab, and they'll overwrite it. But so Huion has that. I don't know if Wacom actually has it. We'll take a look actually. Let's see. If we didn't have AI at all, fighting video games wouldn't exist. Okay, fair. You mean like Street Fighter? Goombas wouldn't move in Super Mario. Is it really AI though? It'll be sad in that image gen bandwagon, and they ain't making AI-powered Windows Ink toggler. No way, Windows Ink and CSP, it has benefits with it? It theoretically should. I mean, Microsoft says that. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a single benefit from Windows Ink. They say it's supposed to be lower latency, and I've never seen any difference whatsoever. Now, I think Cube is listening in a bit. He might know better and can point to something that Windows Ink does better, but I just have never seen it as an artist or as a drawer, drawer of things. Now, the disadvantage of Windows Ink is these stupid visual artifacts, right? I saw in Aaron Rutten's SenseLabs review that Wacom pens work in SenseLabs. Some do to some extent, though we have to be careful when you do it, because Some pens, they partially work. Like pressure works, but not the buttons, or buttons work and not the pressure. Some pens don't use the full pressure range. So really weird things happen. Now I'm going to show you these idiotic, weird Windows Ink behaviors. I didn't show this to you before, but we're going to try to replicate them. So I've got my Wacom here. Let me just make sure I'm pointing in the right place. Okay, I got to configure it. I want to map it to one of these. Sorry, that's correct. Force proportions. Monitor 1? Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I'm drawing on my Wacom tablet, okay? So, or I'm just moving the pen, okay? And do you see those little things? It's so tiny you might not be able to see it. That's the dynamic feedback rings, okay? That's one. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to just hold the pen still and press down. Okay, I'm not getting it, so let's go and see if we can get it. Pen. There's a setting in Windows that does this. It's under like pen and Windows Ink. I think it's press and hold. It's this thing. This is the worst UI in the entire world, by the way. And it hasn't changed in like 20 years. Okay, now I'm gonna press and hold. Let's see what happens. See it? See that little ring? And that ring will appear in the middle of drawing, right? And so your apps don't work. Another thing you'll see in some applications, I'll see if I can do it, is it's because of press and hold. Let's just see what happens to Krita. Oh, I'm in the erase mode. Let's see if I can try. Come on, man. I don't want the eraser. I want something different. Okay, that was with the mouse. I'm trying to get the press and hold behavior. Let me verify. I'm trying to make it do something incorrect. And sometimes these apps have changed so they don't do the same incorrect thing. Oh, I'm on Windows. Okay, let me make Windows Ink. And what do you do when you change the application? You restart the application. Okay, so we're trying to show you the problems that Windows Ink causes. Oh, I hate this stupid Discord overlay thing. Like, I don't. Okay, let's try it again. Now, sometimes what you'll see, I'll draw it, but it's not how it, I'll draw it manually. So imagine I'm just moving the mouse like this, or the pen, okay? What you will see is the following thing. Like imagine I'm moving physically the pen, nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden, you'll see a line jump. Like, actually, instead of a straight line, imagine I'm doing this. This is what I want to do. Like, I'm actually moving the pen in this kind of circular direction, okay? What you'll see sometimes when Windows Ink is being used is the following behavior. The pen is moving. The pen is moving. You're not seeing anything happen. But then, all of a sudden, a line, remember, I'm trying to draw this, okay? But what you'll actually see is nothing happens. Suddenly, a line appears here, and then it continues the motion, right? So this part is like straight. It's like a straight line. That's one of the problems that happens with Windows Ink, okay? And another problem, and I'm not sure if this will actually show it, so I have to try. Let me go to brush settings, we'll see. There's something called drag delay. Yeah, you see it. This is actually another variant of the problem. So because of that stupid press and hold feature, when you're dragging something, it's like it's thinking you're pressing and holding. So what does it do? Remember, I am pressing down and I'm moving. And what does the slider do? It doesn't move. It waits for me to move an extra distance, then it triggers. That's another stupid irritating thing of press and hold. And see that? I'm moving and then suddenly it catches up. And it should go away if I go back to this press and hold setting and go to press and hold setting and then disable it with a stupid UI. It should go away. It might not though. It doesn't go away. So you can see why Windows Ink is sometimes bad, quite honestly, right? Now let's see if my theory is correct. Let's see if I turn on WinTab or force it to use WinTab, if that issue goes away. Now it might not, because you can use both APIs sort of at the same time. And there's something I'm going to talk about what's actually broken when you try that. Tablet settings, go back to WinTab, okay. And let's relaunch Krita. And while I'm waiting for that, typically I turn off Windows Ink in the XP pen Wacom drivers because the pen acts more like a mouse. Yeah, I used to do that. And I just haven't done that in a while. But I used to do exactly what you do, Camila. The Windows Ink just turns pen into finger input. And Brad Colbo will show the Pro Pen 2 works in XP Pen Magic Tab. That's weird that it works in the XP Pen Magic Tab. I think I forgot about that. Is that a WinTab Windows Ink thing too? I think you're talking about that drag delay. Yeah, it's one aspect of it. Where did Krita get to? Didn't I launch it? Let me try again. Theoretically, I won't see that weird drag delay. We'll see. The other thing I've noticed is, how can I explain this? Sometimes and I don't know because I don't have the code to Krita. I haven't looked at it. Not for this anyway. It's like, it can be like Windows Ink is being used for the canvas, but not for the UI. So only where you're drawing, it can be like that as well. And I say can because remember, Windows Ink isn't really an API in the traditional sense. It's different sets of things interfering with each other. There's not literally an API called Windows Ink. We just use that word to cover this behavior. Okay, where am I? I want a new, this. Now let's go here and let's see if I get that. The drag delay. No drag delay. Or did I see it? Yeah. No drag delay, right? That tells me that WinTab is being used for input here, right? Because the second I touch this, I click now, it moves, right? So that's a classic example. Photoshop, I still think, has this problem with its sliders when Windows Ink is enabled. It takes a second for it to realize you're moving. One thing I did want to talk about is what actually happens. I'll actually just draw here, actually. What actually happens when you have the following case? When there's a mismatch, right? This does feel nice to draw on, honestly, right? Now the mismatch, the real mismatch is the driver says it's unchecked for Windows Ink. I'll just call it WI. And the app says you've got it checked. That's a check radio box for Windows Ink. And it's unchecked for WinTab. This is where we got a problem, okay? Because this effectively means it's using WinTab. It's only talking the WinTab language. But this means, obviously, it's doing WinInk, okay? Now, not everything is broken, though. That's actually the good news. Like, if I'm gonna look through my notes here, let me find it, hang on. I actually tried this combination, or some combination like this, and I actually have testing results I can share with you. Nick says, hello, good to see you, Nick, good to see you. I use Krita with Windows Ink disabled in driver and I can drag sliders with the pen. So you disable it in the driver and of course in Krita as well, right? Let me see if I can find. I have some testing results I want to show you. I'm trying to open up Microsoft OneNote and it's just taking forever. Still waiting for it. Just give it a minute. I've actually been streaming for 4 hours, can you believe it? I didn't really anticipate I'd be doing this for so long. Let's see, Nick has responded. Yes, in Krita settings, I just did one tab. Okay. Do you notice any other benefits, Nick, when you switch to just using WinTab? Like, do you notice any kind of like artistic benefits besides like, fixing those weird bugs that Windows Ink seems to induce? Because I think one of the questions was like, is it more responsive or less latency? I've never noticed a difference about those things. So I'm curious if you notice anything about it from your experience. Where is it? Well, okay. I can't find my my testing results, so I'll just kind of talk about it and just explain what's going on. So when I say things won't work if there's a mismatch, what won't work? And so typically, no matter what you do, almost every time, even if it's mismatched, the position of the pen will still work. That almost certainly will work. I think at least clicking the buttons will work on the pen. Pressure is lost, though, at least in my memory. You can still click, like you can click on things, but it won't register pressure. Tilt, I think, doesn't work. And I don't know about eraser. So if there's a misconfiguration about these UI elements, you might not notice it in lots of apps because you still be able to do stuff with it. But for drawing apps, pressure will go away. So that's the weird thing. It's not like an all or nothing situation. Lots of stuff still works even if you've got the mismatch. But it's best if you, I think, make sure that again, they don't have to match like WinInk, WinTab, WinTab. You can actually, for the most part, leave the driver alone and just configure the app. Sometimes you need to configure both. And in that case, it's the case where you're doing WinTab in the application and then WinTab in the driver. And there you want to use, typically, a special override just for the app and not apply to all apps. So it is still a bit of a mess how all this gets configured, and it's not going to change anytime soon. And I think one thing this video and the stream has helped me realize is I need to do a better job of providing onboarding material for new, gotta fix my shirt here, for new tablet users that makes this simple, because the explanation I'm giving is really complicated. And I think I can reduce this down to some simple steps for people. Right? Let's see. To be honest, it just works. I never noticed any lag or any issues. Pressure, tilt, eraser, everything works great in Krita. And yes, eraser on PP2 is amazing in Krita as it changes the brush. Oh yeah, I'm not an eraser user, so I always forget that it has this ability. Well, it's good to hear. It's good to hear everything is just working good. I've honestly got to spend more time in Krita. I use it for testing quite a bit. It's kind of my reference app because it's free. But I live in Clip Studio Paint. That's where I really do my work, or hobby, I should say. I need to spend time just understanding it. Which brings me, actually, now that I'm just chatting, to a discussion I had on the Discord, I think last night. Okay, let me just back up. I want to, as you know, I've mentioned many times, I really enjoy live streaming now, right? And Jane, actually, you got the right attitude there. It's time to explain to Mom about Windows Ink Theory Craft. Yeah, if I'm going to explain to my mom, then then I know it's a good explanation, right? It's a good tool to check out if your mom gets it. And my mom is not, actually, it's interesting. My mom is not tech savvy, in the sense that we would be considered tech savvy. But among her friends, who, she's considered like a tech expert. And whenever she tells me her friends, who are in their 70s and 80s, by the way, or even maybe in their 60s, that they rely on her for technical help. I'm like, how can this possibly be? But she plows way through technology. But her explanations of things are kind of wild sometimes. Nick Tyler, you can even configure Krita to use eraser as separate drawing. Oh, really? Didn't know that. Like normal-sided pencil on eraser can be a thick marker. Drawing with eraser works surprisingly well. I need to check that out. And you raise a good topic here because that's one of the utilities of the eraser that I don't think I've ever really talked about. Like, theoretically, I mean, it is a full EMR pen on the other side. So if your Wacom pen has an eraser and the tip is broken for whatever reason, you should be able to exploit because it's the same hardware at the other end, the eraser as a normal brush, right? So that is an advantage for these kind of pens. Because it's the same EMR tech in both places. They both have an inductor coil and a capacitor and all that, the same thing exactly. What was I going to say? I was talking about live streams. So I mentioned many times that I like live streaming. And I get a lot of energy from this. So what I wanted to do, I make videos that are kind of technical in nature. I wanted to open up the channel to do a few more interesting things, right? One is I am going to try to see if I can get some interviews of people. Like, you know what? I would love to interview Brad Cobell, for example. And actually, I want to interview, I don't know, do you think I could get the CEO of Wacom? You think he'd join me on a call? We're going to see. I'm going to ask. I'm actually going to ask. I'll ask the other brands too. I'm totally, I don't want to limit it to Wacom. There's so many interesting things. I want to talk to the Krita development team. And the approach I would use is not, remember my channel is tech focused, right? I would try to cover a slightly different angle, I think, than a typical interviewer would cover for Krita. So let me give you an example. I talk about how Krita got started. I'd want to talk about that. I'd want to talk about the influences, and of course, standard stuff, right? But where I would really like to go is talk to them, and how can I explain this? Some of you will understand the language I'm using. It's not complicated. It's just we don't often speak about it. When you're writing code to do these kind of graphics things, you have a piece of code called the brush engine, or you can think of it as you have many brush engines. Just depends on how you want to think about it. And there are different layers, there are different areas you have to solve. They have problems you have to solve. There's an area where you have to deal with I/O, meaning different format. You have to support different formats. There's a brush engine which deals with taking sensor data, input data from the pen, pressure, tilt, etc., and then mapping that to the pixels that actually get painted. Okay. There's a compositing area, which means like how do these layers get stacked up and rendered to your screen in a final bitmap. And what I'd like to do with the Krita team specifically is I'd like them to help us understand what these areas are of Krita, not just by listing them, but by explaining what they are and what are the challenges in building them, right? Let me just give you an example of a kind of thing I would want to talk about. I'm not saying they do this. This is just like, it'll help you understand. When you're doing graphics, I don't know if, okay, I'm speaking to a technical audience. You can allocate memory, and let's suppose you needed, 10 megabytes. You could allocate 10 megabytes of memory continuously for your bitmap image, or how much you want, doesn't matter. And that would be like the normal way people would think about doing it. Now, there's a technique called tiled memory, where you don't allocate one big buffer. You allocate smaller, like 256 by 256 pixel zones. And at least at the time, and I assume this technique is still being used, okay? It has some memory efficiencies because you don't need to allocate these tiles for blank parts of the image, okay? You just need to get them when you draw pixels there. Number two, they exploit a process, what do you call it? In a CPU, there's what do you call it? It's called memory locality. Basically, if your code is touching the same bits of memory that are physically close, so to speak, they're more efficient. And if you're allocating smaller chunks, if you're doing, let's say, Gaussian blur, you have good memory locality, okay? And the last time I looked at any studies about this, it said that you could get twice the improvement in some of these algorithms in terms of like painting pixels just by allocating your memory differently. Now that's something, if you work in databases, you have no clue people do this with memory, right? Because you just don't think about memory that way. You're very far from the machine. But if you're in computer graphics, that's like, and you can be very low level to the machine, and you need to understand some of these things. Again, I'm not saying everyone uses tiled memory. I'm just giving you a great example. That's the kind of thing I'd love to learn about Krita. Like, what are the engineering challenges where they had to get extra performance, and how do they organize? We don't need to look at their code. We just need them to explain things like I just explained to you about memory. Now, this is a very esoteric topic. Not many people would know what I'm talking about. So, I would also have to include other topics that everyone would more or less understand. Let's see, there's some good comments here. That's a challenge to go deep as you wish, but to backseat people and make them learn something for else. Yeah, it is a tough challenge, and yeah, maybe again, I'm just hypothesizing that I'll have an interview with the Krita team, that I do one that's more general focused, because there are many general focused topics I want to talk about that don't require a background in computer science, and then maybe I'll do a separate one which is kind of deep, right? I'd love to know how the brush engine works. Like, a brush engine is a topic that I think, if you just typed into Google, how does a brush engine work? It's not going to give you a great answer. You'd have to talk to somebody who worked in the field, and it's knowledge that's in certain people's heads, and they're going to have to tell you, oh, this is how it works, and like this is what we learn, and this is how different brush engines have evolved over the years. You'd have to like be someone from Pixar who's been in the industry for a couple of decades, and they could tell you about these things. And I'm not the guy that knows about brush engines. I just know that they exist, and I'm curious the engineering challenges they had to solve, right? Let's see, Jane also has another comment. I want to see from Paint Tool side perspective on all that driver stuff. Yeah, I mentioned Krita, but like there's all sorts of apps that I'm curious about. I'd love to talk to the Rebel team. I'd love to talk to Sai, Fire Alpaca, and just get their human perspective on how things work. And Nick raised a good point. Krita has multiple brush engines, right? And they've evolved how they do things. I think Krita is the one that's the most, I suspect it'll be easier to get someone to talk to from Krita than anyone else, because they're the largest project I can think of that is open. Like the code is out there, the people are out there, and I'm pretty sure to ask them questions they haven't been asked, right? I've often wanted, a kind of conference for digital art that wasn't focused so much on just the artistic part. You've seen SIGGRAPH, right? For ACM SIGGRAPH. I think of a smaller scale version of that that's really just focused on these kinds of things, right? Not like research, right, which is what SIGGRAPH is really primarily about, but just what actually happens with these apps if you have a slightly more technical orientation about them. I'd love to learn how a brush engine worked. I'd like to understand how, the challenges of compositing that I don't really know about, right? I'll tell you something. I should have done this years ago, but in Microsoft, for a very brief period of time, okay, let me back up. You all know what Photoshop is, and you all know what layers are. Layers can be transparent, right? Like some of the pixels are transparent, either fully or not at all, transparent or halfway or whatever, right? That's called the alpha channel. You've heard of that alpha channel, right? One of the inventors of the alpha channel used to be a colleague of mine. Now, he and I never talked. He was just kind of like, I would just see him getting his coffee. His name was Alvy Ray Smith. He's actually a founder of this core technology of alpha channel. And I should have, YouTube wasn't around then, but I should have, he would be a great one to interview. He recently did a book a few years ago called, I think it's The History of the Pixel. But that's the kind of people you might run into at Microsoft. Someone actually invented the alpha channel or transparency layers. Let's see, Cami Luna has a good comment here. I want to redesign Sai's website and not change the developer, charge the developer as thanks for making such a great program. But the site is a pain to navigate when I was trying to fetch my friend's serial number. Let's take a look at, you know what? I have never used Sai and I want to so badly. Okay. Sai stands for Federal Student Aid, which is, or something. I don't want to get there. I want Paint Tool Sai, right? That's the name. Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Systemmax.jp. Man, this site has been updated in 2025, but it looks like it's from the 90s. Sai's like one developer, right? Like it's just literally one human being. Man, this is hardcore. Is it safe to install from here? Oh, Jane, you're right. Alvy Ray Smith single-handedly made memeing possible. That's true. That's true. Without transparency layers, we wouldn't be able to meme. Krita alone is the reason I made the jump to Linux. Single developer, I was right? Okay. Sai 2. Oh, is that the one that supports Windows Inc? I think? Or something. There's something better about it. I remember someone mentioning I should try Sai 2 and not Sai 1, but I just couldn't remember what the difference is. Sai 2. So it is safe to purchase from the site, because I have to be honest, it looks so primitive, it looks unsafe to buy from the site, but I'll give it a try. Okay, Camila says she's installed from here fine. There's a site version 1, site 2, separate links. Okay, and then you gotta see releases. They have site 2 as beta release. Okay, let's just see. Where's the releases? Let me just try looking at beta. Oh, I see down here. There it is. This is what I think you mean. Development room. This one for the beta. Let's see. Yes, WinInc, but also lots of other improvements. Sai 2 is considered beta or dev build, but it's plenty stable. Okay. And I can try without purchasing. Okay, I will definitely do that. I've been super curious about it, right? I mean, I watch videos like Brad makes where he's comparing different applications. I'd love to, first of all, I just don't have a lot of firsthand knowledge of Sai, obviously, or Fire and Alpaca. I'd like to develop my own sense of like what they're really about and what their advantages are and disadvantages. Because I really like user experience, right? And some of these overviews they don't go super deep, they can't, because like they have to cover like 10 applications. So I want to develop that sense internally myself. So this is next on my list for trying. Oh, I see. Sai 1 was also updated in 2025, but the WinInc is in Sai 2. So with Sai 1, you just have to, that's a more manual configuration, it sounds like. So I'm curious for the Sai users. Now, again, my experience is Clip Studio Paint and Krita, and really it's 99% Clip Studio Paint. What would you say is the thing you notice the most about Psi that keeps you there, right? And the other thing that would help is, I know someone has explained this to me, but I always forget. I believe there is a relationship between Psi and Fire Alpaca. I could have that wrong, but I thought there was like one, I could be mixing up another application as well, but I thought Fire Alpaca was like one version of Psi or something like that, or they forked at some point in the past. Jane says, can't get back to Psi now that I using CSP for years. CSP has quality of life and better shortcuts. I love CSP. I mean, it is a workhorse. This may not make sense for some of you, but like to me, CSP, Clip to Paint, is like Git. Because it's quirky and filled with all these nooks and crannies of things you can do. But once you grok it's the way it thinks about the world, you'll understand it's the right way of thinking about the world. Does that make any sense? Let's see. Psi sits between Procreate and CSP with its toolbars and UI layout. Okay. That actually, it's really good you said it that way. It helps me sort of place it. Ed Butt says it's Fire Alpaca and Medibang. Medibang is the other one. I need to try Medibang. What's his name? Tio of the Tio on Tech channel. He's a big Medibang guy. He loves Medibang, and I have just never touched it. Psi is an original thing. And Jane says, but I miss the Psi brush engine. So it sounds like it's more performant than CSP. Okay, Kami Luna is saying the same thing. Do you two use really big brushes? I'm curious. I don't. I use line art, small brushes, and I use the fill tool. I'm wondering, are you using like giant airbrushes or texture brushes? CSP feels like you have input lag with the cursor or something. Okay. So it just feels sluggish. Even without the brush, just in general, like inputs lagging behind. It could be. Let's see, small brush, large file, select 3 gigabytes after CSP 2.0. 3 gigabytes. Damn, that's one hell of a file size. You surprised me with that one. I use big brushes because I make 300, 600 DPI canvases for comics. Psi has also a better way of applying textures to layers. Okay, that's gonna be my commitment this summer. I'm gonna learn Psi, and I'm gonna learn, in addition, I'm gonna learn Fire Alpaca and Medibang, okay? Because I need to know these things. It's hard for me to feel credible in helping people with digital art if I don't use all the apps or have at least a more familiarity with them, right? Nick says, even though we keep Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator for work, but for personal sketching, I switched to Krita. It feels good, satisfying with very fast and heavy brushes. Okay, so it's pretty performant. I don't use it long. I mean, like I know it is, but I don't really put it through its paces, if that makes any sense. In the Archipel channel, they put a documentary, a professional manga artist named Tsushi Kaneko, that only uses the free version of Medibang for iPad, and he does some amazing art with it. Interesting. He just uses Medibang, just a free version, okay. But CSP also lags with other programs, maybe memory issues with both RAM and hard drive. I feel like CSP is, how can I say? I feel like its brush engine and its design is kind of long in the tooth, as they say. It's been around a while, and it probably has accumulated a lot of what they would call technical debt. And it's just hard, the challenges are complex to address. So it's going to be a while before they make big changes. CSP has time-lapse feature. I got more than 10 gigs in one file. Oh, that's why it's so big. Time-lapse. Got it. BitMajo has joined us. Good day, BitMajo. It's always good to see you. Welcome to, how long have I been streaming now? I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. And it looks like I'm just not going to stop for a while, because it's just turned into one long, continuous party. Night Margin of the hit indie game One Shot uses Sai for a lot of her artwork. It's why I had to get Sai to work on Canvas Pro 19. Then I found out her Sai was out. Oh, got it. She's using version 1.0. Let's see, does anyone do art on Android? I do a little bit. What are the top tablets and software for it? Okay, Nick's got a great question. I'm feeling energetic, so I'm gonna dive into this topic because, Nick, is that okay? Would you want me to dive into it? I'm assuming yes, so I'm gonna start doing it. The good news is this is a topic I've actually addressed to some degree. So, and I love people's opinions on this, okay? So, I think my commentary here is under my standalone recommendations. Yeah, okay, let's start here. So I can overview what I know about it, and people can came in and said, dive. Yes, okay, good. This is keeping me energized. Got Ibis Paint and finger. Okay, so let me just back up and let me tell you what I'm showing here, okay? And give me a second. I don't know why it's quit showing this screen, but we will. I keep on hitting there we go. Okay, so as you know, on my website, I have recommendations, okay? I have recommendations for pen tablets, pen displays, and standalone. So just to get into Nick's topic, I want to make sure I give you the context, okay? And I'll get to your apps, Nick. We got to talk about that. I think the answer is CSP, yes. Krita, yes, but I think it's kind of like a beta kind of thing going on for Krita on Android. But we can confirm. So for standalone tablets, which is the kind Nick is talking about, you really got 3 options. You can get, and it's good to understand these options, okay? Let me go back to buying a drawing tablet, and I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Sorry, this is... Yeah, so we're talking about standalone tablets, and you have 3 choices. You have pen computers. Now this is what Wacom calls it. So this means it is a true drawing tablet, meaning it uses EMR pen. It's made by Drawing Tablet brand. I never recommend pen computers. Too expensive to buy, too expensive to repair, hardware is not upgradable, bad investment decision. Don't get me wrong, some people love pen computers, okay? By definition, these all run Windows because Mac just doesn't have an equivalent. But some people love pen computers, but you can go to the Wacom subreddit, and anyone who's had one of these is like, it didn't work, and I talked to Wacom, and they said it's gonna be $1,500 to fix, or more. So it's expensive, okay? Next category on the right is pen-enabled laptops, like, these are normal Windows laptops, because Mac doesn't have this, that support use with a pen. Like, you can use a pen, there's actually a pen right here. You can use a pen with this, its own built-in pen. You can also use a drip. These, I don't recommend for art. The drawing experience isn't great. They have a lot of diagonal wobble. Not the Surface, I'm talking about the Surface, by the way. But if you're doing document stuff, then these are okay. Samsung Galaxy Book Pro 360, great. I'd recommend that. But you gotta be careful there. But the reason you get these is you need to run full Windows. Nick is talking about these Samsung devices, and that's in the pen-enabled mobile computer zone, okay? Apple's and iPad's also in the same category, but we're gonna talk about Android, okay? So that's where we're headed, okay? Now, in my recommendations, I go to pen-enabled mobile computer, and I'll tell you, I've tried a bunch of iPads, and I've tried a bunch of Samsung Galaxy Tab S series. So here's the breakdown. Let's start low to high, okay? And let me just take a quick look at the chat to make sure. Android seems fine for art. I would agree Android seems fine for art. It's surprisingly good, by the way. Yeah, CSP is a subscription on mobile, so that's to keep that in mind. Let's just see. If Wacom releases Android tablet, I'm gonna guess it's gonna blow everyone out of the water. Ed, I hope so. It needs to, because if they're just gonna release an equivalent to Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE with a mediocre pen, I couldn't possibly endorse the purchase of such a tablet. I still have terrible memories of my Cintiq Companion 1st Gen. Ed, but kind of wild that the one thing that saves those tablets with pens is that they run Windows. Yeah, that's why you get them, because you need to run full Windows, right? Jane says, after your overview on Android, could you talk about those portable desktop solutions? Absolutely, absolutely happy to talk about them. I've got a couple I can talk about. So here's the thing. I'll just say it point blank. The Samsung Galaxy Tab S series is pretty good, okay? But you've got different options depending on what you're trying to do. Let's suppose you're trying to get the cheapest possible experience, okay? What you should get is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite. It's not super big, but here's the key catch, and you have to be very careful when you buy it. On the market, there have been several versions of it. There's a 2018 version, I believe, or 2020 version, a 2022 version, a 2024 version. The current wisdom is get the 2024 version, or if not that, the 2022 version. Don't get any earlier versions, okay? I have the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite, and it's actually, I'll be honest with you, it's slug. Actually, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna bring it, and you'll just see how big it is. I'll just talk about it. It'd be good to have this prop with me. Give me one moment. Okay, I am back. I brought a couple of these devices with me. Let me start my background music again. Okay, and thank me, Luna. Thank you for confirming that it's the 20. Thank you. Okay, so I have the Samsung S Pen here. Very important we talk about this pen. I have the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite 2022 version right here. This is the Samsung Galaxy S9 FE. Very close. It's just very slightly bigger, almost the same exact size. This is just the S9 FE. And then I have the Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra. So it's very large, actually. Okay, so we're going to talk about these three. We'll talk about the small one with the S6 Lite. So as a device, this works fine. What you'll notice, as you're using it, is one key thing. When you're navigating its menus and things, it's sluggish. Just scrolling through the windows and doing these things, it is sluggish. And I'll try to give you an example of this, and you'll see it. Let me just get my camera here. Hopefully it photographs well. Okay, let's see. It says, are we going over? That's not what I want. I want you to see the camera. So you can probably, I'm gonna just click on this. That was, do you see that transition there? It kind of stuttered for a second, didn't it? Let me try going to settings. I can't even remember how to get the settings. Get the settings. And it may not come through on the camera. It's a little sluggish doing stuffing like this, right? But if I think I have clip here. Let me give you a second. My eyesight's not so good. I actually have to take off my glasses and find if I have clip. I don't have clip here, but I have an app, and we'll talk about apps, but I believe I have Infinite Painter here. Yeah, I do have it actually in here. Let me just get it and just create some space on it. I'm just erasing all my bad art. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm not joking, that's actually what I'm doing. I don't want you to see my really bad sketches. Okay, I'm preserving. Okay, so Clip Studio, sorry, this is Infinite Painter. And I think, what you'll find with this app is the following thing. This is the Samsung S Pen. First of all, this is a nice little size. It's like 16 by 9, the screen. So it feels a little awkward to hold, like by the side, because the weight's kind of really balanced. Weird. Not weird, it's just, you really feel it pull. iPad being 4x3 is a little bit better to deal with. What's the drawing like with this? Okay, so it actually feels good. So if you're drawing with this tablet, I think it provides a very good drawing experience, okay? Is it the fastest processor? No. Does it have a lot of memory? No. But the lines are fast, the lines are smooth. I think you'll be very, very happy with it, okay? And we'll do even a little bit of a wobble test. Now I've done this already, I'll just do it live for you. I always want to undo a bunch of these things, okay? I'm just using an old thing here. Now this is not a good thing for it. I can show you the wobble test in a second, the results. But at the lowest end, this is the one to get. This is something I recommend for people who are just literally looking at trying to keep it at $200, $250, okay? For most people, I think you'll notice that the sluggishness. Again, while you're drawing, you don't notice the sluggishness. It's when you're just moving the apps around and things, you might notice stutter a little bit. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen, okay? So this is not a powerful beast, but this is great for being portable and sketching and drawing, right? can it handle Nick? Oh, Cami Luna has the 2024 version, so that is good to know. And then Nick, how big? Okay, he's asking a couple of questions, which are good. Android with Samsung top level SoCs are sluggish, but this is kind of an older tablet, so and that's part of the sluggishness there. Can it handle 5,000 by 400 document? Well, I think the answer is probably yes. Now the question is how many layers, right? So I'm going to try to create exactly what you asked for, Nick. Okay, which is and again, this is an infinite painter. So give me a second. I have to get in here and draw 5,000. Yep. Okay. By what is Nick asked? 4,000. 5,000 by 4,000. Create. Done. Okay. So this is a 5,000 by 4,000 document. Okay. And let's try. Let's. I'm using the wrong pen. This is the Pro Pen 3. I needed my S Pen. I was panicking there, wondering like, oh my God, this isn't working. Let me get a thicker brush. I don't know if I can get a thicker brush than this for this specific brush. Let's try this. This is a big. So to me, this is very responsive. Okay, let's try maybe another brush. And I can zoom in a bit more in case it's not totally clear for you, Nick. I'll try another brush. How about this kind of thing? And I'll make it big. This is a 714 pixel brush, okay? I feel like this is responsive, okay? I feel like that is responsive. Let me just pick another color so it might be a bit easier to see what I'm doing. And I'll just go ahead and just try to make a few more layers here. Let's see, where's my layers? This is it, layers, okay. So, again, they may have tiled memory, so we don't know if they're really allocating all this memory for these layers. We don't know that. But I feel like this is working pretty well, right? And this is the cheapest of the ones that we're dealing with here. And this is about, let's take a look at this. I believe it's about $240. That number came from a couple of months ago. So let's take a look and see if there's a better price now on Amazon, let's say. And I have to talk about the pen, so don't let me escape without talking about the pen. Let's see, Galaxy Tab S6 Lite. Let's go pick the 2024 edition. Okay. So I can't tell which year edition this is, but I'm seeing this is the 24, so $230, typically $250. And this is with how much, I don't know how much memory these, disk size is this, how much memory does it have? I don't know. Cami Luna, can you just tell us how much memory yours has? It says 4 gigabytes of RAM. Can you, does yours also have 4 gigabytes? I believe mine has 4 gigabytes, I can check, but it seems to be working enough, right? But again, I recommend the S6 Lite for parents who are looking for a tablet for their kids, and they don't want to break the bank, and they don't want to, they need something, they really want something honestly at $200 or less. And this is one of the few things you can get at $200 that is a reasonable experience. So I have no hesitation in recommending this. I think Ryan, IQ Draws, he recommends it. I think Brad Cobo still thinks it's a good tablet. So this is a good one. Now, one thing I want to talk about is the pen, because this is kind of a weird thing that goes on here. Okay, I don't need the tablet to be on for this. So let me just try to explain it this way. Pens have IIF, right? Okay. If you drew with this pen, let's talk about the pressure. IIF first. If you draw with this pen on a Samsung Galaxy Tab S device. The IAF is not super low, but it's low enough and it feels fine. Let's guesstimate that the IAF is like 3 gram force, so it's about as good as a Huion pen or an XP X3 Pro pen. So it's good. It's good, okay? S Pen with a Samsung device. Remember that this is a UD-EMR pen, okay? Which means it's compatible with other devices. Oh, and there are new comments that I'm missing, of course. If you use this pen with a Wacom device, they deliberately increase the IAF to make it feel worse, okay? And the reason I'm emphasizing this is you might encounter someone using this pen on a Wacom 1 and let's say, wow, I really hated how the pressure of the IAF is really high. In reality, the Wacom device is artificially increasing the IAF. The hardware of this pen is decent in terms of IAF, and it works nice on Samsung devices. They don't do that artificial limitation, okay? Number two, these pens, all of the Samsung S Pens, they have an okay-ish like maximum pressure, but it's not like any of the modern Huion or the X3 pen, or certainly Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, have much higher maximum pressure. So if you really want to go for like super heavy strokes, you'll get to 100% way quicker on this pen and these S Pens in general. S Pens are generally very consistent also in their behavior. There's some variation, but overall they're pretty consistent and they're cheap. I think S Pens cost like $30 or something. One more thing to be aware about these devices, all these Samsung devices, the glass is smooth. It is smooth. If you were to draw on this pen with, let's say, the Pro Pen 3, if you could imagine this working, you would be frustrated because this pen just slides all over the place. So why do I say it feels good to draw on this? The S Pens have this kind of like really rubbery tip. If you felt it with your finger, you don't notice it much. But when you draw with it, that rubbery tip actually provides some extra friction and the pen doesn't slip and slide all over the glass. So it is important to use an S Pen with these devices because it's designed to work with the smooth glass, okay? Let me take a quick look at the chat and let's just see. Jane actually has a good question. Does anything change in the tracking and pressure if the device is hot? I've never seen it get hot, Jane, and I've never seen it cause any behavior, or it's been a little warm before, all of them, the ones I have, but I've never seen them get hot. And when they got warm, I didn't notice any change in behavior of the pen. And let's see, Cami Luna says, when I did comics on the S6 Lite, my canvases were 3,300 by 4,500, and the average was 50 to 60. Wow, you used a lot of layers. That surprised me. Okay, I've heard Samsung tabs can connect to PC and work as a drawing tablet second screen. I haven't heard that. I mean, I can just try, but I don't think that works. Oh, we can search. We just need to do some investigation. One more thing. Oh, this is sort of related to what you're saying. You may notice these have USB-C ports, which obviously are meant for charging. Okay, now the question you might also ask is, can you hook this up to a monitor, okay, and use a second screen? And the answer is, it depends on the specific model. With the S6 Lite, this doesn't do anything. It won't send a display signal out, so you can't connect it to a monitor. With the Samsung S9 FE, same thing. The Samsung S8 Ultra, it will work. I think, at least with the S8s and S9s, this display out thing is available in the Ultra, okay? Okay, so I talked about the pen, I talked about this. Let me just take a look at my notes and see if there's anything else I want to say about the S6. Because I did take extensive notes on this thing. S6 Lite. Uh, yeah, I said it's a great budget choice. Performance is sluggish a little bit, but enough for basic drawing. And it looks like Cami Luna has really, she's using the 2024 edition, but she's stretching out way more than I ever did. So, I think that's a good vote of confidence from her end. Okay, now we have what I think is my standard recommendation, which is the Samsung Tab S9 FE. Now it's just a skosh bigger than the S6, but so that's not the reason to get it. The reason to get it is it doesn't cost too much. I mean, it definitely costs more, but the performance is much. You just notice it's better. Okay, and I would say this is the first of the. I mean, I haven't used like the S8 FE or anything, but I think when I think of the S9 FE, I think of it as a worthy competitor to an iPad. Okay, like you're looking at similar performance, you're looking at similar quality of screen, you're looking at, in some sense, similar drawing experience. Okay, so this is one that I highly recommend, the S9 FE. There's also an F9 FE Plus, which is just bigger, right? And my notes on it just say that it looks good. It's just really good, right? Let's take a look at the price. Galaxy Tab S9 FE. Why am I not typing correctly? S9 FE. So this thing is $500, but I see it sometimes like $450. Okay, so it's definitely a jump up in price. But again, this is the one I most often recommend. I tell people, you can get the Tab S6, but I prefer if you got this one, right? Because it is a better tablet and it'll last you longer. Again, it does not have DisplayPort going out, so you have to keep that in mind. Okay. But other than that, it works exactly the same as the S6 Lite. Then we have the Ultras. Okay. So, by the way, I don't have any cases for these tablets, but I do have a case for the Ultra. Let's talk about the Ultra. This is the S8 Ultra, which is way bigger than the S6 Lite, right? You can just see it, and you'll feel it. This is not a tablet to hold in your hand. You're not going to be like holding it like this, and it's not going to happen. Because especially as you hold it at the edge, it's uncomfortable. Okay, this is definitely one you put on a desk. Okay, so I bought this case from Samsung for it, and I'm gonna open it up, and give me a second. I will log in and hide my bad art, and then I'll show you the screen. It's out of juice, which is okay. So now that it's out of juice, and I've got a charger cable here, but this is the one complaint I have about this device. Its battery management is poor. It doesn't get hot or anything. It just seems to go, if you're not plugged into power, it seems to go through faster than other devices. So it's whatever sleep mode or whatever is not great. It seems like if you're not using it, it goes through power much faster than you'd expect. That is a complaint I have about it. Okay, I've plugged it in. The screen, unlike the other two, which have LCD screens, this has an OLED screen. It's fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. Performance is good. You can get video out through the USB-C port. I really like this. So this is about 14 inches across, I believe. And so if I was drawing more seriously, I would pick to draw on this, okay? Because the size is just great, right? It is maybe even a little too big, to be quite honest, right? But I like it. It comes the closest to 16 inches. It's 14 something inches. If Wacom made a device like this, I'd be super happy, quite honestly. And let's see. Yeah, and the other thing you mentioned, Nick, is the price here. Yeah, it is a little too expensive, to be quite honest. I think the S8 also, one of the things I notice is you can connect it to a monitor, but whatever you're doing on that monitor, like you're moving icons or moving apps around or whatever, the display is very sluggish. I don't know what causes that, because it's not sluggish on the main screen, but on the monitor, it's like you can see, and it's not a refresh rate issue. I don't think so. Something is weird about it. So it doesn't work good in what they call DeX mode, okay? This is still just trying to figure its charging. It doesn't even have enough power to turn on. It's like getting power to turn on. That's probably my biggest criticism again, is the power with this same exact drawing experience, okay? The same exact drawing experience. I do think this tablet is a little big to get. If I was gonna get another one that's this size, which I'm not gonna get the S10, I would pick a size bigger than the S9 FE, but smaller than the Ultra, right? Okay, so that was, okay, this thing's not gonna turn on.
If you update your lock screen settings,
Oh my God, my Samsung is speaking.
your screen is locked.
Sure, that was nice. That was Google Gemini. Okay, thank you for Gemini, but I don't want to talk to you. I do not want to talk to you. Okay, I can't charge the S9 Ultra fast enough for this. But let me. Nick says, yeah, I'm waiting for the 16-inch moving too. Exactly. I think that's when we're going to be really happy. Okay, then there's another topic that's kind of related to this I wanted to share. I haven't fully finished my studying, but here's what I wanted to show you, which is, can you use drawing tablets for these devices? Okay, we're gonna test them out if I can get this thing powered, because it's the one that will work with the moving, or it should. So let me switch for Android. Okay, so I have a bunch of Android devices, and I have a bunch of tablets, and I actually, it's hard to make blanket statements, so you have to make specific statements about specific combinations, okay? So for example, with the S8 and the two of my phones, but I'll just talk about the S8 right now, the Wacom Intuos Pro 2017 worked fine, the Intuos Pro 2025 works fine, and the One by Wacom Medium works fine. But you need an OTG adapter, which is normal for this kind of tablet. We'll try the Movink as soon as I can turn this thing on. I'm really curious if it works. We know this will send video output, but will the Movink work that we expect? Will I get touch? Will the mouse pointer go to the right place? We'll try it out, right? Let's see. Okay, so now I think also there's an app question. So let's get to the apps. So I have an apps thing, and I have a list of apps, but I have a specific list for Android, okay? So here's the ones that people mention the most. I'll talk about the ones I have the most experience in. Clip Studio Paint is there. Ibis, HiPaint, Krita, but I think Krita is just in beta, and I don't think they're supporting, like I think they're short a developer, and they're not updating this. So I think that's a risk. Artflow Studio gets recommended a lot. I've never used it. I actually thought this was, what's the right word? Like it was no longer supported, but some people say they use it all the time. The ones I use are Clip, Infinite Painter, sometimes HiPaint, Concept. Now HiPaint's interesting because HiPaint is basically, it's as close to a clone of Procreate as you can imagine. In fact, I think Brad Colbo did a video and he said something like, I can't believe Apple or Procreate isn't suing them because like it is a clone. I think it works very well actually. I like HiPaint. Infinite Painter is probably, it's a bit older, but it seems like they're still updating it. But probably HiPaint's where the action is these days, I think. Concepts is a little different. Concepts is not a traditional drawing application. I mean, you draw with it, but it's more for like sketching concepts and doing kind of more free-flowing things for illustrating things, not for like doing, comics like Cami Luna is doing. You could use it for that. You'd use it for anything. But architectural diagrams, fashion, that kind of thing. Edward asked a good question. Is Wacom trying to change the Wacom Cintiq brand and Movink? They are not. They actually, in their official documentation, they had a video on this actually. It talks about how they segment their pen displays. They consider moving to be its own thing. And they describe it as something like for, the phrase translated in English like high professionals, meaning, or high, not high professionals, high like consumers, like I would call it prosumers, right? Like consumers who have advanced needs, right? Especially, and need to live in a mobile way. So they're very clear it's not supposed to replace Cintiq or Cintiq Pro. And they're very clear that it's focused on mobile, like just mobility. Having said that, and they haven't released any other sizes, which is interesting, right? It's still just the moving 13. Now Nick says the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad for $500 has the best pen tech, but really poor sluggish enough CPUs. Well, I think that's correct. The one thing I want to point out here is that Tablet Kitten has mentioned that there's a new XP Pen Magic Pad coming out. It's actually out. In fact, we'll take a look. It's released in China. So, and you know where we go to for China, right? Bilibili. I don't read, write, or understand any of this language. I just want to be clear with people because I'm acting like I'm some sort of expert, but like I'm not that at all. We just have to search and hope that, like, I couldn't even tell if bad things are on the screen because I don't know this language. Let's see, we wanted to look at Magic Notepad. Notepad. I think it's like, let's type in 2. Let's see. I'm gonna guess this is talking about it. I'm just gonna turn this video on. We'll just see what happens. And I'll scan through here and, Magic. No, this is Magic Pad 2, that's something else. That's something else. Let me try, oh, it's not Notepad, it's Magic Drawing Pad, right? That's the one I meant. It's coming out the V2. I have the Notepad, and you know what? It's about the same level as the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE. It has a etched glass screen, so the pen will slide nicely on it correctly. I mean, it won't slide too much. But it doesn't bring anything special. And it is a little sluggish, but I don't think it's really different from the S9 FE. It's about the same level. I expected more, to be honest. And its tilt support is bad. It's not meant for drawing. It's fair they say that. They don't say it's a. Is this one of these? I can't tell if there's a 2 out there. Okay, it doesn't. I can't. 3.9. I'm looking for a recent video. Okay, Tablet Kitten said it was released. Thank you, Camila. Magic Drawing Pad 2. It took me a while to understand which one I was trying to look for. These videos are from 4/11, 4/21. Let's see if this is. I don't know. I can't tell if this is the new one or the old one. I gotta sneeze. But I will probably get the drawing pad too, to be honest. Just because I would like to see if they've really improved it. And one good thing about it, it has DP DisplayPort in, so you should be able to use it as a monitor when you're not using it as a tablet. That's really nice, right? It's nice to kind of have a spare monitor around. Magic Notepad has the screen resolution S6 Lite or just barely larger. Yeah, it's not super high resolution. Thank you for the blessing, Camilo. So let me get back to apps for a second. This works really well, Clip Studio Paint. Wait, Nick's got a great comment here. This is interesting. I never trust any Chinese press releases on sites like AliExpress. You can find a bunch of fake stuff like iPad Pro 69. Yeah, I guess that is a risk. That is a risk. Though at least the channels that Tablet Kitten steers me to seem to be reviewing actual products, right? So for example, they had reviews of all of the sizes of the Intuos Pro 2025, like over a month before we got them, right? I don't know why how that happens, but they get stuff way earlier. Okay, back to the apps. The ones that I'd recommend are Clip Studio Paint, High Paint, Infinite Painter, and Concepts. If I had to pick just two, I'd probably pick Clip Studio and Concepts, honestly, right? And because they work so differently, right? Clip Studio Paint, to be fair, you really I should recommend three, because Clip Studio Paint is still learning how to work in a mobile way and have simpler UI. They have this like simple mode UI, which you can enable, but it just needs more advancement. Things like High Paint and Infinite Painter were designed to fit that form factor from the beginning, so they're much more optimized to it. With Clip Studio Paint, you're gonna see the actual Clip Studio Paint UI at some point, the real UI, right? High Paint, here's my understanding. I think for a long time, people thought that High Paint was from Huion. I asked somebody about this. It could have been Tablet Kitten, it could have been somebody else. And they said no, they said that was a different thing. But I'd have to refresh my memory on who I asked and what was my question, because I've wondered the same thing, Nick. Huion did have some kind of painting app. For those who don't know, Huion had a painting app, and then like they were talking about it and suddenly it just went away, like we couldn't find it anymore. And I never understood what was going on with that app. Like they just dropped it, right? Oh, Brad has a video actually on, he made it recently too. This is actually in November on the 10 best Android drawing apps. So he'll have some good feedback on this, right? And I think you should definitely watch his video. Tio may have done one recently as well, but definitely I know Brad has, and I think it's a good resource because he updates this, I think, every now and then. So these are the apps. There are many more, honestly, but I think these are if you can get a Clip Studio or a High Paint and maybe Concepts if you want more sketchy stuff. Let's see if I got enough power in the Tab S8 Ultra to do anything. I'm at 10%, so let's see if I can turn it on. I just want to try this scenario about using a pen display with this thing and see if it works. One thing about this OLED thing, though, it looks great. It just instantaneously you can tell how good it looks. Let's see, Nick has a comment. By the way, Huion had their own Android tablet, but it was even cheaper than XP Pen, so probably, yeah. My understanding is both XP Pen and Huion, well, actually, I don't want to say about XP Pen, I think it's true about Huion. I think they took somebody's existing tablet and kind of branded it Huion because it doesn't use their pen tech. And Brad did a video on it and was immediately like, this is not a good tablet, doesn't recommend it. The XP Pen one actually works with their pen, the notepad at least. So that's positive because the X3 pen is actually pretty good. And I tested it with multiple XP Pro pens and they worked fine. Yeah, Ed, their pens for the Android tablets are awful, is what I hear. Which is weird because they've got the best non-Wacom pens in the industry right now with the PW600s. So it's wild that they released these tablets. I don't think they should have done it because again, I think it damages your reputation a bit. Okay, I've got the Samsung up and running. So what I'm going to do is we're doing a live test now, and you're going to see it. So just hang on. let me, software update, thank you very much. We're going to find, I don't really navigate this UI as well as I used to be quite honest. Is it this thing? A little bit sluggishness there, did you see it? I think it's just temporary. I wanna get, what do I wanna do? I've got my tablet test. I want to close all, yes. I wanna get my, let me zoom out. It's a little too close for you to see what's going on here. I just want to see what happens with the Move Ink, okay? The Intuos Pro works fine with this thing, but the Move Ink, we don't know. Oh, one more thing about this while I'm waiting for this thing to work. This this cover's hot trash, okay? Like, and I'll tell you why I say that. Like, it detaches way too easily, right? Like, if you ever lift it up by the keyboard part and you move it, you know, you will disconnect it. Like, it will fall right off. So it's just terrible. The keyboard on it is fine, don't get me wrong, but just like the way it attaches is way too weak. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to plug in the Move Ink. Is this the Move Ink? Plugging in the wrong, oh, I have to be a little careful because this doesn't have much power. So we'll see what I can do here. Maybe I'll just do it for just a few minutes then. Does it work? Sorry, sneezing. Okay, I'm trying to press this on. Doesn't seem like it's doing anything. I can't tell if that's because maybe there's enough power in this thing, in the battery yet, but the Move Ink it isn't turning on. I'm not even getting the no signal. So I'll try it again, because I think Nick or someone had a question. Do tablets work plugged into this thing? And so right now, I cannot definitively answer yes or no, because I believe I just don't have enough power to do it. So let me get my normal power back in. See how easily it disconnected just by moving laterally? Okay, and then get my, there we go. But aside from that, honestly, let me open up Infinite Painter or something. Hang on, I'm gonna disconnect the keyboard, even though I like it. Where is? I'm so used to iPads that when we get this, it does confuse me, to be quite honest. Where is this darn thing? It's called High Paint. Yeah, I've got High Paint. I paid for High Paint, by the way. And again, I'm just deleting some stupid art here. You know, I wish it was really like fancy, interesting art that's like super secret and transgressive, but it's literally a bunch of sketches of Peepo, okay? And some testing of a pressure. I'm kind of obsessed with those frogs, to be quite honest. Peepo is just so cute. Okay, so I've got it. I'm creating a new canvas. This is High Paint. This is the one I probably like more than Infinite Paint, to be quite honest. So I'm gonna make, I'll do what Nick suggested, and I'll do something that's kind of large. Sorry, I want 5,000 by 4,000, yeah? And it says I can do 26 layers at this. So that's nice that High Paint does that. So I press OK. And this is High Paint. Again, Brad, did it crash? I hope not. Where did High Paint go? Just went away for a second. I must have touched something. Okay, so I will say honestly, this is a pretty very, very smooth experience, right? I would rank this up there, honestly, with a Procreate on an iPad. It feels good. Let me get my power back in. Good line. Again, I wish I could use a Pro Pen too with this, but Wacom will probably never allow their higher quality pens to be used with this device. But the Apple Pencil is better than this, definitely. But this is decent, right? So I wouldn't hesitate to recommend this to somebody. And one thing I'll notice is, again, based on my testing, these pens IF will work better on Samsung devices than on Wacom devices. Wacom seems to intentionally mess up the pressure so that, you know, I guess they don't want to compete with their own. They don't want these tablets to compete with their own stuff. Which, yeah, I understand that perspective, but I also think it's lame. Let's do a quick test here. It's very responsive. If you notice the strokes look a little weird, like they're wobbly, that's me. That's not the tablet. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I think you'll be very happy with something at this level of performance, right? It is a big tablet, so maybe something a little smaller would help. But that's the apps and the ones I use. But they say you need a power brick to power Movink and USB Type-C to connect to Android. The Movink I use the Movink with a single cable, so as long as it's getting enough power from the tablet, it should work. I have occasionally used a power brick. I can try that actually, I think. I don't know if the Movink does power delivery though. So we'll have to think about that one. Okay. Nick, any more questions about Android? We did a run. Now, someone else in the chat had a question. And while I'm waiting, I'll explain what someone else asked. I think they asked about those computers that are laptops and what I thought about those. And I'll share some thoughts about those in a second. Okay, so we'll go back to my recommendations for standalone. And right here. So I think someone was asking me about pen-enabled laptop recommendations. Okay, so I will say honestly, the Galaxy Book 4 or 5 360. Let's see, Nick has a comment. In the demo, they connect in both ports, one to power, second to transfer data with the host device. Yeah, I think I have seen that. I think I've tried it even, if I recall correctly. But I've never tried it with this, with the Samsung Galaxy Tab. Okay, let me. Okay, what was I gonna say? So yeah, Samsung Galaxy Book 360. I have one. I have the Samsung Galaxy Book 5 Pro 360. I have this one, okay? Now, let's just look it up and we can talk about what I think about it. Okay, so it's not cheap. No, wrong one. There's actually an interesting Reddit post here which says, change my mind on Intel Power laptops. And I have something to say about that topic too, which is positive, which is very positive. Let's get back here and try to see if I can find the price of this thing. Looks like 1,300. Okay, so let me bring it over. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring it over. I want you to see it because I think. back. Okay. I'm back with the Samsung Galaxy. It's such a long name, it takes me a while to remember how to say all the pieces of it. The Galaxy Book 5 Pro 360. I bought this one because it's large and I wanted a big screen. Just to give you a sense of how big the screen is, I showed you the S8 Ultra. Here are the screens next to each other, right? Let me zoom out a little bit for you, if possible. And you can see the screens are very similar. The Galaxy Book has a slightly bigger screen, okay? Now I have it kind of dimmed down to be a bit easier to focus on for the camera. So it is bright, I just don't have the brightness turned up. In fact, I think I can turn off the brightness, which I will do. What is it, function this? Yeah, now the bright, and it's much brighter now, okay? I'm not sure, I think it's a good screen, I don't know if it's OLED. But I like this device, I really do. And one thing, I'll show you just a couple of things. So it works great as a laptop, number one, okay? It uses what Intel was calling the Lunar Lake processor. So, and I use this all the time. I draw on it, and I'm on Twitter or whatever. So this is heavily used, okay? So my experience here is daily with this machine, and I have many hours a day. So what I'll say about it is, keyboard's fine. One thing I do like about the keyboard is this is a touch thing, so I can log in by touching. Number two, I will say, it came with this Lunar Lake chip. So what does that mean? That means that it's one of Intel's newer chips, pre-CPUs, and it means that this uses less power and runs longer, which is true. It absolutely is true. The natural question is, how does it compare to like a MacBook M3? I don't stress test things, okay? I can tell you the following things. First, I'll start with a negative. I'm blaming Microsoft for, not Samsung, so I just want to be clear on this topic. When I got this tablet, Windows has to go through, 15 quintillion updates. I think we've all been there, okay? And so I'm just doing this so we can see a few more things. 15 quintillion updates. And those updates cause this thing, you can start hearing the fans, okay? And those updates took, many, many hours. And actually I was getting really irritated because I'm like, I got this device because this new chip is supposed to be like really quiet and sip on power. And I'm hearing the fans go off. And so for the first 18 hours, this thing was busy doing something. After it was updating, it was processing something, don't know what. So I didn't have a great first 24 hours, okay? However, by day 2, it was done doing whatever Microsoft made it do. Since then, it's been quiet. I think I've heard the fan come on one time for a few minutes, maybe twice. Basically, I treat this as a silent machine, okay? So I'm super happy with that. Number 2, the battery life is really good. It is really good. I've had this up with me, playing music, YouTube videos for like, I'm not measuring stuff. I'm not like I don't review these devices. But I'll say this Surface, which I showed you, where is it? This thing is an absolute, I love this device, but if I have it sitting on my desk playing YouTube videos or music, a few hours, it's wearing down. It cannot last the day. This lasted, I think, the entire day, and I was shocked that after many hours of just doing what it's doing, playing music and whatever, playing videos, I'm like, wow, I still have like 50% power. So that was great because that made it feel like my MacBook experience. So that was great. It uses the Samsung S Pen, so that same drawing experience is good. Now, this is a flip book? I don't know what you call it. Yeah, I'll just do it for you, right? Okay, So this works great, right? I didn't want to use the keyboard. I'm just here, and of course it is a touch, so it's dirty as hell too. You just use it like this, and it works fine. And of course it does have touch, which is an advantage for Windows machines. I loved it. I love it still. I think it's great. This is an easy recommend for me. This is an absolutely easy recommend for me. And the screen looks good. Now I will say, in all honesty, you know, I'm going to show you the thickness of this, right? Now, when you fold it over, obviously the keyboard is folded underneath. You know, it's sitting on the keyboard, but the keys don't trigger in this mode. Yeah, I mean, it would be even better if this was like even super thin when folded over, but that's fine. That's fine. This actually makes a very capable drawing tablet, right? And you get the benefit of running full Windows and full Photoshop or whatever you want. I have no problem with this, right? In case you're wondering, there's some tape up here, so the camera doesn't trigger. Okay. For the things I don't use as cameras, I actually just cover the camera. I prefer to use like the camera that's up there, right? Okay. Another few things I'll mention. It feels sturdy, by the way. It's this hinge also, like as you're typing, doesn't really wobble, and it doesn't, you know, it's got good grip. It doesn't like easily. Sorry, it moves easily. It doesn't just like flop everywhere, right? If I'm doing this, sure, but like if I'm just typing, it's fine. Let's see. Jane says, yeah, I guess laptop would be the way to go for halfway desktop. Yeah, this actually, you know, I talked about my S8 Ultra. This gave me the best of both worlds. I could use all my Windows apps and I could draw on it like a tablet. So I'm like pretty happy with it. So I was actually skeptical of this purchase at first, but it's turned out to be one of the best laptops I've had, honestly. It's a little expensive, I'm not gonna lie, but like I think it's great. How about those mini desktop PC and connect pen? How about those mini desktop PC and connect pen tablets or pen displays? Jane, could you rephrase this question? I'm not totally understanding what you're asking me to do or what the question is. Could you just rephrase it and I'll give it another chance? So battery life has been good. There is only one limitation of this tablet, and I'd want to talk about it. It has not affected me whatsoever. Okay, it has not affected me whatsoever, given the kind of art I draw. But you, at least in the United States, you can only get this tablet with 16 gigabytes of RAM. And I'll take a look right now, right in front of you, and we'll see if that's changed. So this is the model I bought, okay? Galaxy Book 5 Pro 360, $1,100. This is expensive. It's an AMOLED screen, so it is an OLED. You do get the S Pen, which is good. I wish this had been Windows Pro, but fine, whatever. This is the chip I mentioned, yeah. I really want this to be 32 gigabytes and 1 terabyte. Again, 16 gigabytes has been perfect for me. I've had no problem with it whatsoever, okay? And 16 in screen size, so it is bigger than the S8 Ultra. Super happy with this. Again, I use Clip Studio. This is actually the machine I draw on when I'm drawing with Clip Studio the most often, okay? My other machines are more like I'm testing things. I draw on this one, okay? And when I draw, I just want to be so clear with all of you. I don't really use it like this. Occasionally I do when I'm just in the mood. Maybe I'm drawing in bed, I might do that. What I normally do is I connect it to a dock. In fact, I'll show you one of the docks. It's connected to a different machine, but I just want you to see it. There's a dock right, where is it? Oh, I have to swing it over even more here. There, that gray thing with the lines. That's a Thunderbolt 4 dock from CalDigit. And I have a Thunderbolt cable that goes from here to here, or whichever, you know, there's a different dock I use. And then this gets connected to the monitors and the keyboard and everything. So, works great. I love the logging in with a key press, like your fingerprint reader here, right? I never want to type my password again. This makes it super easy. The AI feature, Windows Copilot, fucking useless. Sorry, I shouldn't. It's useless. And I can't blame Samsung. You know, Microsoft is forcing a bunch of these tablet manufacturers to add a Copilot button, which you can see here, and add this Copilot feature, which no one's using. I recently got the message from this machine to enable recall, which I refuse to do. Maybe one day I'll do it, but I just don't know if I'm comfortable with it right now. But I like this machine. I'd highly recommend it. I think it, again, if you need to run Windows and you want a decent drawing experience and you want better battery than you've had in any other Windows laptop, and you want better, like less noise and less heat, except for that first 18 hours that I mentioned when Windows was going crazy, this is a fantastic choice. This is an absolutely fantastic choice. Cami, you have the Galaxy 3 360. So I'm curious if how satisfied you are with it, right? Because one of the questions, I don't have the 4, so I'm not sure how the older models actually compare. So if you could share maybe, are you satisfied with it, for example? I'd love to know. I think others would like to know as well. So yeah, super happy with this. The only thing that could have been better, or the only 2 things, could have been less expensive, of course. And it could have been that they don't even offer a 32 gigabyte RAM version. And I think that is important, right? I think that is important because this is really becoming my art workstation. I didn't expect it to. I expected this would just be like an email machine that I carried with me, but this is actually the machine I do the most art on. And it's one of the weakest machines I have. All my other machines have 64 gigabytes of RAM or 32 gigabytes of RAM. This has 16, and yet it's worked amazingly well, right? And I'll draw on it. I don't know if I have anything actually installed on this. Let's see. Store. I may not have, I'm on like a test account right now, so I'm not sure I can install from the Microsoft Store. We'll see. We'll try. Let's see if I can do high paint. Oh, Clip Studio Paint actually will install. It's just got a special try me mode or something they call it. I forgot. Cami Luna says, I'm very satisfied. Honestly, it runs great. The screen's only 1080p. Okay, interesting to know. Still OLED, good. The 13-inch one. Oh, this needs power. This is telling me it needs power. Oh, it's not this, it's my AirPods are telling me I need power. Which means that I need to, okay, the AirPods are running out of juice. No wonder. Let me change, okay, hang on. Sorry, I'm confusing everybody because I'm looking and talking about different things. Let me fix my audio issues first. You may notice the audio change a little bit because it has to do some echo cancellation because I want to hear the audio myself. And I'm turning on the max. Okay, I think it should still sound okay though. Okay, let me put these back in the box. Clumsy. Okay, took me a second to figure out what sound was being made. Cami Luna, that is a great suggestion. I might actually do it because I sometimes misplace these as I'm walking around, and having a special set here would actually be helpful that's dedicated to this, because I do love these. There's only one thing that would make this even better. I wish these came in different colors, because even though I like the white, I'd like it to be like turquoise or pink or something so that I can easily pick it up visually. But I love my AirPods. I love these AirPods. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I highly recommend that. And I was going to show you Clip Studio Paint, just show you the responsiveness of it. So I wouldn't call it the blazing performer as a laptop, but I would say it just works really well. And I've never felt like I stressed it out. I've never felt like, oh, I mean, no more than Clip Studio Paint is normally stressed out by anything, okay? And let's just wait for this thing to install. And almost done, it says. Okay, I'll just keep on waiting. So yeah, that's probably the biggest, my biggest discovery in the past year is that device. Microsoft Surface Pro, I don't recommend them. Sorry, if you just need to use Windows, they work great. If you're not gonna draw, they work great. Like artistically draw. If you're gonna draw like an architecture diagram or notes, they work fine. They get a bit expensive. I have the Surface Pro 8. You should not get anything below the Surface Pro 8 because the 8 is the first version that comes with the improved pen. Let's see, Camille says, the only time my CSP really lags on the Book 3 is when I'm using a really large textured brush. Okay, and that also is partly just Clip Studio, right? But these are the two laptops. The ones I haven't tried are like Lenovo, right? And again, I don't really review laptops. I just sort of talk about the devices that I have and see which one works. But I would give an easy recommendation to this. In fact, now that I'm talking about it, I realize I had not actually written down my notes on this laptop. So I will do that soon and share what I think, which it's a high recommend for me, easy. It's a high recommend. What would make this tablet perfect? I mean, just really blow it out of the water. And I know this will never happen, but I just got to say it. If the Wacom Pro Pen 2 or the Pro Pens in general work with this, I wouldn't pay attention to Wacom. Like I would just get this, right? And this is what I'd buy. Maybe secretly that's what I'm hoping is that Samsung, if they were to have a Pro type pen, based on my experience with this tablet, this laptop, if they had it doesn't even have to be a Wacom pen, just anything that's better than this S Pen, this would be an absolutely easy recommendation for me for anybody who needs to go beyond the go and needs to do some art, right? Because then we'd have a great drawing experience and hardware that didn't require too much power and is portable and is not loud. I did talk about that loud for a second. Again, it's been just completely quiet. Except for that first 18 hours when Windows was going crazy, installing everything, it has just been quiet, okay? I've never heard the fan come on with Clip Studio Paint. I think I've heard it come on once or twice when something else was going on, but never Clip Studio Paint. And certainly in that same time, my Surface Pro 8, which I use all the time also, has come on, happened, the fan is triggered many times, right? Let's see, Nick says, I have the Lenovo Legion RTX 4080, super beefy laptop for work, smoothest desktop in pro apps, but can overheat in extreme tasks. Yeah, I could believe that. That's a serious laptop if you have an RTX 4080. Let's see. Enbot says, I have a Lenovo Yoga L13, which I got to have a mobile Windows device, so the pen is pretty bad. I wonder the tech, it's probably like MPP or something. I don't know why people even bother using the stupid MPP other tech. The EMR tech is way better. And it's so funny, like there's nothing stopping a laptop manufacturer from giving us a superior pen experience, a superior drawing experience with improved pens. They know how to integrate EMR. You can see also, this is another thing I hear some people say, which is like, oh, the integrating EMR makes the tablets too thick. And my claim is that isn't possible. That's absolutely false. You can take a look at the thickness of this display, which is EMR, and it is thin. It's like 2 millimeters or something, right? So it's not EMR making tablets too thick. That ain't the making screens too thick. That ain't the reason. And same with the Samsung Galaxy Tab. They have EMR. They're not thick. Sorry, I'm ranting. I mean, this has been a rant session for me. So EMR is possible to integrate. All you need is a good pen. Maybe the thing I should be hoping for is that a manufacturer, maybe, I don't know the Chinese brands. Maybe since I'm so happy with Huiyon's PW600 series, they should go and take the 600 series pen and make it work with their devices, right? Or at least partner with Huion, because if you do that, you'd get a laptop which would really function as an artistic workstation, right? Something you could be happy having. Edbot says, it's probably because MPP comes baked in the Windows. Yeah, there's something about MPP that makes people use it, despite, there's got to be some advantage to it. And maybe that's right. Maybe it just doesn't cost much to integrate, as you point out, Edbot. But there's no other explanation I have for why there's the industry accepts such bad pen performance. Like, it's crazy. It'd be one thing if it was like, how can I say this? They saw, they don't want to give you the experience because then they know Wacom's for artists or something. But Samsung uses the S Pen, which gives a pretty good experience. All they need to do is switch this technology, right? It came at no cost to thickness. It came at no cost to display quality. It came at no cost to brightness. It came at no cost to battery life. What's the holdup, right? What is the holdup? Okay, I have gone on now, unbelievably, for 5 hours, 51 minutes. Can you believe it? Let's see, Jane Backstreet says, imagine if pencils could write on some paper brands. Yeah, they couldn't write it. Yeah, it'd be insane, insane. There was an initiative that was started some years ago, maybe a decade ago, I don't know. It was called Universal Stylus Initiative, USI. Now, if you read the name, literally, you're like, oh my God, we can have universal style. They didn't deliver anything even close to that. They weren't even trying to. But what you say, Jane, is the right thing. We want exactly this scenario where you take a pen that, even if it's just EMR, let's say, it should just work with every other device, right? We want that. And the fact that we can't get it is wild. What is the technological holdup? Why are people using MPP, right? It's just weird because you can use mice of any brand with any computer. Yeah, this was a wild stream, Nick. I didn't really have a plan coming into this one. I was just going to work on some slides. And so hoping if people wanted to have Q&A, they could just come in. But it turned out to be a pretty wild ride. We had way more people show up, and we went through so many different topics, right? And this is the previous longest stream I've had was 2 hours 40, maybe it's 3 hours, but now I've actually almost gone for 6 hours, which is nuts. That is just wild. But it's interesting that there was actually an audience. People actually were here for, I don't think anyone was here the entire time, but the fact that some people were here for a good portion of it, just chatting was great, right? It actually reminds me on our Discord, we're always chatting about tablets, and this is just another kind of modality to do that. So this was a really fun experience. I'll do more of these, maybe less structured streams where we just talk about things, right? You don't always have to have a specific topic. I just want to talk some of my plans going forward about the streams. While I'll hit 6 hours, then I'll shut it down. I mentioned I want to do some interviews, so I'm going to contact some people for interviews. And so there's two sets of people I want to interview, people in the creative industry. I'm going to talk to Brad. Maybe he'll want to do an interview. And those are like people who you might know or part of a big project. I also want to interview people who are, I would say, closer to my crew that I run with on the Discord. So, for example, this Thursday evening at 11 p.m., I'm going to do a drawing tablet iceberg stream with Tablet Kitten. Now that should be fun because she brings a totally different knowledge set. Like she knows all the tech stuff, but on top of it, she has insight and knowledge of what's happening in China, in the market there. And maybe we'll get some, because it's at the time that's gonna be more convenient for her, 11 p.m. my time. Maybe we'll get some people, there's some other people in the Discord who actually also from, live in China who might want to pop in. That would be really interesting. And that'll actually give me practice on doing an interview type stream. Now, she's not gonna be on camera, but we will hear her voice at least. And so that brings me to my next topic is there's some people like that who, they're willing to like chat on a stream, but they just don't want a camera on them, right? For various reasons. I totally get it. It can be a bit nerve-wracking and weird, and you don't want to be out there sometimes with your face. The only reason I'm comfortable with it is that even at Microsoft, I was filmed a lot, so I'm just used to being on camera, and it's just, I felt kind of natural doing it, right? And there's no negative things for me. Like, I don't have a job. I'm retired, so it's not like anyone at work is going to be upset of anything I say because no one has any influence over me. Let's see. Oh, Edbot has a comment. Forget flat Earth. Why aren't we getting pens that just work? That is exactly the point. Yes. Big Pen refuses to lose its control on digitizer market. Big Pen. There is a conspiracy. There is an Alex Jones type conspiracy we need to address in the market. And what it is and who. There's like a pen Illuminati. Oh, that might be good. Maybe a good meme material for me. Okay, anyway, back to my topic about streaming. So I think Cube might even be up for Tablet Expert Cube. No camera, but chat about things. I'd love to talk to Cube, for example. He's a developer on Open Tablet Driver, right? And he is the first person I met who actually, remember I always tell you, I used to think I knew a lot about tablets, and then I met Cube and I'm like, oh, I don't really know anything. Now my knowledge has increased thanks to talking to him. And he brings a different vibe as well to tablets because he uses them more for like OSU, right? And he's a tablet driver implementer, and he knows about the hardware. Like he's much more knowledgeable about hardware than I am, and low level things, right? So he brings a different perspective. And these are perspectives that you're not really seeing on YouTube because no one's getting that deep into tablets except, some of the people on my Discord, right? I'm sure there are other people, but my point is it's not a common thing. So I want to talk to those people. I want to get deep, right? I want to discover more of the magic. Stuff that you wouldn't see on other channels. And then also, again, I want to talk to like the kind of people like Brad and the Wacom CEO. I hope I can do an interview with him. And then just more streams where we're going to maybe have a little bit more fun, talk about things that are not literally about drawing tablets, because that really the channel's focus is more than just. Well, let's take a look. Jane actually has a comment here. Wacom JP channel makes interviews in accordance with Japanese artists. No hardware level interviews other than with employees or something. Yeah. I think that's the Actually, let's show everyone what we're talking about here. I think you're referring to. Let me get there. Wrong keyboard, of course. Let's see. I never understand how YouTube recommendations work. This is such a random set. It's like music, lo-fi music, and uncensored World War II footage. Why does it recommend these things to me? what am I typing here? Wacom. I think it's CL is the channel name. I'm pretty sure. Well, let me just try Japan. WCL, that's the one I'm thinking about. Yeah, what's really interesting is how different the Japanese channel is from the English channel. Like, they're way more active here than on the English channel. Like on the English channel, let me duplicate this. And they do have a lot of videos, right? But the vibe is, the kinds of videos they have are very different, which is interesting. Not intended as a criticism, I'm trying to understand why they do one thing one way here than versus the English channel, right? But here, I think these are the interviews you're mentioning. Yeah. So, okay, I think we're at 6 hours. So I am gonna end the stream. Everyone, thanks for your time. And we'll have more of these, okay? I don't know if I'm gonna have a regular streaming timeline, but you're gonna get another stream this week, Thursday night, 11 p.m. PST. And I'll probably even do one next week. So I'll try to do maybe one every 2 weeks, one every week maybe, okay? With that, as always, I wanna thank you. It's been the longest stream and it had a lot of fun and it gave me some motivation to complete some of these other videos that I have on the back burner. Thanks again, everyone. You have a great day or night. Okay, and let me put the finishing music on now.